Of this time of year where you just get rumor after rumor hitting you in the face. Because I saw a few yesterday. I'm going to say this on the front end. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. I have no idea if these are true. I don't know where these come from. I don't know how much these guys know about what Sean Payton and the Broncos want this offseason to be. But just for the sake of argument, let's talk about it and see if you have any of the concerns that I have when hearing things like this. Because here's one of the rumors that has surrounded the Broncos from yesterday. So, according to a guy by the name of Tony Pauline.
T-Bone?
T-Bone. He is a consulting editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskita.com. Again, don't know anything about this guy, but let's just go ahead and pretend, for the sake of argument, that this is true, because I want to see where your guys' heads are at if this were to prove to be somewhat valid. According to him, the Denver Broncos want to trade up in this year's draft and take Caleb Williams. Now, can I give you the reason why I don't think this is totally out of left field? I've heard Sean Payton talk about him before. Never as the Broncos head coach, but a lot as the TV analyst, Sean Payton. And here's what it sounded like. He was on Colin Cowherd's show, as we all know, and again, I told you guys during this football season, whenever Colin Cowherd would say something about the Broncos or Sean Payton, I put some stock in it because he seems to be friends with Sean Payton. Seems to know a little bit about what's going on. Here's what Sean Payton said about a year and a half ago. This is Sean Payton, the TV analyst, not the Broncos head coach. I don't think he was even rumored for the job at this point. I think Hackett was still coaching. But they were talking about Caleb Williams. And he said this in the context of he thought the NFL would go to a draft lottery system, much like the NBA, because it could curb tanking. But the conversation started because he said Caleb Williams might be the guy to force it. Listen.
When we in scouting like to say, well, who does he remind you of? And we're not putting that pressure on Caleb saying, oh, you're going to be the next Mahomes. It's very good when you can say he's like this. Yeah. And so I brought it up yesterday on the show. I think he's a generational player now. I've seen 3 or 4 games, obviously not as much as I would if I was truly doing the evaluation. But at some point, especially with the relationship our league has in gaming now, at some point, we're going to move to a lottery system in the NFL. This player, I think, is the type of player that we would look back on in 5 years and say, he's why the lottery exists now.
Think about this for a second. Marty, if you feel like somebody is that good, why the hell wouldn't you give up everything you have to go get them?
Well, that was in 2022. It was a long time ago. Do you think he still holds those thoughts?
If you think somebody is generational, he could change the way the NFL functions type good, I don't think it changes all that much in a year and a half, especially when go back and look at the USC games. See, and this is why I was pushing back a little bit with Mike Sanford, who was with us yesterday, about the quarterback wins thing matters. And I go, well, what about Caleb Williams, who everybody's going to point to his record, Marty, and say he was really bad against ranked teams? And I go, did you guys see the scores? They were losing games like 50-49 and stuff like that. Like, they didn't lose because the guy didn't perform well. They couldn't stop anybody. If you feel like he's that good, then who the hell am I to argue you don't do everything you got to do to go get him? Here's the problem. He better be. He better be that good. Because you know what it's going to take? Like another 3 first-round picks that you haven't had over the last few years or it's going to take a couple and a Patrick Surtain, which is a future Hall of Fame type player in his prime, less than his prime, still young. That's what it'll take. And I'm very, very wary about giving up on stuff like that when you've already been in this horrible place of having no sort of capital to deal with, either cap-wise or draft-wise. Like, I don't know how else to put it.
Like 3 years ago, I would have been like, of course you go get Caleb Williams. You have to. But after watching them with like no skill position players, really not that much talent, you really need first-round picks. You don't just need a superstar QB. That's not just going to solve everything.
And I would tell you this. Even if, let's say they make the move, and let's say Caleb Williams is the exact guy that Sean Payton thought he was. You still do it. Like, that's a good trade. You try and find the pieces then as they come with second, third, and fourth round picks. You try and do what the Rams did last year with Kyren Williams and Puka. You try and do what the Niners did when they found Kittle in third, fourth round, wherever he was at. Like, that's how you got to try and operate. But if you get the guy that's that good, then all right, you got a hell of an advantage. Now, you and George Payton and the scouting department got to do their work. Now you got to find some gems. And really, like, my number one thing that should be on the wish list for draft coming up is athleticism. Give me guys that can move. You know what's funny? You got one last year, and you refused to play him. That's what's weird. Nobody on that field could move quickly. Marvin Mims could, and the only time he got in was like, here's a reverse in the second quarter, and now go sit down and wait for a punt. And what did he do?
He'll get to play this year, right? Now that he's a second-year guy?
God, I would hope. I'd hope.
So the rookie you're drafting this year is really for next year. So he'll actually get playing time.
I hope that part of his mindset changes because it has to. I can't keep trotting out guys who are 30, 31 years old and not winning enough football games. That makes zero sense. Either win and go to the playoffs or lose with a little bit of a purpose here. Like, get some guys some experience. But a texter says, trade up with what? They have no capital. Oh, yeah, they do. Just later. And so you'd have no capital the past 3 years and also like the next 3. But that's what you'd give up. But if I told you, like, again, Marty, can I hear him say generational player? Like, I think it's the last 10 seconds. Give me like the last 10 again of that clip.
In the NFL. This player, I think, is the type of player that we would look back on in 5 years and say, he's why the lottery exists now.
If you feel like he's that good, then why the hell wouldn't you try everything you can to get him? You know what I'm saying? What he just told you is John Elway's in the draft. Would you give up everything you had to give up to get John Elway? I would. But I
think he's a generational player now.
I would just be damn sure that I'm right. You know, I saw one of these scouting reports. You know, there's a million NFL draft scout guys now who are they work for a blog site. It's not like they work for a team, but they're just like, they're Mel Kipers, right? Mel Kiper's never been associated with the NFL. He's just been, actually watched a documentary. It's like a 30-minute documentary on Mel Kiper. And you know what's funny, Marty, is that I don't know if it still exists now, but certainly at the beginning, they all thought Kiper was a joke, and I think they probably do now. Kiper never did anything in football. He just was like, he had his own system. He sent out newsletters, and then he got featured on ESPN, and then they just kept doing it for like 30 years. And now he's like the go-to.
Was he like the only guy that cared about the draft like 30 years ago? And they're just like, yeah, sure.
I think it's like he got in on the ground floor of Bitcoin, and he's just cashing in. I know Bitcoin has dropped since then, but it's like when it was soaring to the moon. He got in on the ground floor of Tesla or Amazon or whatever.
Well, he established mock drafting, which where would we be without that?
I do like them. It's a guilty pleasure
It's
of
a
mine.
fun thing to
I don't
do,
know
yeah.
why I like them so much, but you know what? I've actually graduated to. I don't care about your mock draft. Let me do my own mock drafts about 50 different times on those websites that allow me to do that. Oh, what happened that's super realistic in my mock draft? I traded back 15 times. I've acquired 8 first-round picks over the next 2 years. Do you know that? That's how good I am.
We're now called the Denver Canes.
Yes. I don't know. It's just it's a very risky maneuver if this were to kind of play out the way that if he still thinks that way about Caleb Williams, it's certainly possible. But God is at a risk.
So there's many quarterbacks to choose from and many places to trade up to. Do you think because of what he said about Caleb Williams in the past, it's either that or they stay put?
Doesn't have to be.
I mean, they're not doing all that for Drake May.
But look, man, if you're in the room, if I'm George Payton and Sean Payton still feels that way about Caleb Williams and he states that case to me, how do I not? Like, where is my cutoff, actually? Where do you draw the line at what you need to give up to go get him? And look, this all might be a moot point because maybe the Bears are like, I think the same thing as him and I own the pick and I'm not trading it. Like, it could all be moot. But if they even have a glimmer of, no, I think we can ride with Justin Fields and we'll trade this first overall pick again. Because the Bears have had that 2 years in a row, right? Have you had the first overall pick 2 years? I know this one wasn't the one they owned.
It's not theirs. Well, they do have the 9th, so.
But it's still incredibly lucky.
Yeah. They traded for the right guy. Like, they traded with the right team that picked Bryce Young that sucked this year.
Yeah.
Because if they did this with CJ Stroud, they'd be picking, I don't know, late teens.
Because that's the fear, isn't it? The fear is you get Panthers'd. Like, I gave up all this draft capital, and my guy does not look nearly as good as the dude that was taken right after him.
You could easily be top 5 next year. I mean, it happened with the Seahawks.
It did. Like, you make the trade for Russell Wilson, you get the 5th overall pick, and the Seahawks get not only a playoff. Well, no, they didn't go to the playoffs. They were right on the cusp of the playoffs. And then on top of that, no, they did go to the playoffs, didn't they? Because that's what that last week was. The Seahawks had to win, and the Packers had to lose a couple years ago, and that's exactly what happened. So they got a playoff berth and a top 5 overall pick. Which, who'd they use that on again? Oh,
Wait, that was
Witherspoon, right? The cornerback.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Because the year before that, they had the 9th.
Yeah.
That's fun. 2 top 10 picks.
So just food for thought here from the rumor mill that I saw yesterday. 303-504-0925. There were other rumors that were circulating the day before yesterday surrounding Joel Embiid. And then he got hurt yesterday. Do we owe him an apology? We'll get to that next. What'd you feel when you saw Embiid fall? Twice? Like, I'm scrolling through Twitter last night. I was watching a little bit of the game. I was half focused on it. Just background noise, really.
Did you see Draymond fouled Embiid with no time on the clock?
Yeah.
The game didn't even start and he fouled him.
But Embiid goes up, and it looks like he's going to jump. And as he jumps, you ever been on a trampoline, Marty, and your friend, like, jumps on the trampoline at the exact right time as you try and jump, and you just, like, buckle? That's how he fell the first time. And then somebody fell on his knee. I forget who it was later in the game. And they kept him out. Now, in fairness to the people who were questioning what happened over the weekend and why he missed, Nick Nurse did say after the game that it's not the same injury that kept him out the last couple. Like, this one's different. And if you want to stay in the conspiratorial mind, this is what you could argue. They can't say it's the same injury because when this investigation was happening, they said it was something else. You know, maybe it was the opposite knee that was hurt or something like that. But again, I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a little bit gross from some of the things that I claimed the last couple of days and then watching him go down. And it's okay to admit that. Because I've been here before. Do you guys remember when we were all questioning, hey, you big baby KD, it's the NBA playoffs. Why aren't you playing? And then he goes out and his Achilles tendon looks like a shotgun blast. And then we go, oh, I guess that was why. Sorry. Now, I think there's mitigating factors to this. I think that part of it is he wanted to go out there and play, not just because of the public pressure that was on him, because there was a lot. But I think he wanted to go out and play because he knew he only had X amount of games to miss. So there's a lot of things that kind of went into it. But I just wonder how you guys feel, because all of us in Denver felt like this was just a pure ducking of the game, and it looks like it might have been some real stuff going on with a knee. Now, again, Nick Nurse saying it's not the same injury that kept him out in Denver, and the game before that, I forget who that was, Portland, right? Wasn't the same injury, but it certainly looked like a knee. And the texter says, don't bleeping cry wolf. I think that's where most people were kind of at. You can be injured, but I can't buy this every single time that you sit out and you miss big road games.
If you're truly injured, just say, I'm off for a week and I will be reevaluated then.
Well, and that's the thing, too, right? It's like if you're hurt.
Or show up on an injury report if you're hurt. I don't know.
That, too. I don't know.
It sounded like it was pretty serious, and to just spring up pregame, that's crazy, isn't it?
Well, and now what happens is if you're Philly, you got to just shut him down for a while. Like, you got to make sure he's ready for the postseason. And this is probably the biggest truth of all of it. A texter says this is on the 76ers organization. They didn't have him on the injury report here in Denver, and then he ducked, and that's the context the fans had, and we reacted. That is 100% true. Now, if Embiid, now let's be fair here. If they went into that game saying Embiid is doubtful because of knee soreness, we wouldn't have changed the narrative about that. But them not having him even listed did kind of push matters into a different sort of vein. But let's be real. If they said he was out 48 hours before the game started, you guys would have said the same thing. I would have said the same thing. I wouldn't have been like, oh, he's on the injury report, so he's actually hurt now. We wouldn't have done that.
Plus, the NBA doesn't want that. They want it to be like, we got a big matchup on Saturday, not Wednesday. Be like, oh, by the way, Saturday's game's going to, be watered down.
And you know what else is on top of all of this is that standard that's been set by the NBA has now given you a clear number. Like 65 games played is what you need to do to be involved in any of these award discussions. And I heard a couple of different people yesterday talking about this. So I want to get to these first, okay? The first one is from Tyrese Halliburton. It's a very simple quote. Tyrese Halliburton, who's been hurt this year. How many games has he missed, by the way? Because he was having an amazing year. And now, after being out for a while, he's probably going to hover around that number 2 and maybe miss it. And for a guy like Halliburton, you want to know why that matters? Because those all-NBA teams and stuff matter for contract negotiation. It gets you a Supermax contract if you're on that list for, I forget what all goes into how you qualify. But you go from my max being $35 million to $50 or something like that. What are you looking this up, Marty? How many games has he played this year?
No, he just came back yesterday, but he was out for 1, 2, 3, like over 10 games.
And so he's only got, another 7-ish that he could probably miss. So he's probably looking at that like, well, I'm going to be now on the cusp of missing out despite having an amazing year. What's his numbers this year? What's he averaging?
23, 4, and 12.
I mean, yeah, his assist numbers are off the charts.
He's played 35 games so far.
And everybody's kind of at 48, right? Right around that 48 number. So, yeah, he can't miss too many more. He's probably right around that same Embiid number. Like 4 to 5 games is all he can miss for the rest of the year. So he said, I think it's dumb. And I can understand why he thinks that. But I kind of like it. You want to know why? Playing matters. That it should absolutely be a factor in whether you get awards or not. You know who's never won the NFL MVP, Marty? Somebody who's played 10 games. It's never happened. I take that back. A kicker did win it during a strike year. Who was that guy again? Was that the Washington kicker, right? The hell was that guy's name? The guy who missed like 3 extra points and 5 field goals on the year?
Mosley.
Mark Mosley. But you don't get to win MVPs if you play or you miss like 15 and 20% of the season. Like, that's not how it works. In almost every other sport, you're awarded for health. You're awarded for availability because that stuff matters. Because you can count on them. And I'm not even saying that like injuries, that it's some sort of stain. But man, at the same time, if you can't stay healthy, I can't factor in these awards. So what am I looking at here? The
So
MVP?
this is a list of all MVPs and games played. I don't know. Karl Malone played 49 games in 98, 99.
Jeez. So the amount of players that have won the MVP that have played less than 65 games in a year, that list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And then one of them is Bob Cousy from the 50s. I don't even know how many games they played that year.
Yeah. So Giannis won in the 1920 season with 63. But wait, was that COVID
Was that a
shortened?
COVID thing?
If it ended in 2020, then yeah, it
Yeah.
certainly was. So that's the COVID shortened season.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron in 2011, 2012, he played 62.
That was the strike year, right? Or no, Derrick Rose won that year. Never mind.
The 161-day lockout began on July 1st, 2011, and ended on December 8th, 2011. So, yeah, it was. I mean, they started that season late. Which other years had strikes?
So outside of COVID, the 50s, and an NBA strike, there's really only 2 players that have won MVPs.
And Giannis did it in 63 games.
Yeah.
And Malone, I don't know what happened in
I don't know what's going
1998.
on there. Yeah.
1999 league leaders, NBA. I need to look this up now because I want to figure out how did somebody in the late 90s win an MVP with only 48 games played? Marty, all right, you looked this
That
up.
was the year Jordan left. So the Bulls went 13-37 that year.
Yeah, but wait, 13 and 37.
Okay, so
it
there
was
some
short.
yeah.
So all of these were shortened seasons. 50-game season for Malone is what they're saying. So he missed 2 games then, or 1 if he played 49, right?
Yeah, just
So-
one game.
All of these MVPs that have been won, with the exception of one guy, and that was Giannis. No. That was
It was Bill Walton who played 58 games in 77-78, which again,
which might have been.
I don't even
know
know how many games they played.
So whatever. The point is, MVPs aren't won with guys who play less than 65. I think that's totally fair. Now, you could have an argument about all NBA teams. You could say if you played 64 games, should you still be considered one of the top 15 players in the NBA? Then maybe. And that's kind of what Rachel Nichols was talking about as she was trying to defend Embiid yesterday.
I would say that whether he is considered for MVP is kind of an individual decision. Every voter, every person out there who has an opinion on this has to calculate. Would you rather have Joel Embiid, with the way he is playing this season, for 62 games? Or would you rather have your next most sort of qualified candidate for 74 games or whatever that guy has played? Sometimes the answer will be, I would rather have the best player for 60 games or even 55 games than someone else, like say a bench player or someone for 82 games. And then it's just a matter of like how you make that discussion go and like how close you get before you say, okay, I still want the guy with more games. But that is a factor in MVP. And to take that off the table is silly. To take the idea that he's not even going to be allowed to be on the ballot. If people want to penalize him for missing a bunch of games, let them do that. Give the opportunity for voters to do that. Don't just wipe away, as you say, the fact that he was even there this season in the way that he was.
Why not? Why isn't it allowed to say you have to play X amount of games to even be considered? I don't think it's unfair. If the NFL came out and said, Marty, you have to play at least 12 games or 13 games during a 17-game season to be considered an all-pro or to be considered an MVP, I'd be like, fair. Hey, baseball, you got to play at least 140, 130, whatever the number is. Sure. Hockey, same thing, 65 games. Got to be that to be considered X, Y, and Z. I think all of that is fair because availability matters in sports. And you want to know what's super remarkable? What would you think if I told you this, Marty? Before yesterday's game, do you know who was tied for the league lead in games played this year in the NBA? Jokic? No, not Jokic. You know who it was? Michael Porter Jr., who has played in every game for the Nuggets this year. Who'd have thought that? Now, I'm knocking loudly on wood here. But remember the diagnosis of Michael Porter Jr. for, was it the Clippers doctors who said they were scared he'd never play again? After a couple of seasons where he did miss the entire year, that he was super hurt, another back problem, that he's playing in every game this year is a credit to him. I didn't know if he'd ever do it. I thought Porter'd be one of those guys that's like he plays the 62 to 65 games a year, and that's what you get.
Yeah, he was going to get like a rest once a week or something like that. That's
He's
funny
played-
how it just went away. Like, yeah, no, he's fine.
The Nuggets are 33-15. Michael Porter Jr. has played in 48 games.
Yeah. Him, Reggie Jackson, and Christian Brown have played in 48. Jokic played in 47.
Porter. Isn't that crazy?
Way to go, dude.
Quickly here. I want to get to something because I saw Katie Wingy tweeted this out yesterday, as well as all of these Swiftie lovers. God, did they love them some Colin Cowherd yesterday. Because Colin Cowherd had a 4-minute rant on how if you guys thought the interaction between Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift after the game last weekend was gross, then that's a problem with you. Can I explain this very simply to people? I'm not somebody who hates Taylor Swift. I think she's incredibly talented. Her music is not for me. I would never listen to it, but I understand her popularity. I get it. It's like, I love the MMA. My wife hates it. It's built for me, not for her. Okay? Do you want to know why people get you get the reactions that you get out of the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce stuff because it's very simple. Men and women, when they watch football and they're football fans, just want football. That's it. And I made sure to say women in that too because, Marty, I don't know if you're going to find a bigger football fan in the world or somebody who loves your team more than this person just a couple of halls down from us, Mel from Cool 105. I've never seen somebody love their football team more than she loves the Niners. She goes to road trips every year. She organizes a Niners group where they watch the game together every weekend. Never seen somebody love their team more than her. But when you put the sideshow more in the forefront and people just want the football, it drives you nuts. For example, some of my favorite TV shows. We'll take Breaking Bad. Marty, at some point in Breaking Bad, I was like, I don't care if Skyler and Walter love each other anymore. I'm sorry. I'm tired of these scenes. I want them out. I can't do it. Just give me the action. Give me the drug deals. Give me the murders. Give me all that stuff. That's what I want to see. Don't shoehorn a love story in here when it's like, we don't need this anymore. And here's what people are doing, and I think this is what pisses people off. The Taylor Swift thing and the love story and the constant cutaways, they're catering to the people that don't love football. They're catering to the people that like Taylor Swift and are kind of watching football while just looking for the cutaways of her. Like, what if I put it to you this way? You guys ever been to a Super Bowl party or something like that? Or you're watching your favorite team play? And there's people around, and there's some people that don't care about the game, and you do, and they're trying to talk to you about things that don't have to do with the game. Aren't you like, shut up, shut up. I don't need to hear this. I'm here to watch the game. That's what it is.
So they went back and looked at all the time she's been on screen, and it's 25 seconds like per broadcast. So if somebody was talking to me for 25 seconds at a game, I really wouldn't care.
But no. Hang on. It's not done for anybody else. Marty?
I don't know. I see Jerry Jones quite a bit, right?
Sierra's pretty famous. How many cutaways I heard during Broncos games?
Maybe 2.
I never saw cutaways of
You've
Sierra.
never seen them in the box before?
When Russell Wilson scored a touchdown, how many times did they go directly to the box that she sat in?
I don't know.
And I don't think ever. I don't think I ever saw it.
So you want more cutaways of Sierra is what you're saying?
No, I want them to treat it the same way. Like, I think people are confused on why Taylor Swift gets all of that.
Another reason Cowherd said that is because CBS has the Grammys and they're doing cross promotion.
Oh, and listen. It doesn't bother me the way it bothers other people. But I know the way that they're thinking. They just don't care. Touchdown. Let's go to the booth. Huh? What about the other stuff? What about celebrations? And I get it. It's like a 2-second cutaway. That's why I'm with you, Marty. It doesn't bother me, but I know why it bothers other people. And so I could sit on this show and I could get the brownie points of everybody and say, you know what? You're just haters. I'm like, are we 5 years old? Are we 5?
I feel bad for her. It's like they think she's in charge of the producing of CBS. She's like, me. She doesn't have the button. She's at a football game.
She actually, to her credit, like they put the camera on her once and she like kind of shoot it. She was like, get out of here. Like, I'm not mad at her at all. I'm not mad at anything. It's just those... I don't like how people are trying to score brownie points off of this. Colin Cowherd spent 4 minutes yesterday going, stop being mean. That's what he did. It's like, okay, got it.
Cowherd needs a win. I've seen him just get bashed for the last 2 years. Pretty much ever since he went to Fox. He's been wrong on everything.
Were we not doing the same thing when Tony Romo was dating Jessica Simpson? Do you guys remember that? Like every time the Cowboys scored, they cut to Jessica Simpson. We're like, okay, got it. Enough. They're dating. Cool. Game time. Don't care. Who are the most famous wives in sports history? How many cutaways do we get?
Forgot about the Romo Jessica Simpson thing.
I mean, yeah, this has happened before. But weren't we all kind of like, we get it, they're dating. I got it, fine. So what? 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. By the way, another hire was made yesterday. Pete Carmichael. Looks like he's going to be joining the Broncos staff. Are we comfortable with just getting the band back together from New Orleans and trusting that it works? We'll get to that next. So here's a report from yesterday that the Broncos are set to hire Pete Carmichael. He was the offensive coordinator for the Saints for almost 15 years, 2009 to 2023. He's now going to be an offensive assistant in some capacity. I forget the exact role, but or the exact title, but an offensive assistant in some capacity for the Broncos. And this comes off the news that they also signed. What was the player personnel guy? What was his name again? Rager? Something Rager? They're getting the band back together. And how do we feel? Because I get really, really nervous when stuff like this happens. You go with guys you're comfortable with, and I totally understand that. You know, it's always funny to me when people start up businesses and they're like, oh, this is all just his friends that he's hiring. I was like, well, he trusts them. And trust matters. And you guys work well together. Like, I understand all of this. But when it comes to the Saints, I just have a lot of reservation with, and maybe this is all what it stems from. Every Patriots guy's tried to do this. They leave New England. They bring New England guys with them. They try it, and it doesn't work. Now, Peyton's already had success. He had success with Carmichael. But I want to make sure that this isn't just I'm getting all of these guys that I previously worked with in here to become some yes men, and I run everything and what I say goes. I would like people to be pushed. I would like to have somebody who goes, I don't think this is a good idea. But when you put all this together, I mean, it took a couple of years, but it really does feel like we're getting whatever they thought worked in New Orleans. They're going to try and replicate that here now. And I know what people's first thoughts are going to be is that, yeah, that worked, but you had Drew Brees. And that's why I'm going to pair this again with the discussion that we opened the show with, which is the rumor that the Broncos might want to trade up to go get Caleb Williams. You want to know what really freaks me out, though? Broncos are in a very, very bad situation money-wise. Obviously, when you let go of Russell Wilson, we all knew this offseason, when it comes to how much cap space you have left to go sign some guys to try and fill out this roster was going to be limited, or they'd have to do a lot of different sort of maneuvering to make things work. The exact same thing happened in New Orleans. Exact same. And I do think sometimes when you get to a new place, you can't do the job the same way. Like, all I've known in my life as far as careers is radio. It's all I've ever done. But I've done radio in 3 different markets that are all very different from one another. Here is sort of an in-between from the previous 2 places. Because when you talked about sports in Nebraska, college towns, you almost have to be overly optimistic. That's what the sense of everybody listening to you has. Yeah, last year was bad, but this year's going to be different. And that's certainly Lincoln, Nebraska every single year. Michigan, Marty, they hate their teams, all of them. They all disappoint them. They all think they're going to suck. And you almost have to be a little bit more mean. Think about if you guys had to watch the Pistons every night. You'd be mad too. And then here's kind of in between. I don't think people are like crazy delusional about how good their team's going to be, but they aren't overly pessimistic either. You have to kind of cater and change to the different situations and different environments. Is Sean Payton willing to do that? Because I don't think you can just copy-paste what happened in New Orleans here. Certainly not with a division that features Patrick Mahomes and now a Herbert and Harbaugh combo. This ain't playing the Falcons every year. This isn't playing the Panthers. Who am I missing from the South? Same playing the Bucks. No, especially those Bucks teams that were pre-Tom Brady Bucks teams. It's not that. You can't just copy-paste and have this think it's going to work out the exact same way. Can't happen. So those are the concerns that I have is like, we'll get the band back together. Once we do that, then everything's going to be the same. I'm like, it's an entirely different situation. And I don't think it's going to work out the way that you think it is. You got to be able to adapt and change and move and do all that stuff. You can't recreate the success that you had there. Because it's different. You know, by the way, did you notice there's still 2 jobs left that have head coaching vacancies in Washington and Seattle? And the guys I thought were getting the jobs, you always look for the upstart coordinator guy, and there were 2 of them in this cycle, Marty. Bobby Slowick out of Houston, who took that offense with C.J. Stroud to just like soaring heights, right? Remember, their head coach is a defensive guy. That's DeMeco Ryans, defensive coordinator, linebacker. I don't know how involved he was in the offensive game plan, but that's a lot of credit that needs to be given to Bobby Slowick. And the other guy was Ben Johnson in Detroit. And from all indications, it looked like Washington was going to hire Ben Johnson. They're on the plane to Detroit yesterday. He called them and said, yeah, I'm not taking the job. Now, they were already interviewing Detroit's defensive coordinator, so they didn't have to turn the plane around. But he stayed in Detroit with no pay raise. Bobby Slowick stayed in Houston with a pay raise to keep their jobs as coordinators. And that felt really weird to me. Now, in their defense, these teams look like they're still going to be good next year, that they have a whole bunch of talent and they can recreate that success and probably get job offers the following year. But that's a hell of a risk, isn't it? What happens if C.J. Stroud gets hurt and you win 2 games next year? Do you still get the look? What happens if Jared Goff has a regression and he's not as good as he was this year and the Lions go 8-9 as opposed to the NFC Championship game? Do you still get the same looks? Like, it's a risk. And look, as much as I'm like, Washington typically isn't a good job, it's new ownership. And they have the 2nd overall pick, right? In a very heavy quarterback class. Like,
That one does seem like a much better job than Seattle.
you feel like that's a job that if you're an offensive coordinator, you can kind of pick the dude to run your franchise. Like, that feels like a dream. But we can talk more about that as we go along here. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. If you guys want in, you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Again, a lot of rumors to get to in a big game tonight. Huge for the Nuggets against OKC. If they can beat OKC on the road, that's a 6-1 record over a brutal 7-game stretch. Team feels right as rain. You'll go right back to thinking championship is right on the horizon. It's all that. Mojo Lombardi and Kane next. There's a lot I want to discuss today. We got a big game tonight, Oklahoma City, a chance to finish a very tough. I'm going to take the last 7 games. I know it's more than that, but if you win tonight, the last 7 games from the Nuggets would be a 6-1 record against that sort of gauntlet would be incredible. Wow. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. But Vic, can I give you the option? There's 2 things that we could start with today. I'll let you choose the adventure. The first thing is the rumor mill already gearing up for the Broncos and who they might draft, with the rumor being that Sean Payton might want to trade up really high to grab Caleb Williams. That's number 1. Number 2, is everything said about Embiid the last couple of days and him crumpling to a heap holding his knee yesterday? You choose.
Well, let's start with option 1.
Okay.
Because I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. And I think I've mentioned this on the show before. If you're going to go after a quarterback, you better go after a home run quarterback, somebody you believe in. And I really do believe that the Denver Broncos are doing everything they can to go get Caleb Williams. Now, there are a lot of teams.
This is just a hunch from you, right? Just a hunch?
I think it's more than a hunch.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's more than a hunch.
Because what I saw yesterday, and just in all transparency, I don't know who this guy is, but this is the guy that was referenced multiple times. His name is Tony Pauline, who is a consulting editor and NFL draft analyst from Sportskeeda.com. Okay, so he was the one that a lot of people were pointing to, saying that the Broncos want to trade up in the draft to grab Caleb Williams. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is, but it's been on the back burner for a while. If they can execute it and get it done, I think they'll do it. I just don't know how much it would cost. I really don't know the total price tag for something like that. Because Caleb Williams is, if not 1, he's the number 2 pick of the draft.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
1 or 2. At the end of the day, that's what he's going to be.
It would cost fortune.
Yeah,
a fortune.
How much is that going to cost? But you know what? We've talked about this before. We've talked about cost. Who cares how much it costs if you know he's the guy? If he's a transcendental player, if he's the kind of guy that is going to lead your franchise for years, who cares how much it costs?
Let me give you 45 seconds here of Sean Payton, because, Vic, once I saw these rumors yesterday, it triggered a memory that I had of Sean Payton, the TV analyst, and not Sean Payton, the coach. This was about a year and a half ago, middle of the Hackett season. He was on Colin Cowherd's program. And Sean Payton said, I think the NFL is not far off from going to a draft lottery. Why? He thought Caleb Williams was so good and was going to be so coveted and have teams actively tanking for him that the NFL would have to change its model of how the draft works. This is what he said a year and a half ago about Caleb Williams.
When we, in scouting, like to say, well, who does he remind you of? And we're not putting that pressure on Caleb saying, oh, you're going to be the next Mahomes. It's very good when you can say he's like this. Yeah. And so I brought it up yesterday on the show. I think he's a generational player now. I've seen 3 or 4 games, obviously not as much as I would if I was truly doing the evaluation. But at some point, especially with the relationship our league has in gaming now, at some point we're going to move to a lottery system in the NFL. This player, I think, is the type of player that we would look back on in 5 years and say, he's why the lottery exists now.
So if you feel that way about somebody, then why wouldn't you move heaven and earth to go get him? If you're telling me John Elway is sitting here in the draft because that's how he's talking about him, then why wouldn't you do whatever it takes to go get him?
Well, he gets 2 looks at Patrick Mahomes every season. He got 2 looks this season. He knows what Patrick Mahomes has done to Kansas City. He knows. He sees. He understands. He just compared a college kid who has no pro experience to the next Patrick Mahomes. That's what he called him. I think it's pretty obvious what he wants. And I think the Broncos will move heaven and earth to go get him. Doesn't mean they'll get him. Doesn't mean that, because you know what? There are 11 teams in their way. 11 other teams standing in their way that may want the exact same thing.
Not to mention, like, I have my reservations about this, Vic. Like, it would be a hell of a gamble. Now, obviously, if it works, nobody cares. But you've already missed out on your last 3 first-round picks with the trades that you've made. It would probably cost another 3 to move up to this spot. Like, it probably would. And maybe that's not even enough. A texter says, would number 12, Simmons, Judy, and maybe Javonte be enough? They don't want your cast-offs. If they're trading that pick, they want picks.
No.
That's what they want.
They want picks, and if they're going to give you anything, everybody knows what it's going to cost you. I think, we don't have to say it out loud. Everyone listening to this show knows what it's going to cost you.
PlayStation 2.
And I'm here to tell you. Yes, I'm here to tell you. I love that kid. I love everything about him. But I think you would almost have to have the same approach that the Phoenix Suns had when they went and got Kevin Durant. Remember everybody involved in that trade to Brooklyn? Mm-hmm. Everybody involved said, hey, man, I get it.
Yeah.
Mikal Bridges says, I get it. It's Kevin Durant.
Well, and it's not just him. It's that plus multiple first-round picks. So, you could even package that into, the Broncos. If they traded Patrick Surtain, they probably wouldn't have a first-round pick for, 7 years in total because of the Russell, Sean Payton, and then this trade.
Well, welcome to rumor mill season. And for the last 8 years, you know what's crazy about the Denver Broncos for 8 years? The more interesting part of the season is not even the season.
Mm-hmm.
The most interesting sports talk radio comes in the offseason, where all we do is we talk about projection, speculation, draft, free agency, what's coming around the corner. And this is what it's become now because it's a building team trying to get back to even par again. This is what it is. For the next, when is the draft this year? When is it?
April 29th or something like that.
So for the next 4 months,
25th.
all we're going to talk about, 25th of April? Okay. All we're going to talk about is this. By the way, did you guys read the Senior Bowl executive director? Read that in the Post today. The Senior Bowl executive director, who does this every year, and the NFL trusts. He's the guy who lays out all the players out there for NFL scouts to come and see him. He made a point that I found, wow, if you're a Bronco, this is scary. His name is Jim Nagy. Because of NIL and the transfer portal and college athletes staying in school to go get that money, he thinks that rounds 5 through 7 are done. They're useless. He thinks round 3, here's what his quote was. It has wiped out day 3 of the draft entirely. So not round 3, day 3. It's wiped it out. Rounds 5 through 7 on the board get wiped out because of all the guys staying an extra year, sticking around for that NIL money, transferring to a different school. So the depth is not what it used to be in the draft. So you better strike early.
Is that a better problem to have than what the opposite was for so many years, which is guys who got bad information from their agents saying their second-round picks going undrafted? Is it better that guys stick around for another year as opposed to this?
I guess it depends on where you want to hit in the draft. The Broncos only have 6 picks. Where do you want to hit?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you want to put all that?
Well, they have 6, and think about if they trade some of them to move
that's what
up.
I'm saying. If you were to make a trade to do what we just talked about, you'd be left with what, 3 picks?
Yeah.
Good luck with that. 3 picks. Man, I have never seen a team more hogtied right now than the Denver Broncos.
It's
financially,
it's weird, right?
Pick-wise, it's nuts.
Well, can I hear that last 10 seconds of Sean Payton again, please, Marty? Because, again, I want to emphasize something that he just said here. Go ahead.
He's in the NFL. This player, I think, is the type of player that we would look back on in 5 years and say, he's why the lottery exists now.
Now, this was a year and a half ago, Vic, and he said, I only watched 3 or 4 games of him. I'd know more if I watched more tape, which I'm sure he has now. If he feels that same way, though, you have to. You have to. And maybe it's a moot point because Chicago says, I don't care. I'm trading Justin Fields, and I want him anyway, and I own the first overall pick. Maybe that's the case. But if they are even willing to entertain the thought of a trade and you think that way about a player, then go. Do whatever it takes if that's the case.
Yeah.
It's not like you're a 13-win football team right now.
I agree. You know, I've heard this story before, though. It's funny you say this. Where have we heard, wow, a quarterback's available? Do whatever it takes. Give up whatever you need to give up to go get him. Isn't that how they got Russell Wilson?
And that was actually a proven commodity. You had over a
Exactly.
decade's worth of data to analyze him playing in the NFL.
He actually had an NFL resume. This wasn't a wild card coming out of the college ranks. Give up whatever you need to give up to go get him. You have to. Well, they did. And now what?
Well, and on top of that, Vic, they made another signing yesterday. Pete Carmichael has now been added to the Broncos offensive staff in, I forget what the exact role is that he's been given here.
Offensive assistant.
Yeah.
Some sort of assistant role. He'll work alongside the other New Orleans guys. You know, it's becoming a New Orleans bunch. It's who he's familiar with. It's who he worked with in the past, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, and I got my questions. We'll get more into detail on stuff like that about just making this the Denver Saints or Saints West or whatever you want to call it. Is there some concern there? Because I think there is. There could be. But he's certainly just going with what's familiar to him now. And you know what? When Sean Payton sets his sights on something, he does it, right? There's not really a lot of hesitation from him.
You know, it must be a pretty good job when you could tell ownership, hey, I need that. Give me your wallet.
Yeah.
Hey, like you do with Lindsay. Give me your purse, honey. I need to go buy this. Honey, how much money do we have? I need your purse. I need your money.
Dude,
I need it.
I'm bummed out today, by the way. Vic.
Why?
I got a tea time. Like I was gonna play golf today at 11:30.
The way I heard the word was.
My daughter threw up like 3 times overnight, and
Well, that's
now
her
my
problem.
wife's working from home, and she's got a very important meeting that she has that she can't be watching the kid at the same time. So I need this kid to get it in gear this morning.
Man, you do not know. You have to learn the art of negotiation. You do.
How do I
So
negotiate?
you mean to tell me, well, you got to negotiate with you got to negotiate with the kid first of all. Hey, kid. Hey, look outside. Daddy got to go play.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell her to stop throwing up. This is what's weird, though, Vic. This is my literally. I don't know if this is weird or not. My kid's over. Baby Jamal Kale is like over a year and a half years old now. This is like the first time she's puked. Is that weird?
Does that scare you?
It was just different. Because I'm trying to think, if you've never thrown up before and then
Did you
throw
ask her
up.
if she had too much to drink?
If you've never thrown up before and you throw up for like the first time, like she spit up when she was a baby, that's not puke.
Yeah, she must have freaked out.
But it has to be like the most bizarre feeling in the world, right? Like what's happening?
The feeling of vomiting, which is a disgusting topic at 7:13 in the
I'm
AM
sorry,
on this
everybody.
Tuesday morning. But is there any worse feeling than that? Is there anything worse than regurgitation?
No.
I mean, I know, again, you come from a land where cows chew their cud. So chewing your own cud is familiar to you. This is what you do in Nebraska. I get it.
Yeah.
But for the rest of us, we don't know or like that feeling of regurgitation.
Well, I've never had regurgitation to the point of blood. Like somebody
Your
else has
daughter's
had.
doing?
No. That's
Oh.
what homie across the glass from me had happened to him. I think he knows
That's
better than
scary.
anybody
Yeah.
what that
Well, I mean,
feeling
that's
is like.
because Freak Show's running 104 miles. I mean, what do you think's going to happen? I mean, I just ran 104 miles. What's going on? Oh, I'm vomiting blood.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know that part of the story, Marty. You didn't tell me that you were running from Chicago to Denver, and that's why that happened.
My plan was to do 1,000 miles, but I got cut short.
Yeah, of course. All right, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Let's get to Joel Embiid. And here's the basic question I have. Should we feel guilty about some of the things that we might have said the last couple of days, given what happened last night, as Embiid goes down with a knee injury and had to leave the game? We'll get to that next. So for the last couple of days, I'm as guilty as anybody. I talked about Jokic, Embiid ducking Jokic over the weekend and how this has become a common theme and this guy is a joke and blah, 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 blah. And then I watched last night. Warriors, Sixers. Embiid on two different occasions. The first one I saw, Vic, do you remember when you were a kid jumping on a trampoline and you and your buddy jumped at like the right time and instead of jumping, you buckled?
Oh, yeah.
He had one of those when he went up to try and get a rebound or a block shot. I forget what it was, but he had one of those buckle moments. And then later in the game, he's on the floor and somebody falls down on his knee. He clutches at it and then he leaves the game. My question was, should we feel guilty now? Now, in the defense of people who thought this was all a conspiracy over the weekend, Nick Nurse said this was not the same injury as the reasons why he missed the Nuggets and Blazers games. But obviously, there's something not right with the knee.
Yeah.
Should we feel guilty?
First off, I don't trust Nick Nurse. I think he's behind a lot of this. Why would I feel guilty if I was never that angry at Joel Embiid? It wasn't Embiid that I was yelling at. It was the Sixers organization. They deserve all of this, man. They painted their star player into a corner. What a complete foible of... I don't even know how to explain what they tried to pull off here, but it was lie on top of lie on top of lie. A box of lies, and they could not get out of that box.
Yeah.
Because they go into that Nuggets game, and they failed to put him on the injury report. If you knew he had a bad knee, and it was very obvious in the Indiana game before the Nuggets, he had a bad knee. You knew that. Make note of it. These teams make note of everything. Hey, the Nuggets are playing in OKC tonight. They've listed Nikola Jokic questionable with a stiff lower back. You make note of anything,
right.
Okay? This is not on Joel Embiid. I felt sorry for Embiid last night. I felt sympathy for him. I really did.
Me too.
I really did. This is on the Sixers and the arrogance of their organization and Nick Nurse and all of them who took part in throwing this out there and thinking we're gullible enough to believe it. So what happens? They never put him on the injury report. Season ticket holders, people last second who wanted to go watch that game get screwed in Denver. They got screwed. I know a lot of people that put down a lot of money to go watch Joker versus Embiid. Well, they got screwed. All right, fine. So what happens next? He comes out in the fourth quarter and makes a circus out of it. They trot him out there. That was low class, man. Then you go to Portland. So you can't unravel your last fib. So you can't play him in Portland. They don't do that. Then they go to Golden State, and I'm sure some of the conversations that took place on the inside were, hey, man, I got to play. I got to get to these 65 games. I mean, I may not be 100%. Clearly he wasn't. But I got to play. I got to try. So they tried. And what happens last night? It looks like he re-injured or added another injury to his already original injury. So I feel sorry for the guy. But you know what? You guys did this to him. You, Philly. You screwed your own player. You've lost 4 in a row, 5 in a row, whatever it is. You screwed your own star player. You took him out of the MVP race. You made him look stupid on a national stage, and you deserve everything you get. Eat it, Philly.
Everything you said, I agree with. But allow me to make an argument in the sake of fairness.
Yeah.
Let's say he was on the injury report, and he was doubtful with a knee injury in Denver. That doesn't change
Coming
the
into
narrative.
Denver. Yeah.
Doesn't change the narrative. Like, they're still going to say, there's still going to be that thing out there that he ducked again.
Yes. Yes.
So, I mean,
But
everything
you know-
you said is true, but it doesn't change the fact he would still have caught a ton of heat for not playing.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. If you had to do it all over again, he clearly was playing hurt last night.
Yes.
And I don't know if he was just sort of egging it on or, I don't know. I don't know him that well. I don't know if that was just part of the act.
Right.
He was playing hurt last night. That was not 100% Joel Embiid. All he had to do was do that in Denver. Give it a go. Obviously, he's hurt. Well, got to sit him. He can't go.
Mm-hmm.
Do it in Denver. Nobody says anything.
Yeah.
Oh, he's hurt. Right?
It's a weird story. Like, it's a weird way to try and parse through this because it does feel like there is, look, man, there's a pattern here. So there's an obvious reason for people to go to the assumption that he is missing these games with a purpose, okay? But then you watch that last night, and there's obviously also an injury that he's dealing with to the knee. Obviously. Like, both of these things are true. And to take this to a more holistic level, I saw two things yesterday of people talking about that 65-game threshold, both arguing against it. The first one was Tyrese Halliburton. And I understand why Halliburton, his direct quote here, Vic, is it's a stupid rule, is what Halliburton said. Why does he say that? Because Halliburton's missed a lot of games this year, and he's hurt, and he's had a remarkable season, as he's averaging, what was it, Marty, 23 and 12 assists a game this year?
Yeah.
And Vic, we all know when it comes max contract time, all NBA stuff matters for a lot of extra money that you get in that contract, which Halliburton might not be available to get if he's not healthy enough for 65 games. So he thinks that way, and I get it. Rachel Nichols was talking about Embiid, and she thought the 65-game threshold thing for the MVP and these awards were dumb too. Here's what she said.
I would say that whether he is considered for MVP is kind of an individual decision. Every voter, every person out there who has an opinion on this has to calculate. Would you rather have Joel Embiid, with the way he is playing this season, for 62 games, or would you rather have your next most sort of qualified candidate for 74 games, or whatever that guy has played? Sometimes the answer will be, I would rather have the best player for 60 games or even 55 games than someone else, like say a bench player or someone for 82 games. And then it's just a matter of like how you make that discussion go and like how close you get before you say, okay, I still want the guy with more games. But that is a factor in MVP. And to take that off the table is silly. To take the idea that he's not even going to be allowed to be on the ballot. If people want to penalize him for missing a bunch of games, let them do that. Give the opportunity for voters to do that. Don't just wipe away, as you say, the fact that he was even there this season in the way that he was.
She raises an interesting point. The problem is voters sometimes overlook facts. Joel Embiid has missed games, yes. Why has he missed certain games? Why has he missed certain road games against very good teams?
Yeah.
Why does he choose to play against bad teams and not good teams? There's proof in the schedule that he's done that.
Sure.
There's proof. So if you're the voter then, and they don't play the necessary games, do you take that into account? Does every voter take it into account? Or do they look at the shiny numbers that he trots out there and say, well, that supersedes all of that?
And that's where I'm at on this. It's just like, I don't have a problem with making availability part of the requirement. Like, I don't have an issue with that.
You know, Stan Van Gundy said it best last night. I forgot which game he was doing that I was watching, the Golden State game. He said, the rule is in place, not necessarily to punish those who don't meet the required games. It's to reward those who do.
Yep.
It's to reward the Warriors like Nikola Jokic, who busts his butt and puts himself out there for every game.
Even in games where it's like, oh, Jamal and Porter are out.
Exactly.
I'm going to play anyway.
Yes. It's not for the dudes who don't want to play for whatever reason, whatever excuse. It's for the dudes who say, you know what, screw that. I'm a basketball player. I'm paid to play in this league. I'm going to go play. Reward those guys. This is their reward.
By the way, how much of a punishment is it really? Marty, can you pull up this graphic? Let me show you something, Vic. Here's the MVPs ever and the least amount of games played for MVPs. Only 5 in NBA history have won the MVP in less than 65 games played.
Wait a minute. Karl Malone won an MVP in 99?
Strike shortened season.
Oh, okay.
49 out of 50 games.
Okay.
LeBron James, that was a strike shortened season. That season didn't start until mid-December.
Gotcha.
He played 62. Giannis in 1920, 63 games. That was the COVID shortened season.
Did you say 1920? Well,
I said 2019 to 2020. That was the COVID shortened season where he played 63. Gotcha. And for guys like Bill Walton and Bob Cousy, I don't know what happened, Vic, but
Bob Cousy, he only had 72 games that year. Bill Walton, that was an 82-game season, so I don't know what happened.
So Bill Walton is the only one. He played 58 games and won the MVP. That's the only exception to the rule of a non-full 82-game season that somebody's won the MVP in less than 65 games. So once. Bob Cousy? So once.
I was talking about Bob Cousy?
So it's like, are we actually punishing people for this? Like, this is happened one time ever that somebody has won this in less.
No, you bring up such a relevant point there. It's not like there's a a long list of players who don't meet the minimum. There's a reason they came up with that number, right? They probably went back and looked at the list and they said, here's what it takes.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to reach that number. It's not hard.
And maybe you can quibble on the idea of all NBA teams. Like, could you still be considered a top 15 guy in the league? Okay, fine. We can have that argument. But as far as MVP, I think availability should 100% be a factor here. 100%.
Michael Porter Jr., who's a young man, said it. He was on some podcast, and they asked him about, his talents and what skill is great. And he said, availability is a skill, and it's a tough skill to master. Availability. It's the very reason why Michael Porter Jr., who's got his critics at times, including myself, has played in every single Nuggets game this season.
I was just going to say it. Do you know something that will blow most people's minds? Is that Michael Porter Jr. led the league going into last night in games played in the NBA.
Not only he's played in every game, I know he hasn't been 100%. I know he still has a bulky back. I know this for a fact. He's playing with a drop foot. He's got a mechanism that he wears on his lower leg to help with that. He's got ample excuses and reasons not to play. But he's made a point this season. He's told himself, he's convinced himself, I'm going to play in every damn game I can. Availability is a skill. And when I say a skill, it's a want to. It's a willpower. It's a, I'm going to make an effort to do that. Joel Embiid has not made that effort. That's your problem.
It's at times, Vic, it's more than a skill. It's like a personality trait, right?
Yeah.
It says more about you as a human than it does. I mean, if you get hurt, you get hurt. But if you play through stuff, like, that's a warrior mentality.
Brett, I did not want to roll over 5 minutes before showtime and trudge myself into this adjoining studio next to my room this morning.
And look at you.
I mean, that was a major, that's some serious adversity.
You know what, Marty? I agree with you. Jesse, stand your ass up. Give him a standing
Get up there and you give me that standing O.
Amazing.
God, we're so blessed.
And I had to make my own coffee this morning because wife's out.
I know. If you just had the night that I had, which is like 3 different times, cleaning up kid puke and then coming to work at 6 o'clock in the morning.
You know, it's funny. I remember those days, and I don't envy you. It's funny. You're almost like a zombie. You're walking around because you can't even remember things that happen in the middle of the night. You just get through that. You survive.
When I wake up in the morning, I'm always kind of like, I know where the show is starting. And this morning I was like, I did a whole show prep thing. I have no idea. I have no idea what I wrote last night.
Just survive, bro. Hey, did you guys see, and I hate to go to this topic and devolve here. And before we get to it, I don't want to go there yet. I was not in town. I was not here doing the radio thing when the Avs signed Zach Parise. Did you guys talk about that at all?
We did. My thoughts on it were, how do I put this? I was kind of like unmoved. It's not that I didn't like it, but I don't know how much it's going to help. I mean, the guy was on the street. You know what's funny, Vic, is that you were out on Friday.
Yeah.
And I had a list of names because the Avs were rumored between him and a couple other guys. And all I did to Moshe, I go, Moshe, you want to talk about this? He goes, I don't like talking about rumor stuff. And I just pointed at his name. And I said, what about him? And Moshe went like this. And that's like my reaction. It's like, I don't know what a almost 40-year-old guy who was just on the street is going to do for your team. Other than like, you know what? If somebody gets hurt, is he just a reliable depth piece? Sure. But I don't, look, when they signed him, I didn't think the Avs were winning a cup to, now they're definitely, you know what I mean? I didn't have that sort of shift.
No,
in thinking.
I mean, this is not one of those signings that suddenly thrusts you into a different stratosphere.
Yeah.
But it's interesting only because he always represented the enemy. Right. That's what makes this interesting is that it's like going out and getting, I don't know, give me a comp for the Nuggets. It's going out and getting the enemy. A guy that may not play much, but he's the enemy.
Campaign.
Exactly.
Oh, Marty, come on. Put the headphones back on.
You don't even joke about that stuff, Brett.
Yeah,
Draymond.
That did cross my mind. It crossed my mind when I saw him out there. I said, what if the Nuggets made some weird move where they had to take on Campaign's contract? They had to take him on to come play here.
Wait, who are some of the guys on your list, Marty? Who are they again? Yeah, pull up your list and tell me basketball people that are on.
Draymond Green would be would be on the list. If Kendrick Perkins wanted to suit back up.
Like Kendrick Perkins is
Dylan
now.
Brooks, Yusuf Nurkic, Rudy Gobert, James
Oh.
Harden. Wow, a lot of basketball guys.
Wait.
Jeremy Grant, Joel Embiid, Austin Reeves.
No, these are two good. Like, first, okay, fine. You want to talk about campaign, Marty? Fine. Nuggets deadline move. They went out and got Dylan Brooks. What are you going to do?
It was really fun rooting for the Nuggets.
Really, you're switching allegiances now.
I'm going to move on. I'm going to be a G League fan or something.
This is a really good point, though, Vic, from a texter. He goes, MPJ playing this much shows exactly what Jokic brings to your team. Imagine him at the 76ers with his first 2 seasons. You think MPJ would play through the pain in Philly?
Oh, man,
no
that's
way.
such a great
it's
text.
such a great point.
You just, in fact, Texter, come over. You are the next co-host of the show. Because those
Congratulations.
kind of points are few and far between. Certainly don't get that from Mosier or Brett. We got to go to the text line. So thank you. The precedence that is set by your best player, not only to be available for games, but I'm going to work out after games. Do you know how many of these guys, Peyton Watson, working the Nuggets locker room is the worst. And I say that with a smile on my face because I know why it's the worst. Because these dudes are never ready for interviews. You know what they're doing after the game? They're upstairs working out. They're lifting weights. And it takes them forever to get in the interview room. And you're sitting there waiting. I'm not trying to play violin for any reporters, but that's what it's like. It's a known fact. Waiting for the Nuggets is the worst. Because they're doing what Nikola Jokic is doing. They're working out after games. Same goes for the Avs. You know what Nathan McKinnon does after every game? And Jared Bednar said it best. He said, it takes us so long to leave opposing arenas, we have to wait for his bike routine.
Yeah.
He hits the bike.
You know what's funny is that I was smiling when you said that because a couple of years ago, that Suns team that had campaign on it, do you remember, I think it was either at the very end of the season or maybe in the postseason, they won a game, and they all were working out after the game, and they're dapping each other up and dancing and doing pull-ups, but they filmed it, and it was almost like, look how hard we work, guys. And then shortly afterwards, they got bounced from the postseason. But it was like, it was one of those, I want everybody to see how hard we work, and the Nuggets just, nobody would know that they're out there working out after the game unless we didn't tell them or you didn't tell them. There's no video.
It's the same reason why after every radio show, as you guys well know, I go to that vacant room and I work on my enunciation skills. I'm reading the Oxford Dictionary, the Merriam-Webster as well. You guys see that.
Vic,
Trying to send a message.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm getting tired of my legs are sore from standing up and giving you standing ovations. I just can't do it anymore. I can't.
It's
I'm too
okay.
fatigued. I need a rest
occasion-
day.
On occasion, Marty will walk in while I'm enunciating, and he'll join me and walk right out.
Often to see you.
I can't keep up, honestly.
All right, 303-504-0925. So can we jump back to this? By the way, guys, Bednar is not going to be with us today because he is off for the All-Star break and enjoying himself
He's
at
at
his
his
ranch.
ranch.
Yep. So he basically gave us double birds and said, not this week, we'll talk to you next week.
I don't blame him.
I don't either.
You may not even get phone reception in Creed. We established where Creed was located, right? It's way the hell down there.
Yeah, it's out there.
It's down there. It's
Yes,
down there.
we
Down to the
established
le-
where it is.
What?
Right. No, we went to a map and we established the actual boundaries and the borders of where Creed resides. What was it, a town of 256 people? Which, again, is so bizarre to me that it's like, it's a town of 250 people. They all have to know each other. And you just walk out in the morning, you're like, is the Avs head coach my new neighbor? Hey, how are you? Anyway, he won't be joining us at 8 o'clock, so he'll join us again next week. But going back to this, the Broncos signed Pete Carmichael, who was it 14 years he was the OC in New Orleans? Like,
I love that name, by the way. It's so simple.
it is a
and
good
yet so-
name.
Hey, what's your name? Pete. Pete Carmichael.
They're
Pete Carmichael.
They're assembling the Denver Saints. And I want to know, there's some pros to this, but there are some cons. And what are the concerns you have? We'll get to them next. All right, so they had the signing of the player personnel dude. What Rager? What's his name?
Rager, I believe.
Rager. And then shortly afterwards, they sign Pete Carmichael to a offensive assistant role within the Broncos organization. Now, this guy has been the offensive coordinator in New Orleans since 2009. Long time he's been there. Like, how many coordinators have been there for the same place, Vic, for like 14 years? When does that ever happen?
And
Like-
especially with different staffs.
Like, you're good enough to keep that job forever, but never to get a head coaching gig somewhere else? It's weird, right? But finally, he gets let go last year, so he signed on to the Broncos. And there's some pros, but can I start with the bad? Can I start with the cons, the concerns that I have about assembling the Denver Saints, the Saints West, whatever you want to call them? I think to a certain extent having familiarity with people that you've had success with before works. But are these people yes men, or do these people have the ability to say, no, I don't like this to Sean Payton? That's one of them.
Well, yeah, I mean, how friendly are they with him? Are you friends? Are you enough friends where you could say, quit BSing, dude, you're off, right?
Like, are you close enough to be able to do that? That's the number one, that's one of the concerns that I have. Here's another one, Vic, because you've done this this job pretty much your whole life, right? You've been in the media business, whether it's radio, TV, whatever. All I've done is radio. That's all I know. But
I
I've
was
been
also a surgeon.
short-lived. But I've been in 3 different markets. And you know what's interesting, Vic, is that all of them had a different vibe at how you could do the show because the people there were different. For example, here is sort of the in-between from me doing radio in Nebraska and Michigan. Nebraska, you almost had to be overly optimistic at times because they didn't want to hear their team, like, before the season started, how bad they sucked. Now, when they started to suck, it was fine. But
And
it's
you
like
can't mention anything about lactose intolerance in Nebraska.
that too. But you needed the hope there. They thrive on the hope. In Michigan, they hate all their teams. They think all of them suck. I mean, try watching the Pistons every day. It's going to do it to you. Try watching the Lions.
Cynical,
Try watching the Tigers.
cynicism. Okay.
So if you jumped on the air in Michigan, you're like, this team blows, people will be like, hell yeah, dude, they do.
What is
Yeah.
it here? It's interesting that you have this. What is it now?
I think it's in between. Now, I don't get a full view of it because, Vic, for 2 of the teams here, they've been amazingly good since I've gotten here. And so it's like there's no reason to be really pessimistic. But every place has a different vibe and there's a different feel. If you just want to recreate the Saints thing in Denver, here's a problem that you have. First of all, you don't have Drew Brees. That's number one. But number two, this division ain't the NFC South, dude. This is Mahomes. This is Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh now.
Yeah.
Like, you can't operate the same way as playing the Bucks and Falcons and Panthers twice a year.
Yep.
That's a concern that I have. So you get the band back together saying, let's just do all the things that we did in New Orleans. I don't think that you can do that here. It has to be different.
Does it surprise you that Harbaugh decided to take a job in a division where Mahomes resides and he's just getting started?
Well, so did Sean Payton.
Sean Payton.
Now, Harbaugh's, I think, is a little bit easier because he's probably thinking, I can take Justin Herbert to a level where he's going to be able to be competitive, right? I can take him to a competitive level of where Patrick Mahomes is at.
But you're so right. In terms of our craft and what we do, what you do is so dependent on the mood and the run of the city. Like in Philly, softness is frowned upon.
Right.
If you're doing sports talk in Philly and New York, you're not doing it the way we do it in Denver.
It sounds like
And I'm
Mad
not
Dog,
saying
and
we're
it sounds
soft
like
either.
Francesa. It sounds like that stuff
Yes.
where they're just yelling and they're
Yes.
mad all the time.
They're mad all the time. There's always something to be mad about. There's never, you know, like for me, and I've said this publicly, and I will say it again. And it may sound stupid, and I get it because it is stupid. The Nuggets doing what they did last year, I'm good. Listen to me. Do I want them to win another title? Of course. Of course. Do I want it? Do I want to do parade again? Yes. I want to do parade again. Yes.
Mhm.
Am I satisfied for the rest of my life? Yes. I am. I'm fully satisfied. I'm full.
But
My heart is full.
if I make that question though, Vic, you tell me, the Denver sports fan community compared to Phoenix. It's a much different vibe, isn't it?
Well,
Like Phoenix, more
that's-
casual.
My next point was not everybody has that same mindset. Not everybody's me. See, there are new fans who came from other places who are just getting started, who expect this stuff every year. There are fans of other teams that everybody has their own generation of fans and fandom. So it's how you look at this. If you're a young Broncos fan living in Denver, Colorado, all you know is hell.
Yep.
It's all you know. If you're an older fan like myself living in Denver, Colorado, all you know is greatness, capped off by a little hell.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, for my lifetime, my generation, the Broncos have been the standard. They have been the measuring stick. The Broncos are greatness personified. Only recently have they not been. So we all look at this differently. For you, when you move to this town, all you see out of the Broncos is crap.
Yeah, what's funny is if I didn't know anything about Denver before I got here, I would have thought the Broncos are an awful franchise and the Nuggets were like the elite class of their league.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's all perspective. It's all generational. It's all where you're from, how you do. Denver's a transplant town. It remains that. We are going to be different than every single one of these cities, especially the East Coast and the Midwest cities, where those fan bases are in place for eons.
Well, and that's where to take this back to the beginning of the concern that I have is if you just assemble and you do things the exact same way that you did them in New Orleans, not taking into account the opponents that you face and what division you're in and all that different stuff, I have my concerns about that. There's obvious pros, though. Like, you get guys together that you trust and you've had success with and you work well with. Like, all of that is good. It's always funny to me when people, like, start a business, Vic, he's like, he's just hiring his friends. I'm like, he's hiring people that he trusts, actually. That's what he's doing.
You're so right, and there's always this notion that, well, why don't you go outside the box and hire somebody that's Well, because he doesn't know that person, and he doesn't have time to get to know that person.
Yeah.
Relationships are everything. Relationships in business are everything. In whatever walk of life you're in, whatever job, whatever enterprise you're in, you'll get a call. Hey, I got a buddy who's calling. He's got a kid who's interested in getting in the business. You know how many of those calls I field? And you just talk to guys, you talk to people. It's always about who you know. Of course it is. And it doesn't mean you're going to get the job. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't secure anything, but it gives you an in. Coaching's the same way. There's nothing different about it. Sometimes you'll run into somebody you've never met before, and they'll have such an impression on you. I got to hire this guy.
Right.
Happens.
And so, look, well, again, it's not like I'm super anti this stuff, these moves that he's making, where it's just like we're hauling in a whole bunch of former Saints. But the reservations I have is Vic, and I know this is maybe a bad comparison to make, but I can think of a whole bunch of New England Patriot cast-off people who took New England Patriot people with them to other places, and it never worked because they aren't the Patriots. Because you can't operate that way in different environments like you could in New England when you had Tom Brady. And so just relying on that and being like, I'm just going to do the same thing he did, and it'll work for me, you got to kind of find your own niche in a different place.
Speaking of Tom Brady, don't you feel bad for Greg Olson, who I thought's done a pretty damn good job, and now he's just got to beat it?
I think he's great, by the way.
I think Olson's awesome. He explains the game very well.
And that's what's funny about the media business. It's like, what was Tom Brady's contract with Fox? Was it like $300 and some million?
$375.
It's like, do we know this guy's good at it? No. But it's Tom Brady.
Yeah, but I mean, this happens all the time. I mean, Magic wasn't very good at it.
No.
Gretzky's not exactly John Madden.
Well, you remember the Jason Witten experience that Monday Night Football had a couple years ago, where it's just like, throw him in there. And he's like,
do you remember Eric Dickerson?
Well, Jason Witten hated being in that booth so much, and he wasn't good enough at it, Vic, that he said, I'd rather get my head beat in for another year than do this over again. Like, he went back to the league afterwards. Was like, all right, dude, I can't do this.
I mean, who expected Tony Romo to be as good as he ended up being, right? He came out of nowhere and ended up being a great broadcaster.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's, you just see something, you see a chemistry, you see a vibe, and you go with it.
303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. Let's talk a little bit about this game tonight. It's a big one. The Denver Nuggets taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. I kind of ran through yesterday this last 6 games, and now it's going to be 7 after tonight that they've been on, and the gauntlet that it is. They're right now 5-1 during that stretch, with the only bad game being the one that they just straight up didn't want to play in New York. You get a win tonight against OKC, dude, there is all-time high vibes on the season. If you can get one tonight, we'll talk about it next. It's the best game of the night tonight, and I don't think it's close. The Nuggets and the Thunder, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, tip at 6 o'clock, pregame at 5:30. I think this game, look, if they lose, it's not a big deal. But if they can win this game, Vic, because they have struggled against OKC, and you can go on a 7-game stretch that the Nuggets have just gone on, it would be remarkable for confidence building at this point in the year where you're getting pretty close into playoff push kind of time, and you're still fighting for this 1 seed in the Western Conference. So the last 6 games, by the way, would be a win at Boston, a win at Washington, a win at Indiana, the horrible game in New York, but then a win at home against Philly and a win at home against the Bucks, followed by this. Dude, that's a hell of a stretch.
Well, let me walk you through the Denver OKC series for the season. They've met 3 times, and OKC's won 2 of those games, both of those games being in Denver. First time they met, opening couple weeks of the season, Denver goes to OKC and just goes off. In that game, the Nuggets won by 33. Largest margin of victory ever against OKC, just dominated. How'd they do it? Well, they held SGA to 2 of 13 shooting. He was nowhere to be found. He had one of his worst games ever. Actually, 2 of 16 shooting in that game. He was terrible.
Yeah.
And they blow him out. Game 2 in Denver. That game was December 16th. You remember how that ended. Nuggets led most of the way, but not by a lot. They let OKC stay in the game. And what happens in the final seconds? SGA hits a walk-off game winner with Peyton Watson trying to keep a hand in his face. OKC wins by 1. The third meeting, the one in Denver on December 29th, blowout city. Nuggets never were in the game. OKC runs away with it. They win by 26. They came out early and often, hitting everything. That's what cannot happen tonight. This is such a huge game for so many reasons. It's the 4th and final game. It could decide a tiebreaker. If OKC wins this game, they own the tiebreaker against the Nuggets. They have the exact same record right now. The exact same record.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge game. I'm going to treat tonight's game very much like Michael Malone treated the game in Boston. What did he say in Boston? Put all our chips in the middle. Well, this is the way tonight's game should be treated. All chips in the middle. It's a tie-breaking game against a division rival. The 4th and final time you play them. Let's go.
Just interesting here. The last 6 games against Oklahoma City. So since October 22nd of 2022. Here's Jokic's point totals. 19, 15, 39, 28, 24, 19. Half the games have been held under 20 points by Oklahoma City. And it's not like Oklahoma City is a super big team. I mean, they have Chet Holmgren, and that's kind of it for big guys, right? Like,
what they're
super
doing,
big.
Yeah, and they're confusing him a lot because they scrunch everybody toward the middle, and they want the Nuggets shooters to beat them.
Yeah.
That's really because they're a smaller team. Do you know where OKC ranks in rebounds? They're a small team outside of Chet. I know Chet's a long, tall drink of water. I get it. Outside of Chet Holmgren, they're not a big team. They're small. They're 27th in rebounds in the NBA. They're not a big team. You've got to make them pay for that. Make them pay for their size. The Nuggets need to do a better job of that tonight.
Let's, by the way, take a look at tonight's lines this morning.
The points, the props, the favorites, the dogs. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane presents tonight's lines this morning. Brought to you by Circa Sports. Betting the way it should be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Again, limited things to look at as the NHL is on the All-Star break and the Super Bowl is still about a week and a half away from now. But Nuggets and Thunder tonight. Again, one of those rare games, Vic. The Nuggets are a dog. Now, it's a 1-point dog, but still an underdog on the road at Oklahoma City for obvious reasons. They've struggled against them lately, and Oklahoma City's really good. They're a really good team. But they will be at that plus category in your sports books and Circa Sports tonight at +1 as a 1-point dog against Oklahoma City. And then I told you, this is like the game of the night in the NBA because nothing else is good. The national TV games tonight, at least one of them, Suns and Nets is what you're getting tonight. And the The other game, I just had it pulled up. Where'd it go? The other national TV game tonight, so Suns and Nets is going to be on ABC at 6:30, and then Milwaukee and Portland is going to be on ESPN at 8 o'clock tonight. Suns 3-point favorites on the road against Brooklyn, and the Bucks 10-point favorites on the road in Portland.
Well, the reason that Bucks-Portland game's on national television is because of the return of Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
So they want to see that. As for Suns, Brooklyn, I don't get that one. The biggest game on the slate is obviously this one. There's no doubt about it. Couple things, too. Tonight's game will show you if OKC's ready. They lost to Minnesota.
My bad. Sorry.
Favorite.
Circus Sports. Download the app, circusports.com. I just tried to hit the button to get my mouse to come over. Sorry, Vic, go ahead.
Wait, you did that from your room?
I did, yeah. Because
I
on
like
these
the fa-
on these computers,
we're running a show here, Brett. Come on.
on these computers though, it's if you don't move the mouse for like 3 minutes, then you have to click it in order for it to move. And so I'm just so used to hitting the button and then moving the mouse.
Wait, do that again. Just hit a button. Hit me something. Give me something.
Point. The prop. The
Oh, here you go. Here, I get another one for you.
Please don't.
38. No!
God, dude, you guys are so lucky I do not sit in that seat. If I had access to those buttons, we would not speak. We get nothing done. We would get nothing done on the show.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
Anyway, Vic, you were saying?
I was saying tonight.
So everybody chill.
All right. Now you're going to make me forget. You're going to make me forget what I'm talking about. And that's not a good thing.
All right, sorry.
You were talking about Sean Payton. Go for it.
OKC is not only one of the youngest teams in the league with about 100,000 draft picks, right? And only going to get better. And listen, the future's so bright there. I get it. It's awesome. They also have the benefit of great fortune. And when I say great fortune, it's this. They're the healthiest team in the league. They've missed the fewest games due to injury this season. They're the anti-Joel Embiid in Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
Their stars play every night. And they do have a trio of stars, by the way. They've got their own trio. Chet, SGA, and Jalen Williams. That's a pretty good set. It's a pretty big three for them. They don't miss games. These dudes play, man. They don't miss any games. And tonight is going to set the table and show us who they are and what they are. Are they really... I still think Minnesota is the team to beat, outside of Denver, obviously. The team for Denver to be most worried about is Minnesota.
Are you talking overall, or are you talking just to get the 1 seed?
I'm talking overall.
Okay.
I think Minnesota, and I have various reasons for thinking that. OKC is not in that party yet, but we'll see. They can be. The reason it's Minnesota for me, think about something, okay? Last year, who did Bruce Brown say gave the Nuggets the biggest fits in the postseason run?
Minnesota.
Minnesota did. And it was a 4-1 series, right?
Yep.
But it was also a 4-1 series when you had home court against a team that was missing its number one sub, Naz Reid, and its best defensive player outside of Rudy in McDaniels. Both guys were out. They did not play in that series. Those are huge vacancies they just filled.
Do you think that Minnesota can continue this? And I guess what I mean by that is it just feels like they have some chemistry issues. Dating back to last year, you had the fight that was on the bench between Gobert and I forget who the other guy was. Kyle Anderson, right? Slow-mo? Is that who it was?
Yeah.
McDaniels punching the wall. This year, you had Karl Anthony Towns score 60 points, and his coach said he was being selfish. And we all saw the look that Anthony Edwards had on his face. I still wonder if they're still working some of that stuff out.
Well, sure, chemistry is going to be an issue until they enjoy success. But personnel-wise, Minnesota scares me more than anybody in the West. More than the Clippers.
I'm not there yet.
I am. It's okay. You can be wherever you want to be.
Durant, Booker,
Okay.
Beal, that doesn't scare you as much?
I'm telling you who scares me the most. Because I think Minnesota has a wider array of talent that can do different things. Phoenix is a one-trick pony. Phoenix is a jump shooting team.
Yeah.
I know what Phoenix is. I know what the Clippers are. They're older, much older. I don't know what Minnesota is because they can do a variety of things. You need a bucket inside? They got that. You need threes? They got that. You need a slasher? Anthony Edwards? Got that. Look at this. Look at that.
See, now you got me. I just want to hit him now. See, now I just
See,
want to hit him.
Why didn't you do that? Why can't you think on the fly?
Because
like
Marty
and hit
has
those buttons?
8,000 of them, and he knows after all these years where these things are specifically at, and I don't. Like, I'm looking at this board, Vic. It looks like a it looks like a matrix board. Like, it's crazy. By the way, my name is Jeff. Can I ask about something here? As it relates to the Miami Heat, who have been awful as of late. This is a team that was just in the NBA Finals. Like, you just beat them in the NBA Finals to win a championship. Kendrick Perkins said this about Miami and Jimmy Butler. He said, I believe the Miami Heat need to do right by Jimmy and trade him to a team that could actually compete for a title this season. This narrative is so toxic for this league that they were just in the finals. It's not even, well, it's halfway through the season. The next year.
Wait,
Perkins,
who said that?
Perkins. Kendrick Perkins did. It's halfway through the season the following year after they were just in the finals with a chance to win a championship, and they need to do right by this guy and trade him because they've had a bad couple of weeks.
Do right by the same guy who's tiptoed around the league over the last 10 years and played for, 4 different franchises?
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? That the amount... It's only this league that does that, too. Like, you know what?
Well,
Nobody,
the NFL, the NFL's getting that way a little bit. The NFL, if there's a page that the NFL's taken from the NBA, it is our star needs to go elsewhere to blossom.
Here's what's different. People don't feel sympathy for Lamar Jackson. They say play better. People don't feel sympathy for Josh Allen. They say play better. Mm-hmm. People don't feel sympathy for Justin Herbert. Yeah. Or they're like, trade him to somebody who can take care of him better. They're just like, go in there.
Yeah.
In the NBA, if you don't win, it's like, well, it's certainly not the superstar's fault. He's got to go somewhere else.
I think sycophants feel sympathy. I never felt sympathy for Damian Lillard in Portland. I think he's a great guy, never complained, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, he's in Milwaukee. Be careful what you wish for, because I watched Milwaukee the other night, and there's something missing there.
Mm-hmm. There is. I couldn't put my finger on it either, but I definitely noticed that there wasn't all together. There was something that was just a little bit off kilter.
Again, we have the benefit of watching a player who is the anti-NBA. It really, in so many ways, Nikola Jokic is the inverse of all of those little things you brought up about the NBA. He's the inverse. He's not a me-first guy. He's not a showman. He doesn't dance after making buckets. He shakes hands with every player on every opposing team after every game, regardless of win or lose. He does it all the time. He never misses games unless he's badly injured. And he doesn't, and he won't, and he would never ask for a trade to go win somewhere else. He's the anti-NBA.
Mm-hmm. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. So I got a question here. You know, we just saw, and we were just talking about, Vic, Pete Carmichael, who was hired by the Broncos, he was the offensive coordinator in New Orleans for like 14 years. And typically what happens now in the NFL, especially with offensive-minded guys and young offensive minds, they are first in line to take the new job openings that come available in the NFL. Are we seeing a change in that? Because there's 2 vacancies left, and the 2 top hot names at coordinator didn't take the jobs. We'll get to it next. Do you got a theory towards this, Vic? The top young coordinators in the NFL, the ones that everybody was fawning over, there's 2 jobs left, 2 head coaching vacancies left in Washington and Seattle. And the 2 names that we thought were going to go to those places, Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator in Houston, which I think deserves a ton of credit, Vic. I mean, he took over for a super young team that had no expectations, rookie quarterback, and their head coach was not an offensive-minded guy. He had his hands, this OC Slowick had his hands all over the blueprints of why that offense was so good, and he decides, I'm not leaving Houston. I'm staying here and not taking one of these jobs. The other guy, the Lions offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, who I thought it was a done deal that he was the Washington head coach for like 2 weeks, they were on a flight to Detroit where he called him and said, yeah, I'm staying here. And I don't remember a lot of times where coordinators just say, no, I'm not taking the job.
Pretty simple for me. They don't want to work for those owners. They've heard
Washington's
enough.
got a new ownership group, though.
There's something that's scaring them. There's something there that's scaring these guys off.
Yeah.
They've heard enough. They've gone through the grapevine and they've heard stay away. Certainly the Carolina job, you know what the fear was there, right?
Well, I can't believe that job got filled before the Seahawks job.
Exactly.
Well, and here's, I guess, the question I have. If you're one of these coordinators, Vic, and I know that everybody assumes that this stuff is going to last forever, and hey, I'm in Houston, I got a young quarterback at C.J. Stroud and young talent, they aren't going anywhere, we can replicate this next year. Or in Detroit, it's like, if I come back, I still got St. Brown and Goff and Gibbs and all these guys, we'll be good. What if they're not? What if Goff gets hurt? What if Stroud gets hurt? What if you win 3 or 4 games next year and you don't get the job opportunities that you did the previous season? Like, it's a pretty big risk, isn't it?
It's also how you're wired as a human. Some people don't like change. Some people are comfortable. Some people are comfortable in their own skin, in their own city, in their own job. And, case in point, look at all of us, right? Look at all of us. What are you a hopscotcher? Are you willing to go from city to city, job to job?
No.
Just to you want to see the world, you want to see the country. There are people like that listening to the show that like to get out. For them, being sedentary in the same place is hell. Nobody wants to do that. My goal was always to come back home to Denver. So I went from job to job until I came back home. I don't know what Marty's goal is. He's going to run wherever he goes.
Yeah, that's true.
But you don't know what this guy's goals are.
You know what's interesting?
What are his goals?
Good point. What's interesting about the Washington job, that feels like one that would be pretty desirable if you're an offensive-minded head coach, doesn't it? You have the number 2 overall pick in a super great quarterback draft class.
I am shocked that the Washington job has not been filled. That's the one. I thought it would be the first to be filled.
And you got owners that are motivated to do better than what Dan Snyder did.
I agree.
That one's weird to me.
The other thing, too, is how do you know that Ben Campbell isn't a lifelong Cowboy lover and he's just waiting for that job to come up and maybe he's been told under the table.
You mean Ben Johnson?
I'm sorry, Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
He's been told under the table, yeah, I know.
Maybe. I mean, that's what's funny. Like, how do you think coaches do that? Do they wait these out? They say, I could get hired here. And it's different for guys like Harbaugh, right? Harbaugh could get a job any year that he wanted. Sean Payton could have gotten a job any year that he wanted. But if you're one of these coordinators that's never had the job before, are you like, I'm going to wait and see what happens in Dallas. I'm going to wait and see what happens with Mike McCarthy next year because I thought he'd be gone this year. It's a hell of a risk for you to do something like that.
Some guys don't want to be head coach. Some guys are happy being coordinators.
Well, that's why Pete Carmichael is so weird to me. That guy was 14 consecutive years with the same team in the same job. I've seen that with like O-line coaches and stuff like that.
Hey, I'm reading on the text line, is Eric Bieniemy ever going to get a chance? Well, he hasn't. I don't know what to tell you. There's a disconnect somewhere.
I'll say something about the Bieniemy stuff. I think he was hindered, first of all, by being the offensive coordinator in a place where he wasn't calling plays. That matters, right? Like, you're in Kansas City for years and they have all this success, but who's the guy calling the plays? It's Reed.
Yeah, but it never hurt like Gary Kubiak when he was working under Mike Shanahan. Never hurt him.
I got you. But then Bieniemy had the chance this year. He went to Washington, and that team turned the ball over more than anybody in the league. They were sacked more than anybody in the league. Like, it wasn't really a great debut for play calling duties with him, was it?
Did he even interview for the head coaching job? I mean,
I'm sure they talked to him like an in-house candidate. Those ones are easy. But, I mean, look at what Washington's offense was. They threw the ball a million times, and Sam Howell got crushed and then threw a million picks.
They beat the Broncos.
God, they did.
Sam Howell beat the Broncos.
They did.
Do you remember the first half versus the second half of that game? You talk about games that they let get away, games that you shake your head out now, and I should have won my damn $100.
You should
have.
have.
The fact that I'm without $100, I don't have that C note, was the Sam Howell game alone.
By the way, I got the NFL Network on in the studio this morning, Vic, and I know we're talking to Sanford tomorrow, right? Getting a live report from his thoughts being there for a couple of days.
Sure.
Do you know what the headline was just a few minutes ago?
Let me
Players who impressed, okay?
Okay.
From day one of the Senior Bowl. Holker, CSU tight end. Do they got their own little Iowa factory going on here? Because it was McBride and now it's Holker, and I hope that they can get one of these rolling.
Do you remember that catch he made to beat, who was it? Was it Boise State?
Yeah.
Who'd they beat last second?
Boise State.
He made that tip catch. How about the catch he made in the CSU game where he had to go down low shoestring to catch it and then turn it into a touchdown?
Balling in that CU game. Balling. I want this to become a factory. I want CSU to just be like the Iowa of the West, just trotting out. Doesn't matter what the record of the team is. Doesn't matter the overall numbers. We just got dudes.
Go all the way back to Joel Dreesen.
Yeah.
Tight end U, baby.
Yep. Couple other things here. Did you see the numbers of the NFL postseason through the first 3 rounds?
Oh, I'm sure they're nuts.
They averaged through the 3 rounds of these playoffs, Vic, averaged 38.5 million viewers. 38.5 on average through those games.
You know, it's so funny you say that. Watching the games unfold on Sunday, it's one of the few times in my life where I was asked, do you want to play golf? I said, championship games are on.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually passed on golf to watch football, even though it was a beautiful day where I was. And I couldn't help but thinking to myself, who out there is like doing things while we're watching these games? Like, you talk about 2 different worlds we live in. 2 entirely different worlds.
Yep.
In the same country. Who's out there while we're in here? Like, we're doing a sports talk radio show. People listening, obviously, they watch the games. Who's not watching these games? I'm not surprised at the 39 million. I'm surprised at the remaining billions who didn't watch.
So I've always wondered this.
What are you doing?
Because this has been the case, I think, for most of my life, with a few exceptions. Football feels like the only sport, when your team gets eliminated, you're still fully invested in all the games that happen. Like, a lot of times, Vic, if the Nuggets get bounced in the playoffs, I'll check out for a bit. If the Avs get bounced, I'll check out.
You. Yeah.
If the Rockies don't make the postseason,
the NFL's different.
I kind of check out.
Yeah. God, you're so right about that. You're so right. The NFL's retention rate when your team loses is amazing because that next game between certain teams, you can't miss that game. The storylines of that game.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't apply to all the other teams. It doesn't. All the other sports. You're so right. Even me, I'm an NBA freak. I'm an NBA head. If my team's not in it, I lose massive interest.
Like when the Nuggets got bounced in the bubble by the Lakers, I didn't even want to watch the finals. I was so angry. I was like, I don't think I can bring myself to do this.
Who's not watching these football games? Like, who doesn't watch the Super Bowl? I've done this experiment so many times. Back when I worked for Channel 4, I used to go outside. I used to literally make an effort, go outside, and find people not watching the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And I just asked them, who are you? What are you doing?
Well, you know what? They should have more now. And I hesitate to bring this up because people yelled at me in the appetizer for this. I saw Katie Wingy and a whole bunch of people tweeting out the Cowherd clip of Taylor Swift, yesterday where he was defending them, saying, if you have a problem with them, blah, 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 the problem's with you. And I just don't think that people quite get it. Because, Vic, you've said this a million times. When you're watching the Super Bowl and you got people there that don't care about the Super Bowl and they're talking, it's annoying. It's just this distraction you don't want when you're watching the game. I think that's how people feel about this.
It's funny. I thought about this. I actually did some introspection on it. And I come off as the curmudgeon on this show. I know I do. I know what I am. I have no problem with this Taylor Swift thing at all. I think it's funny.
I don't either.
I think it's pretty funny. I think it's cute. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care how many times they show her. I really don't. I don't care. I mean, they got to show something. The way football is telecast in between plays, there's usually about 20 seconds of cutaways between plays.
Mm-hmm.
They're always cutting to something. I don't care.
You know what? I was trying to go through the Rolodex of the cutaway to the wife of the player or girlfriend of the player and how many times it's been like a prominent thing. So we got Swift. Giselle had it a few times, right?
Yeah.
With Brady. The one I remember most, remember when Romo and Jessica Simpson were dating?
Yeah.
She kind of got the same treatment, didn't she? Wasn't there a lot of Jessica Simpson cutaways at that time?
You know, you could say that about a lot of different players, but in the realm of Kelsey and Taylor Swift, Kelsey annoys me more than Taylor Swift.
Who could forget, Marty? Thank you for whispering that in my ear. Maybe the most famous cutaway. A.J. McCarron's girl.
Oh, was it Brent Musburger who lost it?
You know, this is great. Good text here. Maybe I should make it a poll question. Would you rather look at Taylor Swift or a fat guy who is shirtless? Because those seem to be your options for cutaways, don't they?
Pretty
Fat, shirtless guy or Taylor Swift? Which one would you rather have?
freak show person. Like, everybody's a freak show at these games, right? Dressed in makeup, all these different gear. Would you rather see freak show or a pretty girl?
What about that weird Chargers fan at the beginning of the year? Remember when they thought it was like a paid actress? And
I'm still kind of convinced she was a paid actress. I don't think anybody's that intense about their team. There's not a single person that reacts that way.
The NFL broadcast has a certain cadence to it. It's a cadence. You show the play, you show the replay of the play, you go to a cutaway of the stands, then you go back to the play. And it happens throughout the game. There's always a cutaway in there somewhere. It's not that big a deal. I don't understand why people are so put off by this. I don't care. I really don't care.
Hang on. Poll questions going up.
I do care about a lady running around the streets of North Denver with ski poles and wheels like
that was
skis.
Weird. That's a very weird video
that I videoed yesterday. I do care. I did get enraged seeing that. Not enraged. I was half envious that she could do that. And the other part of me was like, how dare you? And then the other part of me was like, God, if that happened in the old North Denver when I was 12, if we saw somebody run around the streets like that when I was 12, there would have been trouble.
You know what, dude? This is such a great point from it. I'm sorry. It's such a great point. I think the go-to cutaway for anything that happens in a sporting event should be a camera fixated on the owner's booth of the team who's losing. Because he goes, would you rather have Taylor Swift or pissed off Jerry Jones? I might just watch a split camera feed of Jerry Jones in his booth with a Cowboys game on.
Do you notice how,
picture that thing for me.
Some owners are never featured, are never seen, are never shown, while others are prominently displayed, like Jerry Jones?
Now, Jerry puts himself out there, so that makes sense. Who are the owners that get shown a lot?
There are Bob Kraft's shown a lot.
Yeah, he is. Yep, you're right.
Bob Kraft's always bouncing around. There are some who are not. I told you, Al Davis used to watch the game in the press box. It's just in the press box with us scrubs.
I'd love an ISO cam on Dave Tepper just to see the holes he punches in the wall.
Please, come on, man. How have they not done this by now? If I get a live feed of Dave Tepper throwing drinks on people, come on. I got to say David Tepper. Is it David?
He's-
I bet you
when
he's the kind of guy that if you call him Dave, he's like, it's David or Mr. Tepper. I want a live feed of those guys, though. I need them in my life.
We're making excuses now about the NFL. It's a giant in our industry. It's the number one television show in America, no matter what. It's the number one form of entertainment in America, no matter what. It's a proven commodity. Anything you put on television competing against the NFL, you will lose. And it's been this way for how many years now? 20? It's been this way for 20 years.
Vic, when you were working on the TV side for the local affiliates here in town, what did they run during the Super Bowl when you guys didn't have it?
It's funny because we would have newscasts. Listen to this. We would have newscasts during the Super Bowl because the Super Bowl here usually starts around 4:15, and our newscast would come on at 5. So they would say to me at Channel 4, I used to have these arguments all the time. I used to say, why are you putting me on the air? Well, you got to do sports. The Super Bowl's on. And I said, what am I doing sports for? Well, there's other sports going on. You know, there might be somebody watching. So you know what I used to do? I used to sit on there. One time I interviewed my grandmother. I called my grandmother and did an interview with her live on the phone while she was watching the Super Bowl to get an update on the Super Bowl.
I love it.
I mean, what's the point? Yeah, what do the other stations run? I don't know.
It's like Judge
I
Judy
Dream of Jeannie?
reruns?
I don't know. If this were fair, what every other network should do, they should all go off the air. Just everybody tone down your
Just
antenna.
color bars?
Yes.
It would be the equivalent of if they actually ran anything. Be the same thing.
See, I'm different though, and I made mention of this to the guys. I watched the game at a friend's house. I enjoyed championship, AFC and NFC championship Sunday more than I do the Super Bowl.
I do too.
I enjoy 2 games in one more than I do Super Sunday. I think Super Bowl Sunday is 85% hype and 15% ball game. And it bothers me sometimes.
I'm with you on that. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Back to the NBA. Again,
Somebody said, just have every channel on the Super Bowl, problem solved. So every network that does, every single network, Oxygen Network, NASCAR Network, the Pawn Shop Network, their people are covering the Super Bowl, doing it their way.
I got a stat that I think is going to blow away Nuggets fans when we come back. Not to go full ESPN 30 for 30, but what if I told you the only starter for the Denver Nuggets to play all 48 games so far this year is Michael Porter Jr.? Does that strike you as odd?
Whoa! I knew that going in. I mean, I'm not surprised, but he's made an effort to be available.
The only guys that have played every game is Porter. Is it Reggie Jackson and Christian Brown? Those are the three that have played in every game this year. Remember, Porter is the kind of guy that before the draft, the Clippers, who we thought was going to take him, got a report from their doctor, their medical guy, that he was nervous he'd never play again. And now Porter is playing in every single game. And I thought a texter from early in the show made a fantastic point that Michael Porter Jr. has played in all 48 games this year as a direct result of the culture that has been built within the Nuggets organization and one Nikola Jokic being the leader of that organization. Because if he were in Philly, he is not playing 48 games. That's just a fact. It's not happening. And we had the news last night. Joel Embiid goes down with a knee injury, and we talked about the idea. Do you feel guilty in some of the things that you said the nights prior to it? Vic, you said that this is about the Philly organization more than it is Embiid and the games that they were playing the last few days with why he missed the game in Denver and then why he missed the game in Portland. Yeah. But bottom line is, they said he had a knee problem, and now Nick Nurse said after the game that this is not the same injury that he was dealing with the last couple of games, but obviously hurt playing in that game against the Warriors last night.
The worst-case scenario has unfolded for the Philadelphia 76ers. Lie on top of lie, and you can call it whatever you want. When you don't put the guy on the injury report until 15 minutes before game time, that's a lie. You're lying. You're lying. So now, to cover up that lie,
determine that was a lie.
What do you do to cover up that lie? You keep him out the next game.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you do to make him happy? Because he knows what's at stake here. He's going to play in the second game of a back-to-back. What the hell was the difference between Portland one night and Golden State the very next night?
Yeah.
The knee doesn't magically heal. If he's injured for Portland, how is he not injured for Golden State?
Right.
So he goes into Golden State limping, and by the way, he made it known he was hurt, right? Could you see that? Could you see him limping around to start the game? So he's not himself. And on top of that, he gets stomped on late in the game on that injured knee. Man, Philadelphia, you put your guy out there. You made him look bad. You painted him into a corner, and you deserve all of this. That's on the Sixers organization. They dropped the ball. Nick Nurse, I put Nick Nurse at the center of this. That's on you.
They're playing weird games. And I said this earlier, that, look, even if they had him on the injury report before the game in Denver, it doesn't change the narrative. It's still going to be there because it's been 4 years since he's played in Denver. But you're right about this. The games that they played led to doubt of how hurt he actually was. I think it led to him maybe pushing it when maybe he shouldn't have. And then you have all the other stuff about, hey, the 65-game threshold. What about the MVP?
All that
what about
crap.
Like all of it that went with it? Yep.
See, and the easy solution is to put him either A, on the injury report going into Denver and just accepting that he's going to get criticism. He got criticism either way. He still got criticized, even worse.
Mm-hmm.
If you put him on the injury report and he doesn't play, is he going to get criticized? Yes. Which one was worse to you? Him being on the original injury report or what unfolded? What's worse?
What unfolded?
Exactly. So just take option A. Or if you're really smart, say, okay, he's going to give it a go, and just do what you did last night. Have him come out limping and then pull him from the game 5 minutes in.
Mm-hmm.
Seen that happen countless times.
Can I give you two other observations that I had yesterday? One of them that had to do with that game. So the Niners are in the Super Bowl, obviously, but they got some time off in between then and now. George Kittle was at the game in Golden State. Did you see that?
Hey, I'm glad you brought up George Kittle. Did you see that block Kittle had on your boy Hutchinson in that championship game where he put him on his backside?
Oh, yeah.
They both got up and they
Dude, he's a
dapped each other and said,
monster.
"Good job."
He's an offensive tackle playing tight end. It's not fair.
But what I appreciated Hutchinson getting up and laughing and saying, "Yeah, you got me there."
Mm-hmm. But here's what's funny. I just said it, Vic. George Kittle's a monster, isn't he? Like a huge physical freak of nature. Steph Curry is a small player in the league. They hugged. Steph Curry was his size. Huh? Like height. Like Steph Curry was taller than him when they hugged.
Dude, NBA players, I tell this to people all the time, they're mutants. NBA players are genetic mutants. They're unlike anything I've ever seen. See, I always tease Kyle and Mosier. You guys cover a normal-sized sport. Hockey's normal.
They look bigger when they're on skates and they got the pads on, but yes, they're normal-sized guys for the most
Like when
part.
I get to cover the Avs, as I have many times, I feel somewhat normal.
Yeah.
Those guys are my size. Cogliano is my size. No. Hey.
Cogs?
Dude.
Yeah. Cogs, okay.
Hey.
Yes.
Gerard is my size. He's my size. These guys are my size.
Look at this. That's those two standing next to each other. That's Steph Curry and George Kittle. They look the same.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Amazing.
Because George Kittle is this monster. Who would ever get in his way? And Steph Curry is the tiny guy who can't take contact. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's the little dweeb out there that just shoots his threes because he's a nerd. Here's
Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray's a point guard in the NBA. You put Jamal Murray on any football team, he'd be a tight end.
Oh, dude, he's your red zone threat, right? He's the guy that you get inside the 5-yard line. Let's throw the fade to Jamal because he's taller than everybody else. Here's the other thing I wanted to bring up. I saw Bruce Brown tweet about this last night. Rising Stars Challenge, Rising Stars Game, whatever it's called. No Nuggets on the list.
Yeah.
Should Peyton Watson have been on there? Should Christian Brown have been on there?
I think Peyton Watson at least should have been, and I'm not going to lose sleep over it. It's not the end of the world that the Nuggets don't have somebody in the Rising Stars game. I mean, it's good for that person, but there's some other players like Dyson Daniels I've read about. There's maybe Peyton deserved it over him. I'll say this, too, though. Those other guys who are in the game, they get a lot more opportunity because they get many more minutes, more impressionable minutes on crap teams, right?
Yep.
You play for a crap team and you're a rookie or a second-year player, you're going to get a lot of minutes. You're going to get a lot of run. You're going to get a lot of time to shine. When you are a role player, a young role player for the Nuggets, a championship team, you're limited.
It's been interesting.
I get it.
It's been interesting to see the evolution here of Peyton Watson and him getting in the lineup, by the way. Just remember, he started the season, got a few minutes here and there, but he's been consistently getting about 20 minutes a game, Vic, for a couple of months now. And I don't know if I expected that jump to happen this quickly for him, because remember, the really, really bizarre part about Peyton Watson's career is that, Vic, he hasn't really played since high school, right? Like, he was in college for a year at UCLA. He was a bench player who averaged 3 points a game, taken in the first round, barely played last season until the very end of the year, and now he's maybe the guy coming off the bench for you?
Yeah.
Like,
it's ironic, given the fact they're playing OKC tonight. Actually, he's an OKC draft pick, which was traded to the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been another piece of that OKC pie.
It's always weird to me how the NBA draft does that. Why is the trade not official before the pick to just say he's drafted? You know what I mean?
Silly.
Like it's like
silly.
The Panthers traded up to number 1 last year at the Bears to take.
It's stupid.
To take Bryce Young. They don't have him holding a Bears jersey up there.
It's the same reason Donovan Mitchell will always be known as a Nuggets draft pick.
Yeah.
Even though we know the Nuggets drafted him specifically for Utah. It's
Him
stupid.
and Gobert, right?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Peyton Watson, though, I don't think I could be a lot more encouraged than I am already with him and just how quickly he's come on the scene. Scotty was talking about this yesterday on PhD. He said he talked to Doc Rivers for a second in the hallway after the game, and translation was basically Doc told him, give that guy a little bit more time and he's going to be a giant problem for this league. Talking about Peyton.
Did you read ESPN did a what should every NBA team do at the trade deadline? And there were a couple different variations of this. Shoot. In one of them, though, it went through what every team is going to do and what they can trade. They got to the Nuggets, and they said nothing. They can't do anything.
Everybody tries to make these like trade things with them. There are so many rules and hoops that they have to jump through to acquire a player through a trade. It's like impossible. They can't.
And rules that even those sophisticated in basketball are unaware of.
Yeah.
Apron rules. You know, they're in the first apron right now. They'll be in the second apron next year. Do you even know what the hell the apron is?
Marty, are we going to have to put apron right next to bird rights on
No,
thin
because
ice?
I'm pretty sure Vic's making that up.
Is that true?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, no, the apron. It's a luxury tax apron. There's the first apron, and then there's the second apron. And the fact that I know that and I'm bringing that up is embarrassing to me.
Well, we're going to try and get, I think, are we trying to get Bobby Marks on at some point soon, Marty, just to be like, what are the options that they could
Listen,
even do?
We'll ask which
and I'm not
favorite
trying to
apron of
be
his.
I'm not trying to be a party pooper here and a buzzkill, but I need Nuggets Nation to understand you got to really lower your expectations, if not eliminate them, when it comes to the trade deadline. Barring a radical trade of one of your max players, aka MPJ, ain't nothing happening at the trade deadline outside of a minor, maybe financial move.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's not going to happen. They
people-
can't do it.
I hear people like, Jordan Clarkson. I'm like, guys, he makes like over $20 million a year. It's impossible for them to do that unless
You can't do it.
Unless you're willing to part with one of your starters. Then you could. But why the hell would you do that?
Exactly right. If you're willing to trade Aaron Gordon, or if you're willing to trade Michael Porter Jr.,
That's it.
and you got to find somebody that wants him, yeah. But why would you do that after winning a championship with that starting five?
And a team that's pretty much in first place again in the Western Conference.
Now, I can argue, I can give you reasons why you should, but I can also give you reasons why they won't.
I'll give you a giant reason why they should not think about doing that with any of these guys. You really want this team to build chemistry in the middle of a season as they're coming off a championship from last year? Does that sound like a good idea to you for a starting five that just won a title?
Yeah, the other thing I could tell you is that they've earned the benefit of the doubt. I keep having to remind myself that. You've earned it.
Mm-hmm.
You've earned it. They've already proven in a handful of games this year, in the big games, right? Boston, Milwaukee, big games, big teams. Tonight's another one. They've already proven that when they need to D up, when they need clutch D, they are the best clutch defense in the NBA. Still, that's how they won an NBA title. Remember, they went into the NBA championship series. They went into the NBA playoffs last year. The 18th ranked defense in the NBA. Usually those kind of teams don't win. But they clutched up.
Yep.
That's what they do.
303-504-0925. Let's get back to this. Rumor yesterday. Sean Payton would like to trade up to go get Caleb Williams. And I got audio from a year and a half that will support exactly why I think it's possible. Next. Rumor yesterday, the Broncos will try and trade up in the draft to select Caleb Williams out of USC. Now, when I say that, it's not like, look, I'm not talking about Schefter saying this or Rappaport. Not to disparage this guy, I just don't know who he is. His name's Tony Pauline. He is a consulting editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskita.com. The reason why I buy this, like I could totally buy it, is I've heard Sean Payton talk about Caleb Williams before. He's not done that in Denver. But when he had his analyst role with Fox Sports and he was jumping on with Cowherd once a week, he thought Caleb Williams a year and a half ago was so good that the NFL might change their draft model to a lottery because so many teams would be tanking for him. Here's what he said a year and a half ago on Colin Cowherd's show.
When we in scouting like to say, well, who does he remind you of? And we're not putting that pressure on Caleb saying, oh, you're going to be the next Mahomes. It's very good when you can say he's like this. Yeah. And so I brought it up yesterday on the show. I think he's a generational player now. I've seen 3 or 4 games, obviously not as much as I would if I was truly doing the evaluation. But at some point, especially with the relationship our league has in gaming now, at some point we're going to move to a lottery system in the NFL. This player, I think, is the type of player that we would look back on in 5 years and say, he's why the lottery exists now.
If you feel like a guy is that good at that position, Vic, then why the hell wouldn't you give up everything you could to go and grab him?
Well, 2 things, and I agree with you. 2 things. He's shown his hand, number one, right? He's already told us who he likes in this draft. He did that a year early. But in that year that is eclipsed since making those statements, right? In a year watching the college football season, has that changed? Has Caleb Williams maintained that generational quality that he speaks of? Have other quarterbacks caught up or come close enough to where you could say, wait, this guy's good enough? Some would argue yes. Some might say he didn't have the greatest season at USC. Others might come back and tell you, well, that's because USC's defense was absolute crap.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's a chance to win.
This is when we were talking to Sanford yesterday about the quarterback wins category and how much does that stuff matter. You could look at his record at USC, especially against ranked teams, and say that's really bad. And then I'd say, what's the score? Did they lose 17-10 or did they lose 45-52?
But see, here's where I agree with Payton, Coach Payton, and I think he's exactly right. I look at Caleb Williams and I see Patrick Mahomes. I see a guy that's able to turn his back on the play and still make the play. I see a guy that can buy time. He's not a burner. You know, he's not Lamar Jackson on wheels, but he does just enough with his legs. I've seen him play enough games where he scrambles to buy time and make plays down the field when others just throw the ball away. I'm telling you, this season, some would argue that his stock dropped. Not in my eyes. He's still my number one.
And this is where I'm going to sound like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth. But a texter says, yeah, but what good is Williams if you have no talent around him because you have no picks? I have my concerns of if you're giving up a lot of draft capital to go take somebody, but if the guy hits, then you find people to fit.
I'm going to give you, and I am not here to disrespect former Broncos or anybody that played on these teams. But when people say, what good is that great quarterback if he doesn't have great talent around him, I'll tell you what good he is. He makes mediocre talent great.
Yeah.
He makes talent that otherwise would be ignored pretty good. John Elway carried 3 Broncos teams to Super Bowls with mediocre offensive talent.
Like, I'll make it simple for you. Maybe they don't make the Super Bowl. Maybe they don't win the Super Bowl. But, Vic, if you gave a really good quarterback this roster, they probably are a playoff team. I mean, they're winning like 10 or 11 games and getting a wild card spot, right?
Bro, what did Peyton Manning do to Eric Decker and Julius Thomas?
Made their careers.
What did those 2 players do after they left Denver?
Nada. Well, I don't want to do that, but not nearly as good as it was in Denver.
Exactly. With those players on this team in this offense, they were the most explosive offense in NFL history to date, date, right? So come on, man. When people say, what good is a quarterback at that level without talent? Because he's going to make everybody that much better.
But the issue, if you do that, Vic, is you can't be the Niners. You can't be the team that gives up 3 picks and then still is amazing because you don't have that surrounding talent. You are banking all of that on this is going to work. Because if you were to trade up for what it would take to take Caleb Williams at either number 1 or number 2 in the draft, we're talking like 3 first-round picks. At minimum, it's 2 in like a Surtain.
Richard on the text line, thank you for your text, John. I mean, we have a guy that did it this year, C.J. Stroud. Could you name a Houston wide receiver before the season?
Nope.
All of a sudden, Nico Collins shows up and he's a world beater?
Mm-hmm. Who was the other guy down there? Nico Collins and who else? Who was the other dude? Why can't I think of his name?
Tank.
Tank Dell, yeah.
All because C.J. Stroud figured out that, or we figured out C.J. Stroud's better than everybody else in that draft class?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it does. That's what it does.
But if you miss, you get Carolina. You get that. You know what I mean? The team that moved everything to go get their guy, had no surrounding talent, and the guy wasn't that good. I'm not saying that he's a bust, but had a really bad rookie year.
Can I ask you this, just from a principle's sake, and I can't believe we're already talking about this. If you were to build an ideal quarterback that you want to draft, what attributes do you look for most? What is, like, if I ask Brett Kane, give me a couple skills, give me a couple things that you need out of your quarterback.
Accuracy.
Your rookie.
Number 1.
Okay, accuracy is number 1.
Number 1.
Josh Allen was not considered an accurate quarterback coming out of college. So I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Well, he turns the ball over in big moments, and that's been his biggest criticism.
He was not considered. Remember, his biggest knock was accuracy.
Oh, he barely threw for 50% in college, yeah. But I think you're seeing that in the NFL, and I think it's cost him some big games, is that he misses throws that turn out to be interceptions, and turnovers lose you football games. Accuracy is number 1, and I would say pocket presence is 2. That'd be
You know
my
what I
2.
look for? You know what I look for? Because I was looking at some video of that Pratt kid from Tulane. I watched him yesterday.
Dude, he's good.
Supposedly,
he's good.
He's playing really well. So I wanted to see for myself. So I pulled up YouTube and I looked at a bunch of his throws from last year, and he is good. I also noticed that he made a ton of throws with a clean pocket and wide open receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Wide open, a ton of great throws. You know what I look for? I look for those throws that are in traffic that only the receiver can catch. I look for throws when a hand is in your face and you're rolling to your right and you have to throw across your body or into a pocket where only your guy can catch it. And I know you have to look at a lot of tape to see that. I don't care how many throws you make when the pocket's clean and your guy's 15 yards clear. That's a system.
That's what people said about Tua, is that Tua at Alabama was always in a clean pocket throwing to wide open guys. And look, Tua's had a good career, but there's a whole bunch of things you can point to. Like, yeah, I want the big arm. I want that guy. I want the guy with mobility who can take off and run. Like, I want all that stuff. But if you ask me the top things, and here's why I say accuracy and pocket presence.
Yeah.
I just need you to be mobile enough to manipulate some more time. Like, just make a step to the left or right to avoid a rusher and not panic and stay calm under pressure. But the accuracy part, Phillip Rivers played for like 15 years with no arm and was incredible by just lofting it in the right spot.
I know. You're exactly right. Accuracy is important. Arm strength's important, and arm strength's also relative. It depends on when you throw the ball. Dude, you are so on top of it. These quarterbacks, it's funny, it works both ways. Some quarterbacks who don't think they can run and don't have any mobility have the ability to slide in the pocket and buy time. Tom Brady was the best at it, sliding in the pocket. And then you've got quarterbacks, Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson, who can run, but for some odd reason, in the biggest games, decide, I'm going to throw in triple coverage when I got 10 yards in front of me.
Okay, let me give you a brain buster real quick on that subject.
You know how much I was throwing things at the television when I saw Lamar Jackson on that play, throwing into the end zone, when he had 10 to 12 yards in front of him in man-to-man coverage, nobody there, and he decides, I'm going to stick one in there. I'm just going to run.
Let me give you a brain buster, and I don't have an answer to this. Maybe you can help. I had Marty look it up. Quarterbacks that not just won the Super Bowl, but played in the Super Bowl that we would consider incredibly mobile quarterbacks, okay? And the one that's going to throw a wrench in this is Mahomes. Do you consider Mahomes in that Lamar, Josh Allen territory as far as mobility? Because he's got some of it. Like, Mahomes can take
just
off.
Enough. Yeah, but he's not, when Mahomes runs, do you get the same impression I get? Oh my God, he's going to get killed. Oh my God, he's still on his feet. Oh my God, how come they can't catch him?
Yeah, it's like Mahomes will have a game where he runs for 60 or 70 yards, but it's almost like last resort sort of thing. So I had Marty look it up. All these great quarterbacks, everybody's coveting this mobility thing. Like, I need a quarterback who can run. Tell me how many of them have just made the Super Bowl over the past, 15 years. Because I'll tell you what the Super Bowl is filled with. Brady, Manning, Breeze, Rodgers. Look at these names we're talking about. So you had Russell Wilson. You could count that, but that's going all the way back to 2014, 15? You had Cam Newton. Then it was Matt Ryan and Brady. And then it was Nick Foles and Brady. And then it was Goff Brady. And then it was Mahomes and who was the Niners quarterback then? Garoppolo. Then it was Mahomes and Brady. Then it was Stafford and Burrow. And then last year you had Hurts, which he would fit the bill. But there's not too many that have even made the Super Bowl.
You're right. So you've got basically 2 quarterbacks in the last decade that have been running type quarterbacks. You got to throw the ball, man. You got to advance the ball. Now, running and advancing, Brock Purdy's not a running quarterback, but I saw Brock Purdy make plays in the NFC Championship game. He had a 23-yard run, his longest of the season, when, you know what? Hey, man, I got to win this game.
Dude,
I got to win the damn game.
To his credit, in the second half, Vic, he avoided about 3 different sacks that you thought for sure he was going to the ground and just made one last-second sort of move to buy a little bit more time. He's really good in that second half. But
So
I think that's it.
I asked you the question, what do you look for? I look for Caleb Williams. That's who I want. Because he can get enough done with his feet. His arm is ridiculous. I think he looks and throws, the way he throws that sidearm bubble screen. Every time I see that, I'm like, that's Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
It's Pat
Or
Mahomes.
Rodgers or somebody like that, right? That's why I'm still super in on Penix. I know Penix has a whole bunch of other stuff like medical concerns and blah, blah, blah. But watch that guy throw the football and watch where it goes. Are we going to talk to
Sanford tomorrow?
Yes.
Talk to Sanford.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to get Sanford's perspective because the what I'm hearing out of Senior Bowl on Penix is how incredibly skinny he is outside of pads, and I'm not sure if that give me the latest. As I say that, I'm looking at a photo of Patrick Mahomes that's making the rounds.
Oh, his dad bod he's got rocking right now?
His big old. Who was it? Was it Mac? Remember after Alabama won the Super Bowl, he had the big old dad bod in the locker room?
Yep.
But Mahomes, I never anticipated seeing that. He's got some Mosier roll down there.
He's got an actual sort of overhang belly thing happening.
He's got some Mosier going on down low.
What were you wondering about Penix? Penix is 6'3", 213.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how skinny he looks in person without pads.
Yeah.
Who's the skinniest quarterback you know that you've
Bryce
ever
Young.
seen? Skinny.
Bryce Young.
Well, he's small too.
Yeah.
And he's small.
That was my whole thing when they had that draft last year. I'm like, guys, when I say that Bryce Young is small, I don't mean height. He is shorter. I mean, he's skinny. He's not thick. I don't know how many hits that can take because he is skinny.
You got to have a little bit of that seal fat.
Yeah.
You got to have it.
Who is? Yeah, texters, help us out. Give me the skinniest quarterbacks you remember.
Well, Matt Ryan was skinny. Not incredibly skinny. Tall, gangly, right?
So Bryce Young
Tall
came in
and
at
gangly.
5'10", 204.
I do not buy 204.
I mean, that was his
for a
pre-draft
second.
measurables.
Who's this?
Bryce Young.
No, he's not 204.
No way he's 204.
I'm with you on
There's
that.
no way. You know who? And look, this guy. You want to talk about?
Kyler Murray's small, but Kyler Murray's stout.
Yeah, he's stout. He's thick. You know who I
Big
think
legs.
of? You know who I think of? You want to talk about tall and gangly? Mike Glennon. Mike Glennon is about as tall
Well,
and
his neck.
gangling as you get. Well, I know.
He's got too much neck exposure.
He did have that giraffe thing going on.
You can't be a really skinny quarterback. It doesn't work. You can't.
People are saying Flutie. Flutie was just short, right? He wasn't that skinny.
He was just tiny. He was tiny.
Kaepernick was skinny. That's a good one, actually. Kaepernick was
Yeah.
skinny.
Good point. He was gangly.
Goff is skinny too. Goff's a skinny guy.
Is he?
I just see like his arms. He has no definition. Zero. Couple toothpicks
But
out
if you
there.
look at that, hey, pull up if you can find it. Pull up that photo of Patrick Mahomes that's on the internet. Just pull
Marty,
it up. It's in the
Google
locker room after
shirtless
the AFC
Patrick
Championship
Mahomes,
game.
please.
Yeah, it's after the AFC Championship game. If you saw that man, would you think the GOAT, the next Tom Brady? I mean, if you saw the torso of the man, just look at the torso and look what's going on down in the Mosier territory.
Well, maybe
Can
he's
you tell me.
Maybe he's going to do the Tom Brady thing where he looks awful when he enters the league, but immaculate when he leaves. Remember Tom Brady's photos when he first went to the combine?
Yeah.
That was
yeah.
skinny. That was skinny Tom Brady when he got into the league. Skinny. Where is it, Marty?
I know you want it, Brett. Here you go, bud.
I mean,
You like that?
that's me.
I mean, he looks like he's in his first trimester.
That's me. I could be a superstar quarterback.
There's a little overhang there.
There is. That's one of those, you sit down, you feel that go over the belt buckle. You feel that in your car.
And that's the best quarterback in the game. That's a generational talent. That's arguably one of the greatest of all time. See? Why the hell do I work out? What's the point?
I know.
I see something like that. I swear to God, that is so deflating. That is so deflating to see that. Because you see that and you're like, what's the point? What are we doing? Why are we wasting time? Marty, why are you running 100 miles? Why do I run stairs? Why get on the bike? Why?
I am praying. Oh, I shouldn't say this. I think it would be really funny if Mosier outlived you, though. I mean, it really would be.
At this point, I expect it.
They're always, you know what's funny? Whenever they talk to those people that are like 106 years old, they're like, what's the key to long life? They always ask them that. What do they always say? It's like, I smoke a pack of cigars a day and 5 glasses of whiskey a night. And it's like, oh, that's what does it? Cool.
That's incredible to me. I mean, what an athlete to be. Did you see that ESPN feature on Patrick Mahomes, the basketball player in high school?
No.
Mobile. He looked like Jokic. He handled point guard, passes. I mean, so good. You could see his vision. And that's the one thing that when you're scouting quarterbacks, that ability
That's a good
to
one.
see the field
Yep.
while avoiding the sack. See the field while navigating the pocket.
Stay calm,
See the
right?
field.
Just stay calm under pressure.
Yes, but to be able to process the field while doing that. How many times, on occasion, not as much, but this season, Russell Wilson, when under attack, his eyes would go to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
You can't see the field anymore.
Oh, yeah. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line back after this. All right, we get a preview of the Nuggets and the Thunder tonight. Big game that you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, and I'm worried about something tonight. I got a big concern.
Okay, save that for a couple of minutes. I want to go
will.
back to a piece of audio, though, that we played earlier from Rachel Nichols, and I want to know where people are at on this, the 65-game limit, and we'll ignore the Embiid part of this for now. But just in general, Tyrese Halliburton said he thinks it's stupid, this rule. And Marty brought this up, and I want to bring this back just so we can show you guys this list again of why I don't think it's unfair to say you have to play 65 games to win an MVP. And here's why. Only one person ever has won the MVP in playing less in a full season. 5 guys of all time in the NBA have won an MVP playing less than 65 games, but 4 of those 5 were either strikes-shortened seasons or COVID-shortened season. The only guy to win it in less than 65 games, Vic, was Bill Walton in 1977-78. He played 58 games. I don't know what happened that year. I don't know who else was in the league or how that went down. But hit that voting button. Let's go ahead and see.
He had problems with his back and feet all his career. Bill Walton did.
So George Gervin was second. David Thompson was third that year.
Yeah.
And then Kareem
that was
was fourth.
the year that there was a scoring. David Thompson and George Gervin were both very neck and neck for the scoring title, and they went off on the final night of the season. Thompson had 73 and still lost the scoring title to George Gervin.
Dude, how did Walton win that year? I mean, Gervin and David Thompson played 82 and 80 games. They averaged 27.
He was the best player on the best team. Yeah, that was I believe that was the year they won the NBA championship, right? Check. See if Portland won the NBA championship that year. I believe that was the season. Best player on the best team.
They lost in the semifinals to the Sonics.
Sorry.
No, but listen. How the hell did he win playing only 58 games that year? That's nuts. But that's the only time ever in the history of ever that without a strike or COVID-shortened season, somebody's won the MVP in less than 65 games played. It's not unfair. And so for Rachel Nichols to say this yesterday, are you going to try and defend yourself, Vic? I see you gearing up for a defense of why you missed that. No?
No, I'm not defending myself at all. I thought they did. When did Portland win it? What was it? Am I confusing Portland with Seattle?
Hang on. Portland Trail Blazers championship.
Or did Seattle win it that year?
They won the year before. So
Okay.
it must have been 76-77 is when they won. But here's Rachel Nichols on the 65.
Then apologize right now. You and Marty.
Why? You
Marty
got it
for
wrong.
giggling like that.
You got it
No,
wrong.
because I said he was the best player on the best team that won the championship the year before. Doesn't matter when.
You did not say before.
Marty,
You did not say before. You did not say
Either
before.
either you apologize or this show's closed. Just do it.
Go ahead and hang it up.
We will return soon.
Wait, what did Jesse just say back there? It's only closed what?
Yeah, look at the time. It's like 10 minutes from now.
on.
And it's gone. Good.
Here's Rachel Nichols on the 65-game thing.
I would say that whether he is considered for MVP is kind of an individual decision. Every voter, every person out there who has an opinion on this has to calculate. Would you rather have Joel Embiid, with the way he is playing this season, for 62 games, or would you rather have your next most sort of qualified candidate for 74 games or whatever that guy has played? Sometimes the answer will be, I would rather have the best player for 60 games or even 55 games than someone else, like say a bench player or someone for 82 games. And then it's just a matter of like how you make that discussion go and like how close you get before you say, okay, I still want the guy with more games. But that is a factor in MVP. And to take that off the table is silly. To take the idea that he's not even going to be allowed to be on the ballot. If people want to penalize him for missing a bunch of games, let them do that. Give the opportunity for voters to do that. Don't just wipe away, as you say, the fact that he was even there this season in the way that he was.
Is it unfair to say that the most important employee for your business can't miss work for 20% of the year?
Well, Rachel, I admire what she's saying and respect what she's saying, but the very reason they're doing what they're doing is because voters cannot be trusted with that.
Yeah.
She goes, trust your voters. You can't trust your voters. You can't. There are too many biases. I mean, how many times do we have to mention we're all biased?
Well, and I think it's more than that, Vic. The reason they implemented this rule was so guys stopped sitting out of games, right? That was the original intent.
And I really do love the Stan Van Gundy approach to this. The rule is put in place not necessarily to penalize those who don't meet the 65-game requirement. It is to reward those who do.
Yeah, I think
Those
it's great.
who become available. Those who do trudge out there when they're not 100%. Do you mean to tell me that Nikola Jokic has been 100% in all the games he's played this season? Dude had a finger. He had a 2-knuckle deep finger in his eye in New York City, turned around and played 2 days later.
I saw that picture of his eye, by the way, in the post game. I don't know if it's some medicine that they gave him, but one pupil was this big, the other one was this big. It looked really weird. Do you
Like
see
he was
the
dilated?
Yeah, like a dilated pupil. I'm gonna try and find the photo because
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Who knows? They're probably putting drops in there because, again, he had 2 knuckles in his eyeball. Deep.
Oh, here it is.
And I hope DiVincenzo washed his hands.
Marty, can you pull up this photo when you get a chance? I want everybody to see this because it was weird to look at. And I'm like, can you see properly when that happens? I even had, like, I know people do this for, like, eye tests and stuff. Get your pupils dilated or whatever. I've never had that happen to me before. Does it change your sight? It would have to, right? If one
You
pupil
can't-
is this big
well-
and the other one's tiny,
Well, it allows more light to enter the eyeball.
look at that.
Yeah,
That's
he had the eye
weird.
dilated. Yeah, he had it dilated. It was obviously dilated. So when you look into light or you go into sunlight, that's why they give you those those grandma glasses they give you at the eye doctor?
Yeah, yep.
Have you worn those before out and about when they,
Those
all right, you got to wear
blinders?
these on the way home?
Yeah.
The grandma glasses are awesome.
Don't you put those on horses?
So he's obviously affected by the eyeball. I'm worried tonight, and I don't have any inside intel. Let me first tell you, I have no information, none. Swear on my children. Nikola Jokic is listed as questionable with a stiff lower back. Correct?
I haven't checked the latest.
Get the official term, please, so we don't mislead anyone. Nikola Jokic is listed as questionable tonight, going to OKC. The last time he was listed as questionable for a game,
Yes,
with
game
a lower
time
back
decision.
injury. Okay, last time this happened, he didn't play. Los Angeles Clippers. I was at that game. He did not play. Same diagnosis.
I'm getting kind of concerned that every time he leaves the floor, Vic, he's looking like the 35-year-old who's hanging on the last couple of years of his career already, where knees are getting taped up with heat packs and his back does, and they're putting something on his hand. And
Now, if tonight were a playoff game, he would play.
yeah,
We all know this. We're not dumb. Let's respect the process, as they say in Philly. We're not dumb. He would play. I wonder what the Nuggets think of this game tonight. I wonder if they're painting the same picture I did. Painting a, whoa, this is big. This is game 4. You got to tie this series up. 4th and final time you play OKC. Don't leave anything back. Don't hold anything back. They've beaten you twice on your home court. You've beaten them once there. This is huge. I wonder if the Nuggets have the same approach to that game. Maybe they don't.
so if they Minnesota has a tough game tonight too. They take on Dallas. If Minnesota loses and the Nuggets win, the Nuggets now take sole possession of first place in the Western Conference
Isn't that
too.
something?
And it's getting around that time where you want to take a hold of that thing and create some cushion. I know it's not like, I don't know how much this matters to you again, Vic, the 1 seed and having home court in the playoffs. It was big last year. Is it as big this year, considering you just won?
I think having a top 2 or 3 seed is vital. I do.
Okay.
Vital. And for everyone who thinks, Nuggets can get in 4 or 5 seed, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does. It does. Eventually, not having home court catches up to you. Do you know that no NBA team has won an NBA title without having a 3 seed or better since 2000? 23 straight years.
Damn.
23 straight years. There's no team below a 3 seed to ever win an NBA title. You got to have home court at some point. You got to. And the fact that the Nuggets had home court throughout the playoffs last year, you don't think that benefit? Of course it did. Of course it did. So, do I think it's vital to have the top seed No, it's not vital. Is it preferable? Sure it is. Are you asking me, would you rather have it? Yeah.
I'm still blown away right now as I look at the Western Conference standings, and I'm like, what order is this? What world am I living in?
It is the Northwest Division and everybody else.
Minnesota
that's the order.
1, Denver 2, OKC 3, Clippers 4, Kings 5, Suns 6, Mavs 7, New Orleans 8, Lakers 9, Jazz 10. Golden State is 12 right now
And
in
melting.
the West.
And melting. And melting. And they won last night. They beat Philly last night. Lakers, by the way, watch out. They lost again. Their next 2 games, bruh, on the road, Boston, New York Knicks.
Oh,
Garden.
And they didn't just lose, Vic, the last 2 games. They got their asses kicked.
Did you see LeBron post some weird emoji last night after losing? And I don't know. I can't interpret emojis. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, let me see.
Like, I don't know what happened. Hey, the kids do this. What's the emoji with like the half orange? What is that? What does that mean?
Half.
You know the one I'm
orange.
talking about? Like it's a fruit of some sort cut in half. Somebody out there knows what I'm talking about. I'm not describing it very well.
And
I
this
know I'm
was
coming off very.
This was last night, you said?
Yeah, he gave you an emoji. This was his emoji. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know what it is.
an
I don't know what
hourglass.
That's an hourglass.
You don't know
Oh,
what
I
that
can't even
is?
see it. I can't see it.
What?
But are
you? Did you get your eyes dilated?
It's on my phone. It doesn't come off as an hourglass to me. I don't understand how you guys can see that. Well, the one somebody said it's a peach. The one that's half a peach. What does that mean?
well, that's not the one from yesterday, but I don't know.
I understand, but what is that?
I can tell you
when
what
somebody sends emojis with half a peach. What is that?
Hey, Vic, I can tell you what a peach means.
Half a one. Half a one. What is it?
Jesse, what does half a peach mean? Translate this for us kiddies out here.
I honestly don't know. Is it like a butt cheek or?
Jesus. Take it easy, Jesse.
Well,
Got a
if
radio
we
show.
know
What kind
what
of Twitter are you looking at?
We
Vic?
do know what the peach means. If it's half, then maybe
People
he's right.
know what
Maybe
I'm
just one
talking
of them.
about. I will find this stupid emoji and I'll show it to you. The one that people always send that's half a peach.
I can't
First
believe
of all,
you didn't know what the hourglass was. Like,
I couldn't see it. The fact that LeBron put up an hourglass, wow, right? Like that has so many different possible meanings. Does that mean that they're gonna? First of all, Darvin Ham's gonna get fired. You guys realize he's gonna get fired. Darvin Ham's done, right? He's done, and I feel bad for him, but he's gonna be done.
Well, I mean,
You guys know this, right?
Vic. This is a tale old as time. Season starts. They're excited about their offseason. Things don't go well in the first half. Fire the coach. Trade everybody at the deadline. Think you're going to win, and you don't again. And then you restart the cycle next year. That's what happens. It's obvious.
I need somebody to explain to me what half a peach is.
I don't think there's a half a peach emoji. I think there's a full
Somebody
peach.
has to get on this right now like I'm a child and explain it to me because I see it time and again and I don't know what the hell you people are talking about.
Vic, I'm telling you right now, there is no half peach. There's a full peach.
There's a
and
full
that
peach?
means
Yes, there
butt.
is.
And that means butt.
No, there's a half of something
why
out
don't
there.
you find it
A
and send
fruit
it to
cut in
us,
half.
and we'll tell you what it is. Is it
I will
also an
find-
hourglass?
I will spend my morning looking for what I'm referring to.
And you won't find it because it's one peach. There's a crevice in the middle. It's not cut in half. It's just like where the peach roll is. I don't know. It's
Dude, don't tell me what I see.
look at the text line right now. You're seeing them. Is this what you're talking about? All
No,
of these?
that's not what I'm talking about. What you guys are sending right now is not what I'm referring to. Not the peach
Because Vic, that's a butt.
represents a butt. That's not it.
Is it the fortune
That's
cookie
not
I
it.
sent?
Huh? No, it's something in. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
There we
I
go.
got it. I'm going to tweet it right now. Tell me
All
what
right,
this
all right,
is.
hang on. Everybody,
I just tweeted it.
go look at Vic's Twitter.
What is that? What does that represent? What is it? I've seen it forever.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
I'm sorry,
You think that's a peach?
Vic.
I can't see it very well.
Dude,
What is that?
Wait. Everybody stop for a second. Everybody stop. You think the emoji of half a face and a salute is a peach?
And then
That's
upon
a
closer
face.
when I look at it closer,
Oh,
you're
boy,
right. It's not, but it's a half of something.
No. It's a whole face and a whole hand.
What does that represent? Half. Why is it half?
Vic thought, oh, it's hard to see on here. That was a peach. I mean, a peach. That's insane. Yeah, Marty. I mean,
And look, if you hover over it, it says saluting face.
Wait. Maybe that's not it. Maybe I sent you the wrong one.
no, it's definitely the one that you said. Because there's no half peach. It does not exist, Vic. Oh, look at his face. Look at his face. Oh, no.
He's been
Marty,
got.
it's time to put him in a home. I
Yeah,
think we've actually hit
honestly.
that time. I think it's
Assisted
time.
living?
I think it's time.
I don't.
I swear I saw the assisted, the peach.
I got people saying to me, I got people now on Twitter saying, "You're doof. I can't believe you just tweeted that. Is it something bad?"
I honestly
I swear to God, it's half a peach.
All right. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next. Hey, it's Brett Kane for Circus Sports, the largest sports book in Las Vegas. Games tonight, you get the Nuggets 1-point dogs on the Circus Sports book, so you can go take a look at that. But how about you get ready for the big game with the Circa Squares bet? Everyone who has played Squares knows the pain of pulling terrible numbers, but you get to choose your own with the Circa Squares contest. So download that app, check it out for yourself. Go to circusports.com. And with a minimum bet of $1, a maximum payout of $100,000, it's easier than ever to get in on the action. So check out the Circus Squares on the Circus Sports app or circusports.com. I'm looking at the text line, Vic.
Yeah.
There's a new category for the emojis, I think. It's Vic versus emojis, Marty.
Did you see the second text I sent? Did you see the second tweet where it shows from my perspective that thing's cut in half? I am not seeing things. I am not losing it. I am not. That thing is cut in half on my phone. It's cut in half. I swear to God.
Still doesn't help your
It
case.
still doesn't look like a peach.
Yeah.
But is it yes cut in half or not on my end?
No, I agree
When-
with
when-
you. On my phone, it's cut in half, but it's not a peach.
Okay, so why is it that when people are sending me their versions, theirs are whole and mine's half?
Actually, it's a good question because mine's not like that either. I don't know why. I don't know why that is.
Why is that? I need somebody out there to explain emoji world to me because it's driving me crazy. You know what? This is like that whatever commercial where the old guy's teaching the boomers not to act like their parents, those funny commercials. We need to have a lesson in emojis one day. Like just go through the emoji bank. Let's just go through the emoji bank with me and Moj. Let's learn them.
What's that commercial? Those commercials are so great, but what are
They're
they?
so funny.
What are they?
I don't know what the product is, but
Is it
they're
Geico?
so funny.
It's not Geico.
The
is
Progressive
it?
commercials.
Or Progressive,
right?
yeah.
Oh, they're
Don't
so
end up
good.
like your parents, like those
Yeah,
ones.
they're so good.
A couple of texts coming
When
through
he's showing LL Cool J, well, this is my nephew.
Texter writes in, dudes, I work for a national weather company. My boss just asked me if the Super Bowl is inside or outside. No joke. Let's just do a simple Google search. Wouldn't you say that if your boss said that to you, wouldn't you just be like, you couldn't just Google this? You know where it's at. It's in Vegas. And by the way, it's probably going to be hot.
No, it's not. Vegas in February is never hot. You ever been to Vegas in February?
I've been to
It's
Vegas
always-
once.
It always jacks with you. You expect it to be hot, but sometimes it'll be like in the 40s or 50s. I don't know what it will be, but hot is not one of them.
Another texter. This show routinely goes about 2 hours too long. Reduce this show and get some fresh perspectives on the air rather than wasting so much time. Wasting time is my favorite thing.
Who wrote that? Cut him off. Stop. her signal.
Brian. By the way, you reduce the show 2 hours. Vic gets to talk for like 10 seconds. That's all he gets.
I want the transmission to Brian, whoever Brian is. I want his transmission eliminated.
Scramble it, Marty. Scramble it.
You don't get to listen to the show. How's that, Brian?
Hey, Brian,
Privilege.
listen up. Yeah.
How you like it now?
You like
Do
that?
you like that, Brian?
Uh-huh. You did this.
We'll run this for 2 hours for you. That actually, you know what's really weird, Marty? That sounds like it's coming outside my headphones. It's a really weird experience I just had right there.
Dude, does anybody, and this is going to sound stupid, does anybody own or use a radio anymore? Like,
What,
you
like
walk
outside
around
your
with a
car, you mean?
radio? Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
talking about, do you have a boombox or
So the only people I think that still do this,
you have that?
they have to be people. Like I've seen people with the little transistor radio thing or whatever those are called. I don't know what they're called. What's the handhelds? What are they called? Is it transistor radio?
It's called a radio.
But is it transistor radio? Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
So they got those at like sporting events if they want to hear their hometown broadcast or something. I've had that happen before because they have the live feed inside of arenas and stadiums, right?
Sure.
That you can tune into. Outside of that, no, I don't see somebody. Are you pining for the days that people walked around with boom boxes?
No. It's just amazing. When I first time I ever played golf, I met my buddies on a golf course, and I showed up with my big old boombox, like from Do the Right Thing. It was just a big old boombox on my shoulder. They said, "What are you doing?"
I actually
I
do
brought
miss.
music.
I miss a good boombox. I really do. You ever seen somebody that's like doing? Well, you're taking them to a house, but somebody with like a good sound system in their house, where it's like they turn it on, it's like surround sound stuff, and you're like, "Oh, dude, these are cool." I'm not just listening out the bottom of my phone like I am 15 hours a day. I like that. I miss those days.
But when you listen to shows like this, you listen in your car on the way to work, on the way to errands, whatever, or you listen on the phone, or you watch on television on Altitude or on Twitch, or many different ways you can get us. But how many of you out there actually have your boombox out? and you're booming to this.
Oh, here's some of them. Vic, garage radio for me, somebody says. I know a few garage radios that still exist out there. You're in the garage, you turn that sucker on. Yeah, I know those. You're right, though. Nobody walks around with the little handheld thing. You know what's funny? Our boss has one in his office right now, and I saw it, and it was like, this is how people used to live. I was fiddling around with it.
It's a running joke, but our boy Rod Mackey, my buddy Rod, who's now at CBS4, he doesn't use his phone like when he goes for jogs and he runs. He doesn't listen to apps. He has a CD player with a radio on the CD player. It's like joint CD radio player. You ever seen one of those with the old-fashioned input and his earplugs? And he listens to that when he jogs. He carries a little mini CD player.
Like a Discman thing?
Yes. Yeah, one of those. Discman, exactly. Discman that also has capabilities to listen to the radio.
See, there's the boss. He's got it right in his hand right now.
Look at that.
I mean, who's using that? Who's doing that?
Dude, you know what he is? He goes home and he does his nerdy ham radio. He's probably listening to police scatters all night.
See, that's there's some people.
I guarantee it.
It's like somebody who's an author and you walk in their house, they have 1 million books. You're like, I get it. You write. Okay? I don't need to prove my radio nerdiness by having an actual transistor radio.
Well, my wife gets on me because we own so many televisions, and I told her, I'm in the television business. What do you want me to do? This is what I am.
I honestly don't have nearly as many TVs as I thought I would. I think we have 3. We got 3 TVs, and one of them's in my garage. I got one in the basement, one in the living room.
Some kids today don't even do the TV thing. I have so many TVs. TVs are cheap now. That's why.
Dude, they're
also
dirt
have a lot of
cheap.
old ones that refuse to give up.
They're dirt cheap. It still almost pisses me off that I bought my TV when I did. I'm like, why? I could have waited out like 2 more years and it would have been like $200.
I have a 50-inch television in the basement that I got 20 years ago when they first came out. The big heavy kind.
Mm-hmm.
It's so heavy I refuse to take it off the. Oh, I think Marty, you helped me take it off the wall. Remember that one?
Yeah,
that
television. It came with handles. That's how heavy it was.
That's when you told Marty, I'm going to give you a bike, but you got to earn it.
That television costs more than every other television in my house combined.
Oh, yeah.
And it's 20 years old.
My dad had the big screen TV that was like 800 pounds. So, yeah, it was like a 60-inch TV or something, but it had the whole bottom thing to it. It went like 2 yards back behind it.
Dude, I'm embarrassed to say how many televisions I own because my wife she kills me for it.
8?
But I have to have them.
8?
No.
More?
Yeah.
Double digits? 10?
We have 13 televisions in our house.
Where? Like,
You
where?
gotta see, we got them.
You got to see. We got them.
It's like a collection. All right, fact checker.
Marty monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Gotta see it.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I just imagine me going to Vic's house. He's taking me a tour of his TVs. That's just what he's doing.
All right, here's this TV. I will. If you come over, we were supposed to have a little party
No, watch
that
it.
you
Dude,
guys could never
see
make.
the one I got in the den.
I want you to see all my TVs.
All right. Marty, go ahead.
All right, here's Vic talking about how Bill Walton was the best player on the championship team in 77-78.
He was the best player on the best team. Yeah, that was. I believe that was the year they won the NBA championship, right? Check. See, Portland won the NBA championship that year. I believe that was the season.
They lost in the semifinals to the Sonics.
All right, Laffy boy. Did they win it the year before?
They did. You didn't say
but
that.
Actually, this is
All right,
from
you
last
shut
year.
up.
You said
Shut
this
up.
last year.
Did the Trailblazers win with Dr. Jack
No,
Ramsey in the
they
late
didn't
70s?
win. No.
Are you sure?
Bill Walton got there, never won it. Well, I was thinking of 76, 77, obviously.
So you messed up the year, and then last year you said he didn't win one at all when he did.
Listen to me, you half-peach emoji.
Yeah, what? All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast. Everybody have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. We love you very much. Goodbye.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company is the program. Ahead of Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder this evening. 6 p.m. tip, 5:30 pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm your host today, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, with Josh Grismer behind the glass in the Bud Light Studios. And as always, my co-host, my partner, the namesake of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey. What's up, brother?
What's going on, my guy?
Hey, man, I'm just excited to see the Nuggets take on a team that, let's be honest, the Thunder got the Nuggets number right now.
Yeah.
They've lost 3 out of 4. 2023 was not kind to the Nuggets when they play OKC. And they are built like a team that can run the floor with Denver. They are lengthy. They've got young talent. They've got a guy in SGA who, that guy's going to win an MVP one day.
Yeah, he will.
And you get to see them take on, like, OKC's. I know Sacramento was the team that surprised everyone last year.
Right.
And they got hot, and they had a great home court advantage, but they just petered out in the playoffs. Why does Oklahoma City feel different than Sacramento did last year? They feel more real than the Kings did last season.
I think it's because there is a little bit more of a clear-cut star there. Obviously, with SGA, he was first-team All-NBA last year, so you know what he's bringing to the table. He brings it every night. In a way that we were trying to figure out who that guy is for Sacramento, and I think we all know it's De'Aaron Fox, but there's a little bit more of he still has to prove to us that he's that guy. A situation floating around him versus SGA, which is, oh wait, he is that dude. Like, he's that guy. And so you start there, your lead player is a better lead player. And then I think when you build out from that, the thing about Oklahoma City, as young as they are, is the last couple of seasons, this has been the system. Coach Mark Dagnall, he has built the foundation of what they are. And then they have just added a bunch of great talent to that. And I think when you look at them, they just make more sense right now from a star player. Okay, great role players, great system. They have all of the ingredients more so. And I think we're looking at Sacramento still but we need to see it in the playoffs. We watched them lose to the Golden State Warriors last year in the playoffs when we thought that they probably should win that series. That's why I think it feels a little bit more real from an Oklahoma City standpoint.
Why do they give Denver so many fits? Because it's very, very stark. The difference between, Denver going on the road and losing their last couple in Philly to anytime that they're on the court against OKC, it feels tougher. It feels more difficult than it does for pretty much any other team in the West, in my opinion.
They do the thing that the Nuggets struggle with the most, and that is the Nuggets really do struggle with straight line, like drives to the rim, like guys who can break down their individual man matchup, break that down, get into the paint, get to the rim, or collapse the defense, and now you're putting the defense in rotation. And it's funny to say that because you have KCP out there and you have Aaron Gordon out there, really top flight defenders. But when you see the Nuggets get into trouble defensively, it's because they have allowed a ton of straight line drives, and the system that Oklahoma City plays is a drive and kick kind of system.
It didn't feel that way against Milwaukee, though, and you have a guy who can slash into the paint and can take advantage of drives and get to the rim better than pretty much anybody in the league. And Giannis, I didn't think that they got eviscerated by Giannis. Sure, he goes off for 29-12, but it's an average game for that guy.
So the difference there is Giannis as a full court steam train, as he gets the rebound, right? He clears the defensive glass, and now he's the fast break. And if you don't get that stopped, that's how he gets, his drives to the paint generally are generated from a full court sense, or getting the ball just over half court and now just getting straight downhill and all the way to the rim. Whereas, and so can you stop that? Yeah, you can meet him up high and get him slowed down a little bit and make him play a little bit more in the half court. Whereas, the Oklahoma City Thunder, they operate in the half court. They can operate in the full court too, but SGA is going to break down who. If I had $1 for every time, we sit and we watch the game, obviously together. It's at Altitude TV, so it's like me and Hans and Vic, and it drives Hans crazy, like straight line drive, like just getting into the paint drives him crazy. And if I had like $1 for every time, like he was tearing out his hair for that, I would be a millionaire. But it's only because those guys are that good. And in the half court, SGA is going to hit you with a quick crossover, or they'll quick screen, and now he's downhill. Those teams are hard to handle. And there's only about a handful of them in the league, but Oklahoma City really did start. They were at the beginning of this type of system, 5 out all the time, and quick screen downhill or no screen downhill. Now your defense is collapsed. Now we're kicking out. Now you're into rotation, and you're in a world of hurt once you start having to chase the basketball around the perimeter. So. I think they are the best at that in the NBA, and that has given the Nuggets problems.
Are they the biggest roadblock to getting out of the West, or is that Phoenix still?
I still think it's Phoenix.
Are they ahead of Minnesota?
It's
so
Raj,
rank
this is a great question.
Rank the competition for me. If you got the Nuggets at 1 and they can, with a win tonight, take over first place by themselves.
Yeah.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that happens tonight. They get over the hump. Again, they've lost 3 out of 4 to Oklahoma City. 2023 was not nice to them. But let's say they beat the Thunder tonight. You're in first place.
Yeah.
Rank the competition after that. Just give me the next 4 teams.
Okay. I will go. I've been really hesitant with this Minnesota Timberwolves thing. So we'll. But you know what? I'll put Minnesota number 2. They just keep having really significant victories this season. So I'm gonna go Nuggets 1, Minnesota 2, and then I'm gonna go Phoenix 3. I just think that the Phoenix Suns are ultimately the most dangerous playoff team because they have guys who have been there before, and they have guys who have been to the finals before, and they have a guy who has won a title before. And I think that matters in the playoffs. I think Bradley Beal gives them a what got them in trouble with the Nuggets last year was they just didn't have anything beyond Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. They just had nothing. And so if one of those two were forced into a bad game or an inefficient shooting game or whatever, they didn't have anybody else who could pick up that slack, and now they do. And I think that that's really significant. I think the surrounding cast around those guys is much better than it was this year. So Phoenix 3, Clippers 4, because you can't ignore what the Clippers are doing. But basically, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard have been on the court the vast majority of the season, and you see what that has meant for this basketball team. I put them 4, and then I'll put I haven't even mentioned the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm going to put them at 5, and then I'll put Sacramento at 6. I think those are your top 6 teams. I don't care what the Dallas Mavericks are doing. I don't think that that's a team that is built to be able to win big in the playoffs. I think the Pelicans, I have great respect for them, but something's a little bit off in terms of their ability to be what they were at times last year, which is the first or second best team in the West before Zion Williamson went down. And then Lakers, Jazz, Rockets, Warriors, those are the bottom feeders. So I think those top 5 teams, Minnesota and Phoenix in particular, I'd be the most concerned about if I was a Nuggets fan.
Last night you saw the Lakers fall by 16 to the Hawks, and LeBron sends out like a tweet of just the
hourglass
emoji, which means what? Are you running out of time? Is it time to move on in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Is it time for the coach to go again? Which that's one thing that I know there's a lot of conversations about LeBron. The dude is a coach killer.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of Spoelstra.
Mm-hmm.
He yeets coaches like it's going out of style.
Yeah.
And if that happens again in LA, it's very clear that a coach is not going to get the Lakers to the next level this year. That we're existing right now in LeBron LeBron's era of Michael Jordan with the Wizards, where you are still very, very, very good. One of the best players on the team, but the team around you just simply isn't enough to compete.
Yeah, it's the thing about the Lakers is,
and you're not good enough to carry that team that can't compete, right? Like, because what we saw 15 years ago is he just carries a Cavaliers team with nobody on it to an NBA final appearance. And you just can't do that anymore. That's not who he is.
It's not. And the Lakers, this story really goes back probably right after they lost so they win the title in the bubble. And then the year after that, you had that year where I think Anthony Davis missed a ton of time. And then you had LeBron James miss a ton of time. And then they almost missed the playoffs, which then leads them to acquire Russell Westbrook. And that was the beginning of the end, because the finances were so out of whack. 3 guys making so much money, and then you couldn't put viable players around it. It's fairly similar to what Phoenix was going through, but Phoenix had better players at the top, with Kevin Durant and a younger players, a younger version of really star players. But so when the Lakers weren't able to fill out a team that was that could help the stars out, then it became a huge issue. And then you remember you had Russell Westbrook wasn't going anywhere. You couldn't move his contract. It was a disaster, and they're still kind of living in the remnants of that. What they are trying to do, I have great respect for what they're trying to do, and they're moving the chess pieces around, and they're taking guys in and putting new ones in, and it is very, very difficult. But until that financial situation, that equation changes for real, then they can't. It's not going to be viable. And at the same time, your biggest stars are getting older. To your point, now you have a star who can't carry you the way he used to, and so it just is. It's eroding away slowly on them.
And it's not a unique situation, right? The same thing's happening in Golden State.
It is,
or is that an oversimplification for me?
No, it is a little bit in Golden State. Golden State, because you had the 4 guys or the 3 guys.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how, as Denver, you don't fall into the same trap.
It's inevitable. Every team that is a championship team that wants to hold on to their biggest star players, has to keep paying them. This will happen to you too. It will happen to the Nuggets. I promise you it will. When Nikola Jokic, if he extends beyond this current contract, and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., sooner or later your good veteran stars become old stars, but they're still high dollar guys. And we're already seeing what the high dollars have done to what they're able to do and not do, right? They had to, you couldn't pay Bruce Brown. You are now in a situation where you're relying on super young players because they're the most inexpensive options. And so the Nuggets are already living this out to a degree right now. The reason it doesn't matter for them is that Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic are still in the squarely in their prime. Yeah, they are not going anywhere, and they're making your team great. But the minute that stops becoming the case and the dollars are exactly the same, that's when your team starts eroding, and it will happen to the Nuggets at some point.
Right, it's that odd situation where you think if everything hits, you can make another run for that little 2-3 years where everyone's starting to turn the corner. They're falling down that hill, but can we catch Magic just one more time? That's going to be
that's Golden State.
If it's still right, if it's still Calvin Booth at that time as the GM of the Nuggets, that's going to be the hardest decision he will ever have to make as a GM. Is, do I make one more run at it with Nikola, Jamal, AG, MPJ, or do I look at this and go, the best years are behind us, let's move guys out, and we'll handpick the players. Most likely, if Nikola wants to continue playing, it's Nikola Jokic, and then it's send guys out, get draft picks, and hopefully you can get another young core that comes up as that guy. It's the old It's the old meme of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles growing up, walking hand in hand, and then they get older and their mentor is now, disintegrating into the wind. That's the decision you have to make.
Well, and here's what complicates it, Raj. Because when that happens, and this is what's happening in Golden State, when that happens, you have to look at yourself and look at those stars and those players who have given blood, sweat, and tears to you, brought titles to you, all those things. And you can't just cut ties with those dudes like that. It's why Golden State is holding on so dearly, because they know what they have to do. You know what has to be done. What has to be done is Draymond Green shouldn't be there.
The prudent thing is to trade everyone.
That's what has to be done. But they have given so much to your organization that you feel that you also owe it to them to not just cut them as if they meant nothing to you.
Do you owe it to them or do you owe it to the fan base, right? Because you could argue that you're not just cutting those players out of, they're certainly not cutting them out of the history of the team, but you would be moving Draymond to a supposed contender. You would be moving Klay Thompson to, like, how awesome would it be if you found Klay Thompson here in Denver and he figured out how to shoot a 3-ball consistently again.
Right.
And he was like just sharpshooter coming off the bench like Kyle Korver was for all those years. Like with the 76ers, or he played for a billion teams, but I remember Korver as a Sixer. I think it's more legacy play for teams to do this, to hang on to players for years and years and years, even though you know it has to be a 1 in a million shot for you to get back to the mountaintop again. I look at the NHL. It's what Washington's doing with Alexander Ovechkin. They know they don't have enough to compete, but they're going to keep him there because he's chasing a record. And what is it? Does it mean more to you? Does it mean more to you to win now, or does it mean more to you to have those guys on the roster forever?
That's my point. Ovechkin's not going anywhere. But they know, but if Ovechkin was Chris Dempsey, they would have cut me a long time ago, because they're trying to get to you. Ultimately, you're trying to build it back up to where you're competing for titles again. But when you have these stars that have meant so much to you, and in the case of Ovechkin, right, he could break he's got Wayne Gretzky in his crosshairs. And so, like, no matter how average he is, and he is average, he's not having a great season, you're not moving on from him. And until the thing that he wants to accomplish and you want him to accomplish gets accomplished. And for the Golden State Warriors, you are holding on to those players. Yes, you look at them and they show you these flashes, like that is still a formidable basketball team. But I said this at the beginning of the year. A team like that, what happens is you start just losing these games that you would win. These 2 and 3 point losses. Now you didn't make the shot at the end of the game when you were making the shot at the end of the game. You didn't get this defensive stop when you were getting those defensive stops. And what happens is it just accumulates over the course of a season. And now, Golden State, you are 20 and 24. And you know what that looks like. But yet you look at these guys and you know what they're capable of and what they have done in the past, but you can't move on from that. And I think it's a you should be so lucky to have your right. franchise be in that situation, but the Nuggets will get there.
The Nuggets will get there. The Avs will get there, right? The Avs were there at one point, and luckily enough for them, their hands were forced with Peter Forsberg. They didn't want to move on from Forsberg.
Right.
Just happened that the NHL put a salary cap in, you couldn't afford him. Therefore, he has to go to Philadelphia, right? Patrick Waugh decided to retire probably a year or two before anyone expected. So you still got good Patrick Waugh up until 2004. You still had a solid Joe Sakic before he decided to hang them up. So I think the Avs kind of got off scot-free, as you were still relatively competitive. You were not just like knocking on the door of trying to get into the playoffs at the end of all those years. Both of these teams right now will go into the same situation.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to look from the outside in and say, listen, I'm just looking at brass tacks. And your years are behind you. Like, if I'm Golden State, what could you get for Steph Curry? You could get multiple first-round picks for Steph Curry.
But you know what the interesting thing about that, too, is, Raj, is Steph Curry, I believe he's the one player that you should keep on that team. If we're just talking about Golden State in a vacuum here, like, because his play really hasn't eroded to a point where he is star that can't really be the lead player still.
A three-point shooter is vastly more durable than any other body type in the NBA, though. And you've seen it. Like Ray Allen in his final years with Miami.
Yeah.
Was still a legit player on that team. Wasn't what he was when he was a Sonic or when he was with Boston.
Right. No, it's a great point. And I think the only thing with Steph is he's a little bit more susceptible to 7 of 29 from the field than he used to be in the past. But by and large, he's still getting the job done. It's a very difficult decision for these teams to make. And we want this championship window to continue to be open here in Denver, and it's open for foreseeable future.
We've got our guy, Coach Mike Sanford, out in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. The national team just went over one-on-one, saw some passes from Michael Penix Jr. there, Bo Nix on the national team. We will check in with Coach Sanford live from the Senior Bowl on the other side. It's Raj and Demps on Altitude. Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryanemi alongside Christopher A. Dempsey. Nuggets and OKC Thunder tonight, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 6 p.m. tip with Kaz as we head on out to Mobile, where we've got the coach. Coach Sanford, he's at Senior Bowl practice. Been watching this up on NFL Network. Coach, how are you, man? How's the trip?
It's beautiful down here in South Alabama, man. Tell you what, it's been it was a good national team practice this morning. Had a chance to watch the Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr. little duel, an old school duel. It was fun to watch.
So fill us in with that duel. Those two players, both of whom are likely going to be available come pick number 12 in this year's draft. I know it's just one practice. If you're pitting them against each other, and I know you're a Penix guy, so take the biases out of it. Who won?
Well, I did my best, okay, to take the bias out. I watched them from the very beginning, watched them warm up. And the thing that just jumped off the page to me watching them side by side, because I coached against both of them, but watching them side by side, is that Bo Nix is a bit more of an effort thrower. Like, he needs to generate all the things to be accurate and to create the spin and the velocity. Whereas Michael Penix Jr. it's effortless. It's like it looks on television, no different in person. And the ball just jumps out of his hand. I think today was a unique practice. It was a big third down day, and your first time as a college quarterback that's transitioning to seeing NFL looks. I mean, these are all defenses that are coordinated by defensive coordinators in the National Football League at these practices in the Senior Bowl game. I didn't get much out of the 11-on-11 periods. I think both quarterbacks struggled. But where I did see a lot was the one-on-one reps. And, I've come to a lot of these camps for high schoolers, and sometimes the one-on-one reps, you can see ball placement. You can see, is it a quarterback that makes the guys around him better? And the numbers, I charted every single throw of one-on-ones, and I ended up having Bo Nix was 10 of 21 with 2 interceptions in one-on-one, which is not good. Whereas Michael Penix Jr., 18 of 24, and 3 of those, and he had 3 drops. So adjusted QB accuracy percentage, he would have been at 21 of 24. And then the third quarterback was Sam Hartman. And much to the chagrin of Vic Lombardi, he's not good. So I did learn that. He's not the guy for the Denver Broncos in the first round.
Yeah, let's not, no Sam Hartman for us, please. Okay, so is the setup the same each day? I mean, is that how it's working the entire week? Like, give us kind of a layout of what you will see from these quarterbacks in the next couple of days.
So day one, which was yesterday, I was on the air. Unfortunately, it's a couple bad dudes, Kaner and Lombardi. So I missed. They treat it like a normal game week where your base installation, so it'd be your first and second down in the field, non-red zone, non-third down. That's all in your first day of practice. And day two, you treat it like a Wednesday in the National Football League during the season. You start introducing, a semblance of third down situational, install. But you do see, there's routes on air. So you get to see how they, the accuracy. And then there's one-on-one, and then there is team 11-on-11 periods. And I think that's the thing I'm looking for tomorrow in particular, the last day of practice, is the growth in that 11-on-11 as they're building towards a game, where they're going to be playing in front of a national audience.
Obviously, there's more players than just the quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl game, but as we're looking at the Broncos, that is the biggest glaring need, is who's going to be taking snaps next year, the year after that. The two sexiest names are on the national team. You mentioned you were watching Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. going at it today. On the opposite side of the coin for the American team, you've got Michael Pratt from Tulane, Spencer Rattler out of South Carolina, Joe Milton III out of Tennessee. What'd you see yesterday? What have you seen today out of those three quarterbacks? All of those guys are mid to late round grades. That I've seen a few mocks of the Broncos taking Pratt somewhere in the 5th or the 6th round if he's available. What did you like out of those guys?
Okay, so the national team at practice this morning, that was my first practice. The American team, their practice starts in about 30 minutes. So I'll have more information on those three quarterbacks. I did have a chance to size them up in the lobby. I was standing next to both Spencer Rattler, and Joe Milton. Joe Milton looks like Javon Curse. He's a freak of a human being. He has a howitzer on his right shoulder, but accuracy's been a big question mark, something that I've seen on film and actually coached against him when he was at Michigan before his transfer to Tennessee. Spencer Rattlers, he's small. I mean, he's a pretty sought-off, quarterback. I don't know if he's going to be a guy that I think the Broncos would want to hedge their bets on. I think it'd be more of a depth piece for whoever drafts him. I think that these two quarterbacks that I witnessed today between Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. I think they're bona fide NFL starting quarterbacks, whereas I don't think the American team is going to have that. However, there were some other positions that I tracked, and there was a pair of receivers that I think stood out well above the rest of the receiving core here. And the first one was Ricky Pearsall from Florida. He was dominant. What I loved about him was his ability to get separation, great route runner, and then tremendous ball skills. And then the second one, which I think would be a great fit for Sean Payton's Bronco offense, is Roman Wilson from Michigan. While he's only about 5'10 and a half, 191 pounds, he also competed for the football, plays big. It's almost what all Bronco Nation wishes that Jerry Jeudy did. Like, he is that guy that when the ball's in the air, he will make that catch because he's got that competitive nature. I loved those two receivers.
Yeah. Roman Wilson, what a season he had there for Michigan. Okay, let me ask you this question because of the wide receiver piece there. Is there a universe in that you think the Broncos might take something other than a quarterback at 12? And obviously the wide receiver room is of great interest to all of us because it was very disappointing, for the most part outside of Cortland Sutton in the red zone. When you are looking at some of that and sorting through some of that, could a wide receiver be chosen by the Broncos at that point? Or is this just a quarterback story?
Well, the one thing I do like is I think there is a chance and there is a universe where a Pearsall or a Roman Wilson would be available in the second round. And I think those are upgrades as a route runners, speed, competitiveness with the ball in the air. I think those guys could be the second round type pick for the Broncos. Either one of those guys, I think, would upgrade the room. I just think that you have to build this thing from the inside out. And just spending time with a lot of NFL personnel folk last night. Unfortunately, we went till about 2 a.m. last night. I apologize. A little
sounded great.
Rusty this morning.
Just playing guilty. I love it.
That's where you get all the truth, man. The truth serum. Don't forget about it. It all comes out. I mean, that's the talk right now in NFL circles: is what are the Broncos going to do at quarterback? And to be honest, nobody knows. Now, I didn't have any chance to be around any Broncos staff because they saw me and ran away because I'm a member of the media now. But I just don't. Nobody knows what the solution is going to be. In fact, there's even some whisperings that the Russell experiment's not necessarily over, which I can't see that happening. But in NFL circles, it's not a foregone conclusion that Russell Wilson will not be a part of this roster.
Listen, if they want to go young and they want to maybe take a year or two to kind of cultivate a quarterback that might not be ready to step in as a starter, that makes sense to me. You keep Russ around because, right, you're either going to pay him that money or you're going to cut him, you're going to split it over 2 years. It makes sense for me to have a guy who is well-respected in the locker room just to know that, hey, it's your job right now. We're bringing in a young buck to sit behind you next year, and then season after that, we're cutting you. See you. Best of luck after you leave Denver. I do like what you said, though. There's wide receivers available in the second round. The only issue is that the Broncos don't have a second-round pick this year. We've seen a lot of rumors starting yesterday about the Broncos maybe jumping up into the top 5, top 3 to get a quarterback. If they fall in love with a guy like Penix or Nix, the way that they could get back into the second round is by trading down into the first and hoping that you can get Penix or Nix somewhere in the 30s or the late 20s, and then you're able to select a wide receiver to start filling out that room in the second. I think that's way more doable for the Broncos this year than jumping up into the top 3 to get a May or a Caleb Williams at number 1.
And I think that both of those, the top 2, the guys that chose not to compete here in the Senior Bowl, which to me means something. It really does. Like if you're not going to show up and go side by side with the other top guys in this draft class, you're protecting something. I don't think that either Caleb Williams or Drake May in particular I don't think they're slam dunk prospects. And from talking once again to a lot of scouts in the National Football League over a couple cold ones last night, like they feel the same way. There's question marks. So I don't think it's a slam dunk that you have your generational quarterback. And what you'd have to give up to get to that, I think it would do more harm than good, certainly in the short term.
You don't
I
think
like
he's...
that scenario that you mentioned, Raj.
You don't think that
about
he's...
back.
Coach, sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. I want to make sure I get you here before you move on to another topic. Is you don't think Williams or May is a 10, but let's say that they are a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. Rate Nix and Penix based off of them being the 10.
I mean, for me, as a prospect, and this is my own eyes, this is my own experience that forms this opinion. I like the readiness of Michael Penix Jr. right now over as a National Football League starter over Drake May and Caleb Williams. So I think it's because of the wild throws, the accuracy, the effort in which he throws the football, the likability factor in the locker room. I mean, he's universally liked by every single person that he's played with at both institutions, Indiana and Washington. I think that you can get incredible value, and I think an immediate turn in your successes and your fortunes in Denver with a quarterback that can make all the throws. And I saw it again today. He makes all the throws.
So then that leads us to his health, which is really the big separator between him being, upper half of the first round or second or third round. And I've seen some quotes from him that's basically said, look, I've gotten a clean bill of health, and teams are they're welcome to look at the information and gather from it what they must. But what's kind of the chatter about his health and if that would be a hindrance to his draft prospects at all?
I think there's certain organizations, franchises that I think stay away from the double ACL, right? But then there's others that they trust their eyes, and they trust what they see, and they trust the last 2 years of health. And I'll say this, I was really interested coming here this morning and just seeing how he just literally just bounces around the field from drill to drill. I know it sounds very, archaic, like that's not a big deal. He's got a spring in his step. He doesn't look like somebody who's fighting off pre-arthritic knee condition, at least in my eyes, whatsoever. He wasn't wearing a brace. He's bouncing around. Like he doesn't look like a guy that has an injury history, at least to the eyeball test that I saw today.
Coach Mike Sanford down in Alabama at the Senior Bowl. He's waiting for American team practice to get underway. You'll hear from him on all of your favorite Altitude Sports radio shows over the next 3 days. Coach, we appreciate you. Get out of here.
Hey, appreciate you guys, man.
Dempsey and Company. I'll take a quick break. On the other side, we'll talk about that big rumor that we spoke about with Coach. Are the Broncos really in the mix to trade up to number 1, to number 2, top 3 for a quarterback? How do they have the ammunition? We'll talk about it next. Our thanks to Coach Mike Sanford, joining us live from Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl. National team is off, so we've seen Michael Penix Jr. and Bo Nix. We'll have the American team coming up next. Quarterbacks there, mostly middle to late round picks. So we'll ask him tomorrow when you've got Kim Becker on with you, Mr. Dempsey, what he thinks about those QBs. But as it has been for some time, Sanford is in love with Michael Penix Jr. He likely will be available at 12. Most of the mock drafts have him going either late in the first round or early in the second round. However, if he continues to impress at events like the Senior Bowl, the NFL Combine, all things that he will go to, right? He has to pass these physicals. We have to figure out what's going on with his knees, his shoulders. He's passing the eye test right now, at least from Sanford's point of view. So if he's there at 12, I would hope that the Broncos take him. I'm going to take Sanford's expertise far above mine. But the rumors that have been circulating over the last 24 hours, this one coming from Tony Pauline of Sportskeeda, are that the Broncos are they're in talks to try and get into the top 3, to move from 12 to number 3. And the last time that we saw that was when? It was 2021.
Oh, yeah.
And San Francisco moves from number 12 to number 3
to get Trey Lance.
Yep. They make the move with the Miami Dolphins, and they part ways with 3 first-rounders and a third-round pick. So that's the precedent to get from 12 to 3 as of just 3 years ago, is you're going to have to give up this year's first, next year's first, the year after that, and a middle-round pick in order to get to number 3. And that's in a draft where there are quarterback-needy teams occupying all 3 selections.
Yeah, it's just right. Exactly right. And I think that is the which one of those 3 teams is they're all in great position to get a really good quarterback. And so can you convince one of them? And look, to me, the Bears and the Commanders are off the table. There is no way either one of those 2 teams is. So the question is what is New England going to do? What's in, I think they will draft a quarterback, and I think that guy might just be Jaden Daniels. But do they think that? And do they think, is Mac Jones, they haven't yet moved on from him. And do they just put do they draft Marvin Harrison Jr. and just give him a bunch of weapons and say, okay, we're going to show you some stability. We think you can be okay. We're going to put the weapons around you. I think that becomes a little bit more fascinating. But overall, it just at first blush, you look at that and go, I don't know why any of those 3 would trade at all.
Based on Belichick history, New England would have been the most gettable pick. But we have no idea what's going to happen now, right? Like, all of the New England draft history gets thrown out the window with the new regime coming in.
Right, because we have no clue.
We don't know. You could look at the situation, and if Belichick was still at the helm, you could say 3 is in contention, because what Belichick loves is draft picks. And he can find a way to, he would have been the guy that would have taken a chance on Russell Wilson when he gets cut here in Denver and he signs into a $4 million deal. He gets a bunch of draft picks, bunch of young guys, and he tries to insulate that player as best he can because, he doesn't have to pay him $50 million a year, right? That's what could have happened in New England. I don't know if that's going to happen. I think it's a completely blank slate. They're going to get a quarterback at 3. They're likely going to select Jaden Daniels. And I don't think it's worth it for the Broncos, if Penix is what Sanford says he is, to part ways with 3 first-rounders when you are an old roster, when you need to get cheaper. Whenever you move on from Russell Wilson, you have to get cheaper. The only way to do that is by getting younger, draftable players onto the roster. It makes way more sense to stay put at 12, or, because we need wide receivers here in Denver, trade down, and it's going to kill a lot of the guys that want quarterbacks. Hope that Michael Penix is there later on in the first rounder, so you get that fifth year option on the contract. Trade down the first round, select him somewhere between 27 and 32, get yourself a second round pick in the offing, so that you can then go build out your wide receiver room. That makes way more sense to me than Sean Payton's dream of getting Caleb Williams, which is quite literally impossible.
Yeah, it is. It's the interesting thing here is it's starting to sound like the more days that go by, it's starting to sound a lot more like there are a lot of different scenarios on the table here for the Broncos. And it was very interesting to even hear Sanford say that there is a little bit of talk that the Broncos might not even move on from Russell Wilson, maybe. Like that.
I'm okay with that.
That is a scenario that's still out there. Well, okay. Look, I am too.
You know me, I'm a money guy, right? Like when I look at teams, how are you utilizing the cash? And I don't care about the cash that's going out the door. I care about cap space cash. How are you utilizing it? If you move on from Russ, you have to move that money anyways, right?
Yeah.
You have to utilize the money. So if there's a world in which you can get a young quarterback that still is a year or two away from being a starter, although Sanford thinks that Penix is ready to step in possibly even this year, why not have Russ here? You're going to pay him regardless. So pay him to be if you're going to eat $80 million in cap space,
have it on the field.
Have the dude be a $40 million backup.
Have it on the field or a starter. This time of year, there's just so much kind of flying around. But it's if the Broncos get into if they in fact are trying to get into the top 3, then it just says to me that you're not getting Caleb Williams, but it does mean to me, it would then say to me that you do like Drake May and Jaden Daniels. And one of those two guys, it's going to be fine by you to have him on the roster.
What are the chances, though, that you are in love with all 3 of those players? Because
not the same kind of love.
It feels to me that because what we know about Sean Payton, he's been on the record of saying we think that the NFL draft is going to change how they do things because guys are going to tank for him, right? We know Sean Payton loves that guy. What are the odds that you love every girl in the bar, that every girl in the bar is a model, and you see one walking out with a guy who's as hot as Chris Dempsey, and you have to go find number 2 and number 3? What are the odds that number 2 and number 3 are just as hot as the other girl? They're pretty slim.
Well, are you in Miami or are you in Idaho? I don't know. It's a good question, but I think for Raj, these teams, they have to wrestle with this kind of a lot, which is you have this player that you would most rather you have your dream scenario, and that is this player, but that player probably isn't going to be available to you. So what's the next best option? And are there individuals that still would look really good in your uniform that could really be productive for you? And I think that's what we're talking about here, because if Sean Payton knows he doesn't like Caleb Williams is his guy, but he's not getting Caleb Williams. So the question is now do you love Jaden Daniels? Do you love Drake May? Do you love Michael Penix or Bo Nix? Can you get one of those individuals to be what you hope to get you where you want to go? Where it really is that's the bottom line. And I think if that's the scuttlebutt, then yeah, he's looking at somebody else and saying, that guy can get me to where I need to go as well.
We'll have shout-outs later today coming up at 11:45. NFL Notes is 11:20 a.m. We'll talk about the Nuggets taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder on the other side. Also go through some trade rumors with the Avalanche. Logan O'Connor, he's been one of the hottest players in the league, but now he's finding his way into the Athletic as part of Avs trade line decisions.
Don't do it!
We'll talk about it on the other side. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Wednesday. It's a shout-outs day, so get those in. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Let us know who you want us to shout out coming up at 11:45. 11:20 is NFL Notes. If you missed any of the shows so far, just search Dempsey and Company wherever you get your podcast. You can listen in to Coach Mike Sanford's report from the Senior Bowl. He, as I was expecting today, fell even more in love with Michael Penix
Sure
Jr.
did.
He's winning me over, man. I'm trying to find ways to not just be honed in on one quarterback.
Yeah.
But Sanford's got me there. If he's
Yeah.
going to be available at 12, if he's available to trade down and you get more draft assets,
Yeah.
that makes it even sweeter because the Broncos, again, don't have a second-round pick this year when they need to get young and they need to get cheap. So I was
He's
a big
broken
fan
us
of
all
that.
down, man. He's broken
is.
us all down.
And you know what? It's just been attrition, too.
Yeah.
Like, nothing new has happened. He just continues to come back and go, he's great.
He's the best guy.
He's the best guy on
Yeah.
the field. He's effortless. And the only thing we hate about him is that he's been relatively injured from age 18 to 24.
Yeah, it's and he started super early in the college football season down Michael Penix Road, too. And for us here in Denver, so we've kind of heard him say it. And then what happened was the Washington started playing all these high-profile football games, and we're like, wait a second. That dude
Who's
is
this
really
guy?
good. Yeah, he is really good. And so he ends up in the national championship. So, Mike Sanford, he's broken us all down, but with good reason. I mean, we saw what Penix could do on a football field, and the question is he healthy?
We've got the Nuggets taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder again tonight. 6 p.m. tip, 5:30 pregame with Kaz and Berto right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as they look to get back into their winning ways against the Thunder, losing 3 of their last 4 against OKC. We'll continue previewing that later on in our second hour here. But the Athletic came out with a couple of NHL trade scenarios, right? So we know that the Nuggets are probably not going to trade anyone. They probably can't just based off of what their salary looks like. The Avs on the other side, they've got the draft capital. And they do have, thanks to Gabe Landeskog being on long-term injury reserve, as well as Pavel Francouz, they have a little bit of cap space to work with at the deadline if they want to bring in a big-time player at second center, or if they want to bring in a middle-pairing defenseman. They have the cap space and the capital to do it. The main guy who has been linked to them because, well, they went and they tried to help out their bottom 6 in signing Zach Parise essentially for free. The main guy they've been linked to is Elias Lindholm, and he's the prize this year at the trade deadline. Number 2 center, $4.85 million. It's going to be far less than that come trade deadline because your cap hit knocks off day by day by day in the NHL. The Avs can get him. And the way that they can do this, what I've heard, is moving on from a first-round pick in this year's draft, hopefully between 28 and 32.
Right.
Hopefully it's number 32.
Exactly.
And a middle prospect. However, the Athletic came out earlier with Bob McKenzie and Corey Pronman saying that you could do this if you move on from a first and a top prospect. And I think it's a little bit too much of an overpay. Not only have they thrown in Callum Ritchie, who is last year's draft pick, he's playing for the Oshawa Generals, looks to be a second or third center when he truly breaks into the league, should be an all-right NHL player. They've also thrown in Logan O'Connor, and that's where it becomes a deal breaker to me.
Yeah.
With how that guy is playing, 13 goals, 11 assists, 24 points in 47 games. He averages about 15 minutes of time on ice. He is arguably your best penalty killer on the team, and he only cost you $1 million a year. If he is part of any deal going out to get a rental piece, I think I'd be upset.
Yeah, I would too. And you've heard me say before, I don't know why you would create a hole on your roster to fill one on your roster. And given the way Logan O'Connor is playing this season, you would be creating a hole on the roster that now how do you backfill that? And you're going to backfill that with a player not as good as what Logan O'Connor is putting on the ice.
I look at it the same way as I looked at the Sam Girard situation last year. because there were a lot of people like, oh, why not move on from Sam? You need to move $5 million out the door so you can get another player back. But last year, the Avs didn't have the defensive depth that they do this season, where you found a Caleb Jones as a free agent. You found a Sam Malinsky as an undrafted college free agent on your team who can play any given day 15 minutes in this league. The Avs didn't have that last year on the blue line. So that's when people were calling for Sam to be traded last season, I was like, pump the brakes. Who's going to fill in his spot? Like, you're going to bring up Keaton Middleton?
Right.
Who's the guy who played forward and defense last year? He was a Minnesota Wild for years. Older guy in the AHL, Joshy. No teeth, small guy. Brad Hunt. Is Brad Hunt going to be the guy that steps in and plays Sam Girard's minutes? Really?
Yeah.
You think that's going to help you win a cup?
Right.
This year, it's a little bit different. Still, don't move on from Sam now. You're going to have to make a decision as to who goes out the door in the offseason. You would be doing the same thing with Logan O'Connor, and you'd be breaking up one of the best pieces of your team, which is this roaring 20s line of Colton O'Connor and Miles Wood. Lines like that have won cups for teams. Like, think back to the Los Angeles Kings of the 2010s. You have to look back at like the Trevor Lewises of the world on that team who jumped. It was the 70s line. They called it the 70s line. He played with Jeff Carter and Trevor Lewis, and Tanner Pearson was the last player on that line. Logan O'Connor is like Trevor Lewis and Tanner Pearson. They have to be on this team for the Avs to win a cup this season. Don't move on from him.
Well, and you've caught a little bit of lightning in a bottle, right? I mean, if you go back to the moves they made in the offseason, I mean, you bring in Colton and you bring in Miles Wood, and what happens is they mesh perfectly with Logan O'Connor, and now you have this line that is has been great for you. And it just, for the Avs, you have your top line guys, and now you've kind of cobbled together this line that has great chemistry and great production, and they do great. I wouldn't break that up, and I don't think championship teams but I don't think they would, Raj. I don't think
you have to either. If you want second line center, you hit it. You can't move chemistry. You can't get rid of that. And you found it, right? The Avs have been trying to figure out what they're doing with lines 2, 3, and 4 the entire season. Is all right. How is this going to work? How are you going to get Miles Wood and Ross Colton to play together? You always looked at Logan O'Connor as a fourth line player. He's not this season. He's playing way better than that.
Yeah.
And you can't find something that works and then just go, well, for the sake of hoping that Elias Lindholm turns into what he was 3 years ago, let's move this guy out the door. I think that's a losing proposition. However, I still think you can get him. Right? I think the Athletic has an overplay there for Lindholm. If you want that player, you can get him for a first-round pick. And I've been saying Oscar Lawson, if you need to give up Callum Ritchie, I'm okay with it. Do not move a single player that is currently on this roster. It's opening up a hole that you don't need to do. If you want to move on from current rostered players, do it in the offseason.
If they didn't make a move for a second line center, do they have enough?
You got to be healthy.
Okay.
With a full bill of health, they have enough to win a cup this year, but they have to be healthy.
So Nichushkin back.
Yes, Nichushkin back in the lineup. You can't have Bowen Byram missing big time games. You can't have what happened against Seattle happen again this year. Like, God forbid the goaltender goes down and you have to have like Prosvetov start. Remember what happened all those years ago? It was fun when Andrew Hammond was in net, but you lost the series because of it. Right? You didn't get past a Dallas team in the bubble because your goaltender got hurt. Your captain got hurt. You need to be healthy. And what last year proved for the Avalanche is you can be the best team in the league when healthy. But if you take out two big pieces, a team like Seattle is going to beat you in the first round. So I think they can win
because the other teams they're like, the gap isn't that large, and
it's the closest gap out of the four major sports, without a doubt. Right? Like an 8 seed got to the Stanley Cup final last year.
Right.
People forget that.
Yep.
The Florida Panthers were the 8 seed going up against the greatest regular season team of all time last year in the Bruins. They got to a cup final. It happens, right? And Boston was healthy. They just ran into a buzzsaw somehow. The Avs weren't healthy. That's the reason why they lost. And they may have lost as the series went on. But
Vegas was. And Vegas
got healthy
at the right time. Yeah.
At the right time. Vegas was the most injured team in the regular season last year. And they got healthy right as the playoffs started. And then they just ran roughshod through the league.
And I can't remember, did they make any significant moves at the trade deadline last year?
No, they got Jack Eichel back from neck surgery.
Yeah.
That was their trade deadline acquisition, was Eichel's back. He's completely healthy, and now you slot in a bona fide, probably top 25 player in the league, 20 player for Jack Eichel.
Yeah.
The Avs are hoping to do that with Landeskog this year.
Yeah.
I think they can, but again, I would not move on from Logan O'Connor whatsoever.
I wouldn't either. I mean,
and he's a fan favorite, man. You imagine what the fan base would do to you? This kid grew up playing hockey for was playing hockey for the Pioneers, won a national championship, was one of the best players on that national title team. And you, because he's in your backyard, found a player that you'd be like, oh yeah, he can be a 7, 8, 9, 10-minute player in this league as a fourth line wing. Now he's moved his way up into a third line player. You don't move on from that. With the Avs and the cap space, right? You have to hit on these cheap players. It's what the Nuggets have done with like Peyton Watson and Christian Brown last year.
Yeah.
With all of these guys making max contracts, you have to find cheap players. Logan O'Connor is that. You don't move him out the door.
No, you wouldn't. And I hope they won't. And I don't think they will, because you can't. There's some things that just can't be broken up. So they'll figure out a different way. And look, the second question is that if backup goalie is more important than 2C, what do you got to give up to get one of those?
The assets aren't the same. You can do both. You can have both. You can have it all.
The Avs can have it all.
If you want it all, you can have it all. You can get a second line center for this year's first round pick and one of your top prospects, a Lawson, Callum Ritchie. You can get Elias Lindholm for that. Maybe you have to throw in a sweetener of a fourth round pick that could become a third if the Avs win a cup. You can go get a backup goaltender. If you want Marc-Andre Fleury, you can go get him for a third round pick, a fourth round pick, because guess what? Flower has a full no movement clause and he gets to decide where he goes. If he wants to come here to Colorado, you can hold Minnesota's feet to the fire. Bill Guerin and Joe Sakic also have a good relationship, regardless of what you think about trading interdivision. If you want to go get a sixth defenseman, you know who's been in the trade rumors lately? Up in Buffalo?
Who?
Eric Johnson. Could you get Eric Johnson for a fourth round pick, fifth round pick? Sure.
Yes.
Sure could. I'm telling you, you want it all.
Home.
You can
come on home.
You can have it all, Avs fans. I promise you. I promise you. This is the year. And Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland don't like to go in big at the trade deadline. I think this is the year that it changes.
Yeah.
It's Dempsey and Company, Altitude. It's 11:20. That means right here on Dempsey and Company, it's time for NFL Notes. Nelly's out for the next couple of weeks. We got Joshy G behind the glass at the Bud Light Studios. Josh, bring us through the gridiron.
Guys, welcome to it. I want to first remind everybody that we are sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Gentlemen, I want to bring you back to a year ago today. It was announced via Adam Schefter that the Saints and the Broncos were finalizing a deal to trade Sean Payton to the Denver Broncos to become the next head coach. So a year removed from that, how do we feel about this? How do we have higher hopes, lower hopes, higher or lower expectations? The floor is yours.
Before I get into that, it's a very momentous day in Broncos history. Not only is this the anniversary of getting blown out by 32 points in the Super Bowl to the Redskins, it's also the anniversary of blowing out the Falcons in the Super Bowl. Was it 33?
Super Bowl 33.
In Super Bowl 33.
I was there
for
that.
So you have a Super Bowl loss, a Super Bowl win, and now one of the more confounding trades in recent NFL history. The book is yet to be written, Josh, is the answer on this. We will know whether or not this has been a success within the next 3 seasons. I'm not willing to put my stamp on it quite yet. I do like the fact that Sean is creating the Broncos from a front office down to the roster in his image. And I believe that is the correct way to go, regardless of whether or not it's going to be successful or be a failure. You have to go all in. And I think the Broncos are all in on Sean Payton right now. I'll say it's a green check mark, but it's to be determined at this point. It's way too early.
Yeah, I was very excited. You know, if we're rewinding all the way back to all the discussions that we had about the candidates and who might be the next Broncos coach, Sean Payton was a name I was very interested in. I mean, and I didn't care about the compensation because I just thought this is a guy who has done it before, and to have access to an individual like this, well, give a draft pick. Like that's fine. I don't care. And I still feel that way. I don't love how he conducted himself the entirety of the season, but it's not for me to love. It's only for him to get this Broncos into a consistent winning space. And I do believe he'll do that. I still think it was the right thing for them to do to bring him on board. Even if he's rubbed a lot of people, including me, the wrong way in some areas, it's okay. Because also what we saw over the course of a football season was his ability to kind of put a stamp on a football team and to get it to win games in a space where maybe it would have fallen apart in years past. And so I'm on board, and I still am.
I'll ask it a different way. Sean Payton doesn't get traded for last year on this date. You end up firing whatever coach that you had this year, or let's just say that the Nathaniel Hackett experiment extended one more season, and you fire him this year.
Yeah.
Harbaugh, Vrabel, Belichick, among others, all available. If you had gotten one of those 3, would that have been a win over Sean Payton? Knowing what you gave up to get Payton, which was draft selections, which you need.
Yeah.
And a prime draft selection.
If it's Harbaugh. Bill Belichick is kind of my personal opinion, he's kind of a non-starter to me. I think the Patriot way and all that kind of stuff like that's not resonating anymore. So I knock him off the list. Vrabel is a guy that I think is very interesting. I think he's a really good coach. I do. And, but I think if it was Harbaugh, yeah. But if it was Belichick, no. Vrabel, maybe. I do like him, but Harbaugh for sure. Remember, I think we were all in on Harbaugh before he decided to go back to Michigan. But yeah, maybe he would be the only one of those 3.
Joshy, what's next?
All right, guys, I'm going to actually pivot here really quickly because we do have some breaking news. The Seahawks are expected to hire Ravens defensive coordinator Mike Macdonald as their next new head coach. How do we feel about that?
I wasn't expecting them to go there, although they did just kind of get sloughed off by what seemed like their number one in Johnson as the OC of Detroit. He ends up going back. Did you see there was beef between Johnson and Eminem? Eminem said if he was going to leave Detroit, there might have been a diss track coming his way.
Yeah. yeah. The Eminem tweet was amazing. It really was. He said, yeah, the diss track was coming, but now that he's back, let's run it back, baby. He just said, I love the fact that Eminem has been like the face of the Detroit Lion fandom.
Listen, it's a good hiring. Baltimore's defense has been what's kept them relevant for all of these years as they're trying to figure out what to do with Lamar Jackson. And there's days where Lamar looks like the best player in the world, and then the offense just can't put up points for some reason. It happens like on a yearly basis as well.
Well, it happens in the playoffs. He's an MVP and then goes to the playoffs.
That is true. Listen, they win that game. The defense was fine in that game, and Mahomes and Kelsey were excellent. Outside of the Kelsey Mahomes connection, Baltimore's defense was good enough to win that game.
Can I say one thing?
And it was catastrophic turnovers that cost Baltimore a chance to win the AFC.
If you were to tell me, real quickly, that KC will go the second half without scoring a point,
you win.
Ravens win by 20.
You win.
In the regular season, the Ravens win by 20.
So you got that guy?
They did their job.
He's been there since 2014. I like it. It's a good hiring for them. Seattle's going back to what they won their Super Bowls with, which was defensive-minded or a defense mentality, and I think it's great. I think it's a solid signing. I really do.
Sure. Yeah. I have no reason to, disagree with either one of you. So yeah, I think it's fine.
Josh.
All right, guys, so we're going to go from talking about the Ravens right back to the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes is only 28 years old, and he's already compiling a postseason resume that surpasses many Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Mahomes has now thrown 39 postseason touchdown passes in his career. The next one, he ties Peyton Manning, which most likely will happen in the next game in the Super Bowl. After that, if he throws 2 touchdowns, he now passes Peyton Manning and becomes 5th all-time. Within the next year, he could move up to 2nd all-time, only behind Tom Brady. Now, we all thought that Tom Brady's accolades that he has collected throughout his entire career will never be passed. Now, Mahomes has a lot to do before he gets there still, but is it possible that while we were watching the end of the career of one GOAT, we were seeing the rising of the other GOAT already?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, that's what we were watching. Mahomes is a freak. I'm jealous as hell as what Kansas City has in that quarterback, and I will not be shy to tell you that. Also, the fact that you're opening this on a day in which we're talking about Pat Mahomes' dad bod, and that's not what you're leading with, is insane. Also, 28, right, Josh? Is that how old you are?
Yep. My age.
You had an opportunity to take a shot at Patrick Mahomes.
I've got the dad bod for it, so I could be Patrick Mahomes. I could be, essentially.
Mahomes is getting shamed for being fat. Neymar is getting shamed for being fat.
Yeah.
Also, you can be the best quarterback in the world and have a dad bod that goes over your belt buckle. How dumb do you feel for going to the gym every day, Dems?
Well,
How dumb does Brady feel that he was so healthy he wouldn't even eat tomatoes?
Well,
and Patrick Mahomes is going to surpass it.
Tom Brady could have looked like he did in his NFL draft combine photo for the entirety of his career and still been fine.
Let's put it this way. I'm going to Crumble Cookie after this.
Hey, you're going back to those Starbucks pink drinks, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
40 grams of sugar.
Again, for a guy who takes care of his body as well as Chris Dempsey does, and he looks like a Greek god, like he's carved out of something Michelangelo did. This dude would come in with pink drink from Starbucks every day of the week. And we have to look and we go, dude, do you have any idea what's in that drink? And he opens up the calorie count for Starbucks. There's 185 grams of sugar in a venti.
Yeah, the sugar content is a little out of control. But they're really good. So actually, so I don't obviously drink those every day anymore. And when I do, I get it tall.
Hey, there you go. You're learning.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got another one for you here. This one is a little confusing. Can you please explain this to me? Jerry Jones has just come out and said he does not rule out hiring Bill Belichick, eventually. What are you doing here when you have a Mike McCarthy quarterback or a head coach who is kind of in his lame duck role, if you will?
Yep.
Why are you already saying, then just go hire him? Why are you threatening with the eventually?
The Jerry Jones experience is the best. It's the best.
He would go on to say this is the year that the Cowboys are going to go all in, as if they haven't been essentially all in for the last 3 decades.
So he also told Yahoo this about Bill Belichick. I know him personally, and I like him. There's no doubt in my mind we could work together. None. And it's just like, dude, what are you What are you doing? Why do we... one of the reasons why we always talk about the Cowboys, it's one of the most... if you turn on anything national, they're talking about the Cowboys. And it's just kind of this eye-rolling thing because why are we talking about the Cowboys at all? But this is why part of the reason is Jerry Jones can't shut his mouth. He cannot do it. He always gives us something to talk about.
Big brain move, man.
He's
the most accessible owner in the NFL.
Yes, easily.
He goes on a radio show every week.
And he does a press conference after the football game. It's not the head coach's press conference that you cared about. You care about the Jerry Jones press conference.
I love that.
It's crazy.
Kreckman and Lindahl have appointment viewing for that every week on their show.
Yeah.
At like 2:30 in the or 3:30 in the afternoon.
It's amazing.
On a Tuesday.
It's amazing. But if you're Mike McCarthy,
you got to see the writing on the wall as McCarthy. Like you can't lay.
Why would you even try?
You can't lay an egg like that.
Yeah, well,
and have arguably the greatest head coach in the game's history on the sidelines. You got to know something's coming.
Yeah.
It's a hot seat there in Dallas. I would expect Jerry Jones to go make a run at Belichick. And listen, I think Belichick deserves another shot. I want to see if he can get a team back to the promised land without Tom Brady. Because we saw Brady do it, and I want to be. It would be incredibly intriguing if Belichick could do the same thing that Tom did in another market.
I think he can. He just needs to be the coach. And can you convince him? Can you convince him to don't worry about acquiring the personnel? I mean, obviously you're going to have say in it. You're the coach. We want to have players that you feel like you're comfortable coaching. But outside of that, those conversations, we will pick the players. You coach this team, and I still think Bill Belichick has it.
I wonder if it's an age thing for me. I don't have the same hatred and disgust toward the Cowboys as I think the general population does.
Yeah, it's.
I lived in Dallas, man. I loathe the Cowboys, and they're not even the Cowboys. I loathe their fans because when I lived there, they went 4-12 and still called themselves America's team.
Like I love when the Texas Longhorns are good at football. I love when the Cowboys are in the playoffs and competing for NFC championships.
I hate it so much.
It feels right to me. And I don't know what it is. I think it's because when they were still winning Super Bowls and really, really good, I think I was too young to see what that media circus was about.
Yeah, and I was right in the middle of that. And that just is it was such, no, but those teams were great. And the thing about the Cowboys,
and they were fun.
Yeah, the thing about the Cowboys going all the way back,
Aikman, Sanders, like that's fun.
And you can go back even farther than that. When the Cowboys team that beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl, and when you start talking about individuals like Drew Pearson and Danny White, and they have just been around for so long, and it's actually kind of why I laugh right now because that franchise pretty much was always like right around winning. Even if they didn't win it, they were super close to doing that. And that's just the space they inhabited for literal decades, man. And they can't get back to that space, which is laughable to me. I laugh at them. But that's why we hate the Cowboys. They just are always there, Raj. They've been there since I've been born, and it's a long time.
I look at 3 teams across the country that people generally hate. Lakers, Yankees, Cowboys.
Yeah.
Cowboys are a distant third for me.
Really?
Distant. Josh?
Get your damn act together.
All right, decided to switch it up there a little bit. You guys, the NFL is now addressing efforts to counter speculation, distrust, and accusations of game fixing. We've all heard of the script and how we all now believe that the NFL is scripted. And now they can't allow the Chiefs to lose because the Swifties will revolt and all this stuff. We've all heard it. We all know. Well, they're actually making real efforts here to prove that they're not. On Tuesday, the NFL conducted a video conference call to discuss legalized sports betting, its leadership position, and support responsible gambling, and the leagues with them returning to Las Vegas after a successful event there with the NFL draft in 2022 and the Pro Bowl games in 2023, So there's something to this to where now it has garnered a response from the NFL, the commissioner, all those people. Hey, we're not cheating. There's no script. We're not fixing these games. Because look, there's a lot of weird, fishy things that have happened, including teams that are the color of the Super Bowl, the red and the purple. Everybody thought the Ravens would win until the Chiefs and the there is viable things that have happened here. Call it a conspiracy theory, whatever you want.
Viable is a strong word to use.
It's
Joshua.
enough for them to make it. It's enough for them to make a response.
If there is a loud enough, large enough, uninformed idiocy, you're gonna hear it and you're gonna need a response. The people who think the NFL is scripted are as dumb as the people who think we didn't land on the moon.
The NFL looks kind of scripted to me.
There's a lot that has happened within the last decade.
It is very clear that the league has, it's not mandates, but the league has preferences for certain things to happen. More points, closer games at the end. That does not mean that it is scripted. It is probably... It's probably talked about in...
The script writers brought Tyreek Hill back to Kansas City. The script writers brought...
How many times have you seen late calls that are either not called...
Those are sports. That's what sports is.
The script
I think it's Buffalo Wild Wings. They're in collusion.
It's such a small brain thought process to think that the league is pulling strings game to game.
The script writers got Mike McCarthy back against his old team. And then the script writers
because
had
the
that
schedule worked
and then
out.
The script writers had that said former team beat Mike McCarthy in the playoffs.
Hey, they changed the script. They changed it in the middle of the year. They wanted the Ravens. The Ravens were the storybook ending.
Stop it right there. So the script has been written, and then something. 30 seconds before something happens, it's like, oh, that came through on a fax machine. That's what we're talking about,
Even they didn't see the Travis Kelce, T Swift stuff coming up, and she's made them more. She has made them
Neanderthal.
She has made them more than $330 million in what you would call advertisements, simply because she's been at these last 13 games or 11 games or whatever.
She's awesome.
Look, I'm not saying she's not, but I'm saying she's too much of a moneymaker now. So they had to change the script just a little bit, Raj, just a little bit to get her. And how much of a storybook ending would it be? She makes it from Tokyo. She made it just in time to watch. I'm just saying it's too good to be true, man. It's too good to be true.
All of the Swifties, regardless of Taylor Swift being in a relationship with a guy who's in the Super Bowl, would have been watching the Super Bowl. Nothing else happens.
I don't know about that.
Nothing else.
Not all the Swifties.
What United States citizen do you know? Do you guys run in circles with that don't watch the Super Bowl or aren't at a Super Bowl party?
Right at Mix 100, Jeremy Paget. He does not care.
I know he doesn't care, but I guarantee he's watching.
It's on.
Guarantee it's on the TV.
Now, Swifties, like true Swifties that don't care about sports, not watching the Super Bowl.
My sister doesn't care about sports. She's hosting a Super Bowl party. She hosted a Super Bowl party.
She's there for the party. She's there for the party.
Right. Yeah, she's not
doesn't
watching
matter.
the Super Bowl.
The TV's on. The ratings are gonna roll in.
No.
The Taylor Swift effect is like
I know what you guys are doing right now. You're trying to get a rise out of me, and you're trying.
We got one. You're standing up. We got one. I mean, we got one.
You literally got me to rise out of my seat.
We didn't try. We succeeded.
It's very easy to get me juiced up. Sports are not scripted. Sports aren't scripted, people. Don't be dumb.
Except for if they're the NFL.
They are produced. They are produced.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Avenues of entertainment. They are produced.
Okay.
They are not scripted.
All right. Because the true Cinderella story would have put the Lions.
Also, there's way too many people
in the Super Bowl.
There's way too many people around these situations that are just silent for years and years and years. Like the conspiracy is thousands and thousands of people and decades long.
But I do think this.
No,
money talks. No, money talks. Or keeps you silent.
To Josh's point, though, the NFL, this is such a thing that the NFL feels the need to actually have to address it, which I think is hilarious. Because if there's any league anywhere that could simply just look at this and go, you guys are morons, this is business as usual, it would be the NFL. And why are they feeling the need to have to address this? Why, Raj?
Because it's true.
I hate you two so much.
The truth is out there.
Shout outs next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company as we wrap things up and hand it off to PhD. Coach Mike Sanford will join that program between 12 and 3 to talk about the Senior Bowl. The American team is out there on the field right now. Ladd McConkey catching some one-on-one passes. That dude is a stud. Have you watched any video on that guy?
I have not.
From Georgia? Holy smokes.
Yeah.
If that guy's available for the Broncos to take and they find a way to get a second-round pick and he is there?
Yeah.
That's the guy I want in the wide receiver room.
Get him.
I saw a lot of these text messages coming in of trying to build out the wideout room. They go, well, don't the Broncos have the most expensive wide receiver room in the league? And the answer is yes, but there's a world in which 3 of those wideouts are not on the team come next year.
Yeah.
Like Judy's probably traded at the draft for a middle round pick. Sutton could be either cut, traded, or maybe even they extend him to try and like spread out some of the guaranteed money. You bring down that number, and Tim Patrick is all but cut at this point in his career with the back-to-back injuries and how much money he's making. I think it's $15 million against the cap this year. While they are very expensive now, there's a chance that it looks drastically different on day one next year.
Yeah, I would say, I just venture to say that it will look drastically different. You know, you can't not have, how many years have they not had like 1,000-yard receiver and 1,000-yard rusher in a row? It's been a few years, and you can't continue to not have difference makers. Even if we thought that they were, like, you guys all know how much I love Jerry Jeudy. I mean, I think he's a good player. I think he is not a great fit here anymore. That is just the fact of the matter. And I think the Broncos have to be very realistic about some players that may look like they can be productive and maybe have been productive in some instances, but they don't really fit into your long-term future for an offense that's actually really dynamic.
Nuggets, OKC tonight, 6 p.m. tip, 5:30 pregame here on 92.5. This is a team that's been woeful for the Nuggets to play against. They match up perfectly. How do they change this? The recent history, having lost 3 of 4 to OKC.
Yeah, it's interesting because even if you just take this particular season, Oklahoma City came into Denver and won twice. Denver beat OKC in OKC once. And I believe Nikola Jokic is on the injury report as being questionable for this particular basketball game. So we'll see sometimes in these one-off game situations, and I call them one-offs because they're sandwiched. It's a road game sandwiched in between home games, and it's just kind of a quick trip and then back. Nikola Jokic is on the injury report as being questionable with low back pain. So we'll see if he's not able to go tonight. Obviously, that changes the equation kind of a lot for the Nuggets in this one, and it's a tough one with the OKC Thunder, and a rising an up and coming basketball team. So how do they win this game today? I think your defense at the point of attack, it just has to be solid. Now, look, how are you getting through some of the screening action on the perimeter, and how are you keeping guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander out of the lane? Easy for me to say into a microphone, a lot harder to execute on a basketball court. I think you'll see a lot of switching of the screens on the perimeter because with a lot of very similar sized players on the perimeter, points in the paint are going to be huge for the Nuggets to kind of tamp that down from an OKC standpoint. They kind of live in the paint there. So if you can keep them out, make them more of a jump shooting basketball team, that's in your best interest to do. And if you do not have Nikola Jokic tonight, then you're obviously going to need a big night from Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr. This would be a night where now his name ticks up a peg in terms of the hierarchy of who's getting the shots, and so you would need a big game out of him as well. So it's definitely a challenge. I mean, the Northwest Division is quite clearly the best division in all of the NBA. I mean, they're all sitting right there at the top of the Western Conference, and then you have the Utah Jazz, who are obviously continue to be a formidable basketball team too. So, I'm very much looking forward to see what the Nuggets put on the court there in OKC tonight.
It's Wednesday on Dempsey & Company. It means it's time for shout-outs.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it?
I love you, man.
You're my boy, Blue. Who's absolutely ballin'?
We just become best friends.
Yep.
Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shoutouts.
Now they always say congratulations.
All right, I'll begin with, and I'm just going to reiterate this from yesterday. I want to just say congratulations to Michael Malone again. We'll have him on the show tomorrow here to talk about the game tonight. But winning game number 400 for him, that's a big deal as he continues on as the Nuggets head coach. So first shout out is just want to reiterate one more time, congratulations to Nuggets coach Michael Malone. My second shout out is going to be to Kim Becker, and she will be here tomorrow. She has been named host of Avalanche Live, which is a pre-game show prior to Avalanche games on Altitude Sports TV. She previously was a host of the You Bet Tonight show on Altitude TV. That went away. And now this is her next opportunity for a show that's kind of an expansion of what we have been doing for the Nuggets, which is Nuggets Live, which we won an Emmy for a few years ago. So congratulations to Kim Becker. She will do great as the host of Avalanche Live.
I've got one in the golf world. Earlier on today, the PGA Tour completed a $3 billion. Remember a few months ago, They all said it was, a merger was in the offing and nothing's actually happened. The Strategic Sports Group, which is a bunch of billionaire sports owners, the Fenway Group is there. It's a lot of like baseball owners and NFL owners that are trying to put together this group. $3 billion of the PGA Tour is getting us closer and closer to a completed deal with the Saudi group to try and get the PGA Tour and the LIV to coexist, to come together and just have one massive tour around the world. Because right now, the PGA Tour they're bleeding players. Jon Rahm leaves, Tyrrell Hatton leaves, and a tournament, I'm a golf guy. That's where I started my career. A tournament that I always watch is the Farmers, which is at Torrey Pines every year. That feels like the start to the golf season for me this year. It was won by a no-name Frenchman. The second place was a Norwegian or a Danish guy. I didn't watch a single shot of it.
Yeah.
And that kind of sparked my head going, what the heck is going on here? So $3 billion. Hopefully the PGA Tour can figure it out because I want to be interested in golf again.
All right, guys, I got one too. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I am going to give a shout out to our guy, Nelly, Steve Nelson. This man is on the other side of the world right now. He basically took essentially a 24-ish hour flight to get to where he is. And he is still working hard. I'm still seeing text messages from this guy about our show.
Tell him to throw the phone away.
I know. It's unbelievable. Look, this guy's work ethic, it doesn't end.
I didn't text you guys once from my honeymoon.
Which you shouldn't have. I mean, he shouldn't be doing this, but he just can't stop. His motor keeps running. He loves the company. He's working hard for it. So shout out to our guy, Nelly, for the nonstop work ethic.
That'll do it for us, for Chris Dempsey, for Josh Grismer. Love and appreciate you, my friend.
Rubbed a lot of people, including me, the wrong way in some areas.
Yeah. Sometimes that happens, Demps. I'm Alex Ryan, PhD's coming up next. Sometimes the media, Scott, is just stupid. I'm not saying everybody in the media is stupid, but sometimes the media just itself is just dumb. It's just dumb.
Well, hold on. Did it take you 25 years to realize that? I've been listening to you that long.
Exactly. Wait a second. That didn't start well.
You know what? Can I say something?
Of course you can. It's your show.
It is so good to work with somebody that gets it.
Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate it.
I mean, I just appreciate that you get it.
I get this one, that's for sure. And when I see the rumors about the Broncos trading up, well, thanks for listening to us for the past. And you know what, Scotty? I think people have been listening to us for the past few weeks on that, and now it's getting out. And but you got to understand what's happening right now with the Broncos and all this stuff. It's pure speculation based on logic. There's no facts behind it whatsoever. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but you want to see something stupid in the world. It's how lazy some journalists are. Are they really journalists? But I am here to tell you everything that's happening is no more or less what we've been discussing, Scott. It's just that somebody was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then it's just a waterfall domino effect of other morons who are lazy just trying to go on it. That's all. That's it. That's exactly what it is. It's not real news, Scott. It could happen. I think there's a lot of things about it that are, it's cool that if it happens. But if you think that this is real news, and man, I tell you what, somebody's listening to this show, Scotty. Somebody's listening to this show and then repurposing itself as its own stuff. That's all I can tell you, because that's what's happening. That's really what's happening. But whatever.
Yeah, that might be. You know, it's funny. I saw some older guy who I believe, I don't know if he's in the Colorado Broadcasters Hall of Fame or the Denver Press Club's Hall of Fame or something. And when Logs and I were doing that show over across the street, we that's back in the heyday of guests, right? I mean, you got names and names and names, and so Shannon Sharp would come on about every week. We'd have Shannon on and so on and so forth. And we noticed about 3 weeks in a row, he was quote tweeting in this dude's article. And finally, I brought it to somebody. I said, "By the way, that was from our show." You know, I'm like, he didn't interview the guy. That was from our show.
Right. Right.
And finally, guys started looking into it, and they go, "Oh my God, you're right." And I go, "I know. I've been following it." And then I'm looking up something the other day.
Oh God.
A week or so ago, and I'm like, that dude's it's either in the Colorado Broadcasters Hall of Fame or the Denver Press Club's Hall of Fame, and I'm like, whoa. That's all you got to do.
Sometimes, Scotty. Sometimes.
I've been trying to be original for 30 years. Dang.
Well, like we've been saying literally for weeks, if the Broncos want one of the top quarterbacks, they're going to have to trade Patrick Surtain and move up to 1, 2, or 3. Period. We've literally been saying that for weeks. But no, now it's a big story. Or it might not have. That was a great thing about all that stuff yesterday. Or it won't happen at all. Okay. Duh. So, again, yes, are they considering it? Of course they're considering it. They're considering everything right now.
Here's what you got to know, and this goes for most teams. This goes for the Milwaukee Bucks. This goes for the Miami Dolphins. This goes for the Boston Bruins. This goes for the Los Angeles Rams. Every sport, cross sports, it doesn't matter. Good general managers and good front offices go over almost everything possible scenario in their books.
Correct.
What if we did ABC? Well, that's not going to work. What if we did ACF? Well, no, that's not. What if we put AO with B and they throw this out all the time? You know what? I guarantee you, and it probably hasn't been the last 2 or 3 years, But I guarantee you there was a scenario when they traded Nurkic, they said, well, we might be able to get more from Joker. What if we did this?
Right.
I guarantee that's been in the scenario. So, yeah. And listen, the reason Surtan's name came up with us, because, we're at least I try to be, and I think you do too. You're skewed sometime. I'm not.
Go ahead.
We've recognized really the only talent and tradable talent,
correct,
worthy talent that's going to get you anything
right.
is probably Patrick Surtain.
Probably.
He is
definitely.
Okay. Well, I was trying to leave the door open in case somebody else thought somebody else.
But
go ahead. He is the one guy that you could possibly make a trade and get anything valuable that you could use in this coming year and this coming draft. That's the only guy. Simmons maybe, but let's be honest. Simmons is going to go into his ninth or 10th year next year. I mean, he's early 30s now. Didn't he just have a birthday and turn 31, or is going to turn 31 or something like that? So, and listen, he's still got years to play. But you're going to trade for a 31-year-old safety or a 24-year-old cornerback that's already been a couple All-Pros.
For Justin Simmons, you get to dump his salary if that matters to you, and you may get I don't know, Scotty. Can you get a third, fourth? I don't know. They already tried to trade Sutton and Judy. They couldn't get their value, what they wanted value-wise for them.
Well, and if you believe room was there, they wanted a second or something like that for Judy, who, by the way, reminder, first-round pick.
Yep.
And they were basically, we were told, they were offered like a fifth?
Yeah, it's nothing. It was garbage. That's why they didn't do it. But they were trying.
And that's all filler stuff. And listen, there's been home runs. Brock Purdy is going to play a week from Sunday in a giant game and make everybody excited because somebody hit a home run on Mr. Irrelevant. That's great. There's a guy number 30 who's in the Hall of Fame that played for the Broncos, who won a league MVP and a Super Bowl MVP, who was a 6th-round draft pick. There's another guy who's a tight end, I think still one of the best tight ends that's ever played, who's in the Hall of Fame. I think it was a 7th-round pick. You do hit on those guys. But they ain't come around that corner every day.
On the text line, Simmons is a top 3 safety. Maybe, but the relative value of that position isn't that big of a deal. Maybe he is. It's like you're the best at something that, just is not that important relatively. Tyler, by the way, will be along here in just a little bit. He just had some stuff to take care of. He'll be here relatively shortly. So, and if you read any article and you read nobody reads entire articles either, Scott. Everybody just reads like the first 2 paragraphs and that's it. But
hey, could you tell I read the article on our
yeah, of course, and I did too. And if the article ends with or not, like everything, or not, then you shouldn't regard anything in the article. Yeah. Nothing, zero. That being said, listen, it's. I hope you can get a little smarter listening to this show. Maybe I hope that's the goal.
And that's whether you believe us or not. But we're going to give you a whole lot of different views and angles to look at things.
Yeah, true? Man. The one thing that look at me. Well, you don't have to. It's scarring. But
like you've lost about 25 pounds.
Well, thank you, brother. I'm working hard on that sucker. Soda.
Sexiness.
State of the art.
Hey, by the way, I just rode up the elevator with Jamal Murray.
How's Jamal doing, my buddy?
Well, he was sitting there, and he's awful quiet. I was on the phone originally, and I was off. I had earbuds on. And I looked at him. I said, "You feeling sexy today?" and he ignored me, didn't look at me. I tapped him on the shoulder. My door started to open to get off on my floor. I go, "You feeling sexy today?" He looks at me, he goes, "Yeah." And then he stopped. He goes, "Every day." And I went, "That's a great answer." And he started smiling. Then he got a big old smile, right? I go, "That's a good answer."
I'm glad I'm not comfortable goofing around with Jamal because he puts up a front, man, and I'm just but I'm glad you do. I think if people just he takes everything he kind of, to me, Jamal and Nathan McKinnon are kind of like the same sort of guy. Like, it's just like, I don't know, bro. I don't know how to handle them. I'm on kind of eggshells around both those guys. I don't know where it goes. But I'm glad you, as the big brother out there, can goof around with those dudes, and
Well,
so they
I'll
don't
tell you
take things so seriously.
No, I'll tell you a funny story. So we got one of those travel delays, and so everybody's stuck in the locker room.
What? Another one?
No, this was
Go.
one
Okay.
or two,
Okay. All right.
2 years ago.
Okay.
And it might have even been in Oklahoma City. And so we're just sitting around. I was doing the interviews in the locker room, and told us, "Hey, don't rush. We got to wait here at least 2 hours while they fix something on the plane."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm sitting there, got the camera guy still in there, and I've been BS with Jamal, and he's talking. We're just going blah 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 blah. I've had this happen to me twice, twice in my career getting interviews, and it's like blah 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 blah. I said, okay. I said, hey, can I just get you 3 questions? He goes, sure. Da-da-da-da. And I screwed up the first question because it was yes no, and I asked him, and he goes, yeah. And now we've just been having a 10-minute conversation, like rolling conversation. I go, yeah. And now I asked a question that I tried to follow up on, but it really goes, no, yeah, true.
What happened?
And I'm like, oh, my God. And then I'm going, oh, I screwed up now. And I said, okay, he's going to play with me. I said, you get me, too. He goes, you asked me yes, no question. So then I had to think, and he finally gave me an answer. We got done. Now, I thought it was funny. We get done, and he's busting up laughing. He thought it was the funniest thing in the whole wide
Just to give
world.
you crap. Yeah.
Playing with me to give me, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And that may have started because he does that to a bunch of people now.
He does.
But then we got done, and now he's laughing about it, and we're talking again. And I went, okay. The only other guy that ever got me like that was Shaq. And I'm working for Turner, and I'm in Utah. The Lakers are playing the Jazz. And I'm sitting on the side. We're talking stories about motorcycles. He had a big hog. Look up was it Boss Hog, I think, the motorcycle. Dan, if you can look it up. It was called the Boss Hog, I believe, which basically was a motorcycle with a car engine in it. And he was talking about Donna and scaring him to death and blah, 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 blah. And I'm working for Turner, and so I'm there to get sound at that. I say, hey, can I get you? Yeah, same thing. I mean, we went from having a conversation about motorcycles and blah, blah, league and ding and blah. Hey, what do you think? That'd be tough. and I'm like, son of a, I said, now I know why the body cams are worn. I'm like, okay, I could have got a great interview before. Now I get, no.
I know. It's hey, whatever, man. But I think Jamal's a good dude. I just don't want to play those games. It's like you can do that with somebody else. That's fine. There's a lot of people that, you can. I just whatever. I don't want to be part of it. But I know he's a good dude, and I know he's an incredible player. And I know guys sometimes have that personality. And Scotty, when you go into that locker room, God bless you. God bless you, buddy, because you're on TV and you got to do it.
I don't mind. And you know what? Maybe it's just because I've done it long enough, and I feel like I've got a good relationship with about everybody. I try to, and I told our producer years ago, I said, you can't keep sending us people. Katie's in that position now. Dempsey's been in that position.
Yeah.
You can't send us to where the only time they see us, we got a microphone in our hand. Because the way we can get things and get things out of these guys is if we have a relationship with them first. That's the best way to do it. But if every time they see me, I have a microphone in my hand, it's just human nature. Players are going to close down.
Well, thank God we have another half hour with Nuggets Live starting at 5 p.m. on television tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to be just killing Nuggets Live.
I'm giving a little tip. I haven't even told Katie this.
Yeah.
But I did reach out to producers. So we're going to do a thing. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jamal Murray.
Okay.
Maybe two of the best Canadian basketball players ever.
They're right up there.
I mean, got to be right up there. Both of them could be competing for the Olympics in France this year.
Unless Drake can hoop, those two are pretty good.
I mean, pretty good, right?
Yep.
So we're going to do a whole thing on that. But then I thought, my 5 favorite things from Canada.
Hey, brother, I'm going to wish you luck on that because my experience with Jamal is he doesn't really respond great to questions about Canada. Like, it's just not like –
Well, we're not going to have him on. We're just going to do highlights of these two guys.
Okay. Just your
then I'm going to say, well, you know what?
Your thing.
Talking about these two guys, maybe the 2 greatest basketball players that come out of Canada, I've come with 5 of the greatest things I've got that's come out of Canada.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing whatever that is. And listen, I might have got in my feelings a little bit about this game tonight because I don't know. I think I was still having Embiid tapping out PTSD. But I'm actually feeling different about this game today than I did yesterday, and I want to dig into it because didn't we hear Holmgren and SGA are on the injury report, Dan? Is that right? And Yoke was on there yesterday, and what is the importance of this game? Like, I think that's actually kind of a big deal. And who is this team? And you're there in Oklahoma City, so I'm feeling, I think what it is, Scotty, sometimes you go through like a game, and the game takes forever. I mean, it's like 8 hours for a game of basketball. At the end of it, you're like, geez, we got to do this again, or are we done? I mean, and then you get a day off, and you feel good, and you're like, all right, time for another game. But like right afterwards, it just feels like, geez, I mean, God, enough with these games, But
no, I agree. I just came from breakfast a while ago, and talking to one of the staff members, and this guy's been on with the team 2 or 3 years now. Was there obviously last year when he won it, and he goes, man, this season just seems like it's going forever. Dude, we still got 34 left. According to the last update on the NBA status, which was updated, I'm not even sure when it was updated exactly, but they usually do it every 3 or 4 hours. Strother is out, I believe.
Okay, well,
out.
Yeah.
Vlatko is
what?
Out.
Oh, man.
Yep. Joker is listed day-to-day and questionable.
Okay, well, we'll dig into that in a little bit.
Questionable usually means probably not.
Okay, I want to dig into that, and we'll dig into the Thunder as well. But we have to turn our attention to Mobile, Alabama. And right now on NFL Network, Scotty, I mean, it is awesome. We have offensive and defensive one-on-one pass rush drill going on right now. I mean, oh my goodness gracious, this is something else. But I got our boy Mike Sanford has been sending me videos and pictures. He is jacked. He's jacked about reporting from the Senior Bowl, and he'll join us coming up next. I had a brilliant day today as I was out and about on the bike again, feeling awesome, and just I feel like myself again, and that's what I've done. I've dropped over 24 pounds, and I've got more to go, and I'm, things fit better, things look better, but, I work with my nutritionist, Amanda, from Soda Weight Loss, and what a difference it has made. Dropping the weight, feeling great, compliments left and right. And you know what? Listen, man, you got to put the work in, but I'm putting work in exclamation marks because it's relatively easy. I hate to say it, but, when you get with your nutritionist at Soda and you make a plan together, the cravings, you're not starving or anything like that, and then the weight goes. Can't miss out. If you want to experience what I've been experiencing for the past couple months, SOTAweightloss.com, 800-555-6521, Soda Weight Loss, state of the art.
Any team I'm excited for, man, that's I feel like anywhere I go, I feel like I'll be able to make an impact. I'm not just going to specifically talk about one team right now. Wherever I go, I'll be blessed for the opportunity. I'm going to make the most out of it, So if the Falcons want me, I'll be great to go there. If the next team want me, I'll be great to go there. No, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to show that I'm willing to compete, and I will do it at the highest level.
Let's go down to Mobile, Alabama, with Coach Mike Sanford. And Mike's doing such a great job. He's sending me pictures and videos, and he's excited at the Senior Bowl. And that's Michael Penix Jr. right there, Scotty. Tyler will be with us here shortly. Don't forget, roll the dice. A chance to win a trip to Vegas coming up in about 5 minutes. But let's get the report from the Senior Bowl. Mike, we have a poll up right now. Would you be willing to trade Pat Surtain to trade up in the draft to select Williams, May, or Daniels? And a lot of votes in very quickly. The majority of Broncos fans here say yes, they would, 55.4%. But you looked at Penix and Nix earlier today. What did you see? Do the Broncos even need to bother with that?
I think there's a lot of unknowns with the top three. Just even talking to different personnel officials here in Mobile that are part of various teams in the NFL, like, There's a lot of question marks. Like the term that I heard about Drake May was he has major missed potential. And that was a pretty common theme, various guys I spoke to. Obviously, both he and Caleb are not here at the Senior Bowl, so don't have a chance to get a true comp on the same field like I did this morning with Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. I think Jaden Daniels is the one that is intriguing to me. If you're going to trade up, I do think Jaden Daniels' ceiling is ridiculously high. I think he has the highest ceiling of maybe this draft class, but I also think that you're going to have some growing pains. So what are you willing to give up on your current roster to get somebody with an incredible high ceiling that might fail early, which is always a bad thing for the development of quarterback. So I really liked what I saw again from Michael Penix. I saw the one-on-one session is probably the most, I'd say, data that I got out of this morning's practice for the national team. Michael Penix Jr. was 18 of 24, 3 drops, so he would have been 21 of 24 and was throwing absolute lasers all over the field. He was definitely got the upper hand of Bo Nix. I wanted to see Bo Nix be more consistently accurate, and I didn't get that today. And I think some of that might be system-based. The question on him is he threw a lot of passes under 10 yards in his career at Oregon and had a lot of success. His production was good. But I thought he was good. I liked his body type. I just wanted to see more accuracy, and he'll have another chance tomorrow to prove it to Mike Sanford, because I know that's all he's thinking about.
That's all he cares about. Now, reports I'd read yesterday, both guys that you're talking about here, Penix and Nix, both struggled yesterday. So a better day today for Penix?
Yeah, it's certainly like the team when they go 11 on 11. They're installing an entire new offense. There's not everybody's on the exact same page. So the 11 on 11 stuff, today you could say that neither of them, I think, were particularly stand out. But, the one-on-ones, the routes, the crispness and the accuracy was there. And now I'm actually watching the American practice as we speak, and I'm looking out there, and there's a little something to this Michael Pratt cat. I was concerned about his hand size, but he's accurate. And he's got a moxie to him. And then I think there's a Brock Purdy candidate here at the Senior Bowl is Carter Bradley from South Alabama here, literally played his college football in the same stadium that I'm watching him practice in the Senior Bowl. He's impressive, accurate, well-built, and the student of the game. I mean, he's the son of Indianapolis Colts defensive coordinator Gus Bradley, and he's putting on a pretty good performance here today.
What do you want? All right, what is the separator between Williams, May, and Daniels, and Nix and Penix? Because there does seem to be sort of a gap there. But I'm curious if that's something real or it's not that big.
I think it's made up by the people I'm sitting with, because I keep having these conversations with these draft nicks, and I think they all just crowdsource. And then they make their decisions up. I think the National Football League is comprised of actual evaluators, and it all plays out when it plays out. And that's what makes the draft so interesting, right? People are booing and like, oh, man, the draft guy I listened to thought that Michael Penix was a third-rounder. I mean, I'm watching this in real time, and the guy does incredible things with his accuracy, with the ball jumping out of his hands. I personally I'm also big on trusting the tape. And I think that Michael Penix Jr.'s tape is better than Drake May's tape. Caleb Williams has the wow factor. He has is it going to be the Patrick Mahomes? Is he the wizard? Is he the future witch wherever he lands that Denver's been dealing with Patrick Mahomes? I think he's got that kind of like possible upside because he makes so many of those strange plays. And then Drake May's just there's missed potential there because he struggled early this year. I would have loved to have seen him at the Senior Bowl. I think he could have, hopefully, I mean, if he is what he is advertised, he could have done something to separate himself from Nix and Penix, but I don't see that happening.
There was a funny bit at the Academy Awards a few years ago with David Letterman where he's going, Oprah, Uma, Oprah. And he's like, what's the difference? So I'll do the same thing, that same bit with you. Trubisky, May, Trubisky. Does the lack of success from Trubisky have any bearing on what people think of May?
So it doesn't. Like when I had a great conversation last night over a adult beverage or two with a couple scouts and a couple personnel executives, and what they said is it's more about just the fact that when he didn't have his superstar receiver Tez Walker, who's here at the Senior Bowl early on in the season, he didn't look good, and I think that's a problem. Like, and they don't ask him to do much in that system, and I think the system, whether it's not necessarily Mac Brown's system. I mean, I don't think he's creating systems at 79 years old or however old he is, but the Carolina deal of it's Sam Howell, it's Drake May, it's like you said, Mitch Trubisky. They're not asked to do a lot, and so it's not a quarterback-heavy driven system like what Michael Penix did at Washington. So I just continue to say trust the film, and the film itself. Take away the comps of him and Trubisky. The film is far superior in Michael Penix and the throws that he made to show that he's an NFL-ready starter because of the throws you're going to need to make in tight windows.
Your wife asked me to ask you a question while you're there. She was, and it's weird. She goes, "What Kinkos are you going to?" And I assume that's to photocopy your resume to look for jobs down there. So
easy. No, but you know what it is because I wanted to do a really thorough job down here. So I'm making sure that I print out the rosters and all the statistical breakdowns.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you betcha.
Okay. All right. Well, I love hearing
So you have been to Kinko's.
I have not. That was I have not. And I did figure out that this is the first flight that I've gotten on in 14 months without my wife and kids. Which is really strange. I used to get on a flight I probably averaged 3 months a year traveling and recruiting.
Wow, that must have been really great. Sad for you to just get away from the family just for a few days. It must have been awful last night when you're out having some beers and, geez, I mean, that you must have just missed those.
Back to a quiet room afterwards, flip on the TV with no hassle.
It must have been terrible, huh?
Did you guys see the view? I sent a picture from the resort I'm staying at. So I feel kind of like a big deal. So I booked this thing 2 days ago. You know that, D-Mac. I mean, you talked me into going, basically. You nudged me. And, a little peer pressure got me. Well, there's nothing available in downtown Mobile. So now I'm staying way out in Faith, Hope, something, Alabama, right on my room is right on the dang Gulf, and it is awesome.
Oh, that must be cool.
I think my family, I told my wife, we're going to take a family vacation to South Alabama of all places. This place is awesome.
Well, we love the reports. Keep them coming. And if there's anything else to know, just let us know as we go throughout the course of the day. And we'll check back with you tomorrow, of course. And, there's all sorts of gossip and rumors that happen down there. So we got boots on the ground with Coach Mike, and we'll hear from you later. Thanks, Mike.
Hey, I appreciate it. And, hey, just one more name to kind of keep your eye on.
Yeah.
6'6", 231-pound wide receiver Johnny Wilson from Florida State is a behemoth.
Okay.
And he's been putting on a show in this second practice today.
What's the projection on him right now?
I think it's going to depend largely on how he runs, because I think he doesn't look fast, but he just chews grass up when he runs. So I think that's going to be big on what he ends up being. But he's an incredible specimen.
That is awesome. Maybe that's somebody the Broncos can roll the dice with, Scotty. Dan. Look at this. Let's go. Hey. 2-night stay at the Fontainebleau Las Vegas. Dinner for two, $500 to get you there, and then, fool around with the rest of it, whatever you can do. It's the Fontainebleau Las Vegas, a luxury resort, gaming, and meeting destination. The legacy of Fontainebleau Las Vegas is built upon more than 70 years of sublime beauty, unparalleled service, and timeless design. Now at Fontainebleau, LasVegas.com. And who should the Broncos roll the dice with, Dan? I think we're looking at, pass rushers here today, Dan? Is that right?
Yeah, pass edge rushers we're looking at today.
When do we get to Alabama cornerbacks?
I don't know. Maybe, hopefully never. but we're on pass rushers today.
All right, we're going to look at Dallas Turner, an Alabama.
Wait, he's from Alabama?
Edge rusher.
Oh, well,
So your keyword is Turner, Turner, keyword Turner to 303-504-0925. So Dallas Turner, consensus All-American and the SEC Co-Defensive Player of the Year in 2023. He had 10 sacks, 50 total tackles, and 2 forced fumbles this season. As a junior, he was named the Area Defensive Player of the Year by the Sun Sentinel in high school after finishing the season with 74 tackles, 18 tackles for loss, 15 sacks, and 3 forced fumbles in high school. And a fun fact, or just fun story about Dallas Turner, before the season, he was asked in a press conference, what is your favorite quote from Nick Saban? Mm-hmm. If you could impersonate him, how would it sound? His answer was, there's a lot of things I can impersonate, but I can't say it in front of the mic and in front of all these people. I apologize. I just can't do it while smiling. Dallas Turner.
Turner, and that's, boy, I hope you all know how to spell Turner. He's somebody, Scotty, that I've seen get mocked pretty high and drop below the Broncos. So, listen, it's pretty clear I want a quarterback, all right? Fine. That being said, if you can't get a quarterback, I do like pass rushers next. I do. So, I'm a fan of pass rushers, and this is a guy, if you're not going with quarterback, if he does fall to you, it's going to be hard to pass on.
Well, that's cool with me. I think they could use some help in that area. Listen, we talked about it yesterday. They need D-line. They need pass rush. They need linebacker. Maybe you could get by with what you are with cornerback if you don't move anything. But if you move one, who knows? I think you can upgrade safety. But as you said, safety you should be able to get in the lower round.
Definitely.
And I think you need a big upgrade at wide receiver.
It's fun to hear a name like Mike just dropped there, which is cool. God,
yeah,
first round wide.
Don't you have two third rounds?
You do.
Is there a guy that can drop down there that maybe doesn't have the fancy name and everything else that
Yes.
Yes. Maybe come in and do it for you.
Yes, and yes. Listen, we all love Tim Patrick. Where'd the Broncos pick up Tim Patrick? He's just a bummer that he missed 2 years because of injury. But he was in Utah. He was, people sort of knew Tim Patrick, but came on as a special teams guy and turned out to be a stud. He got hurt, which sucks. But, yes, Scotty, you can find those guys too. And that's why you have an entire scouting department and why Sean Payton is eventually going to replace George Payton with just a bunch of his own lackeys. I mean, I wonder if George is just going to show up and his key card doesn't work one day and just like...
Doesn't it feel like that? It was working last night at 6 o'clock.
Hey, Scotty, can you imagine him going into work? Where is everybody? Oh, they all went out to lunch without you.
Yeah.
Again. Yeah. Oh, we forgot to invite George. Oh, jeez.
Wonderful happened. First of all, you walk in a room, you start to walk in, you're about 4 or 5 steps away, and this guy coming over to the top, and he's a great man. And all of a sudden you walk in the room, and it's like, what are you guys talking about?
Nothing. Nothing, George. Nothing. Yeah. No, we definitely weren't talking about you. George is there. I think it's going to be awkward as Sean Payton brings more of his guys in. And it's, I think it was awkward when Jerry Rosburg was brought in. Oh, that article in The Athletic about Hackett and the Jets. Oh, my God. We'll get to that later, but it's a beauty. If you want to feel better as a Broncos fan, we have an article for you about Hackett and the Jets. Oh, my God. What a disaster that is. We'll get to that coming up. Plus, I think tonight's game is really interesting. It's Oklahoma City. I think, I tell you, Scotty, these one-off road games are weird. They're super weird. But we'll get into the weirdness of that, too. And our poll is up now. Would you be willing to trade Pat Surtain? Oh, we're getting a lot of votes there. Dan, that's actually kind of happening, isn't it, right there? All right, so find it at Altitude Sports Radio app on the old X Machine, Twitter. And would you be willing to trade Pat Surtain? The results may surprise you on the poll. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. A great resolution is just to feel better, look better, get your life back if it's been slipping from you a little bit, and that might be because of low T. Guys, when you're in your mid-30s or so, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone. So sex drive goes down, you put on some weight. Trust me, I've been there. I've been through all of it. But going to the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic really opened my eyes. You can take the low T quiz on their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no. It just takes a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood. You'll have your results within 30 minutes. And then you go from there. The appointment is only $99, which includes a consult, T, and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit's free. So listen, the experience at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is fantastic, and the results, the stories are amazing. Get yourself going. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Cole, why did you want to come out so early to talk to us today?
Because I have things to do.
Well, one of those things that Jokic has to do is not play in tonight's basketball game. And Scotty, we speculated about things at the beginning of the show, and it's being reported by Ohm and everybody now, as it's official, that Jokic is out tonight, officially with lower back pain against OKC. I do wonder if there's just some other stuff going on with the eye stuff. I don't know. I think this is a great decision. I'm all for it. I still think it's a good game, but these one-off road games are weird. I'll just say it. I think they're odd, and I think it is smart for the long haul. Despite the fact, I get it, you're close with Oklahoma City. There's tiebreaker implications. I'm not saying the game is meaningless whatsoever. I'm not saying that. But I am saying I like this decision. You?
Yeah. Because listen, I'm 63, and was having back issues. And I didn't have to play when I was younger. They ain't gonna get any better. He's still got 30-some games left. He's still got the Western Conference home court advantage in play. I think you take care of, and as you said, we haven't heard anything more. If Holmgren and somebody else is not playing tonight, then maybe, that gives you a little hope and help anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. Are you so?
This guy's a warrior. I don't ever
Absolutely.
question when he doesn't play. I am worried. I know that he had some more look at, I believe, with his eye even the other day. Didn't somebody say at the presser it looked like his eye had been dilated?
Oh, it definitely was.
Something?
There was definitely something going on there. 100%.
Yeah. So I think he's beat up. I think that this is wise. I think once in a while you got to do this. Listen, you played one game without him when he was hurt. And I think that was back too, wasn't it? And you end up going into Clippers and beating them.
Yeah, and that was another one of these goofy, one-off road games where you come right back home. I mean, rest up. My God. I mean, it's I think it's not only do I support it, I think it's smart. And there's bigger just fish to fry. Now, that doesn't mean that you're throwing the game away, because this right here, Scotty, is an opportunity. Here we go. For somebody else. Let's have that moment. And who's that gonna be? And I don't know. Is there anybody else missing from the Nuggets tonight, Dan, that we're seeing, or is it just Joker?
Just the regular guys, I think.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Strother, Velacco, that sort of thing. But and we're not sure about SGA and Holmgren because they were both kind of like we'll see sort of deals. Okay, listen, this does happen, but this is not Embiid at all. This ain't even close. Okay, not even close. The Nuggets and Thunder have already played each other 3 times this year. They've already played in Oklahoma City. It's not even close to the same thing. So I think it's a smart decision. I'm not giving up on the game whatsoever. Hey, go out and compete, right, Scott? And
I think it's a great opportunity for Zeke Naji, which now if he doesn't play at all tonight, then you got to go something big. But what a great opportunity for him to go out and show something. Even if Holmgren does play, he's not a real physical guy. He's more of a perimeter guy anyway. What a great opportunity.
Who starts? Well, they have started Holiday in the past, but they've also started Watson with AG playing the 5. So, and they've started DJ too. I mean, DJ's has got to start before there. I mean, but I think that's when AG was out too. So what's your speculation about how they may go there?
I think it depends on the other guys on their team who's not playing, but I wouldn't be shocked if Zeke Naji doesn't start.
Oh, really?
I mean, he does that all the time. He'll go with guys that don't even play, and then all of a sudden, Holiday started that one game this year, and he hasn't played like the previous 3 or 4. So, it's just a great opportunity. I think this is it's one game, but I think this is a great opportunity. I don't know if it's a big game for Zeke, but I think it's a great opportunity game for Zeke to get in there, get a little trust. You're going to play with, probably you're going to get in the game with Jamal Murray and see, that's a key, especially when you're a big guy. Does your point guard that's handling the rock 90% of the time trust you?
So you would start Zeke, see what he's got. See, give him. Hey, even though you start him, you don't. If it's not working out, you take him out.
The guy that backs up Holmgren is a thicker dude, not real big, 6'6", 6'11", likes to sit out and shoot threes, but he's a thicker dude. And if they're still bringing him off the bench, then that matches up good with DJ. And even if it's Holmgren, who's an athletic kind of light guy, that would be a good matchup for Zeke Nnaji, I think.
What do you think about I saw this a little bit yesterday, and this is why we talked about this yesterday. We literally talked about this yesterday, like, all right, whatever, get healthy Jokic. We speculated yesterday that this would be a good game for Jokic to not even play in. Okay. Then people started, hey, it's a tiebreaker game, it's this, it's that. And then I started feeling like, Scott, listen, man, you can make a big deal about every game, no doubt about it. You can talk about the standings and tiebreakers and whatever for any game you want. So I'll just go to you. How big of a deal are tiebreakers and that sort of thing with teams that you're going to be battling it out for the Western Conference? What do you think?
Well, what were you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6-2, 6-3 in the postseason. Was that what you were? Weren't you 15-5 overall? You lost, and then you lose 2 home games. Did you lose 2 home games?
Are you talking about the Nuggets?
Yeah.
What they did?
The point being for the postseason.
Well, we had the most miraculous sweep ever over the Lakers. Let's just start there. I mean,
Right.
How heroic the Lakers were. By the way, is everybody enjoying the meltdown happening now with LeBron throwing out a tweet with like a sand? I mean, are we loving the meltdown with the Lakers? It's their midseason meltdown.
Well,
it's fantastic.
Listen, he's already and because everybody has idol worship with LeBron, he's already gotten 2 or 3 coaches fired in his careers, and at least one, if not 2, general managers.
Time is ticking for somebody, according to LeBron.
Yeah.
And so I don't know who, but hey.
Yeah, was that saying that your sand's running out and that you're wasting time because of you? And if Bronny is one and done, which I don't see, but if he is, you're going to go play with him. Is that timeout that, hey, you've only got a short amount of time with me? Or is that a warning to Rob Pelinka and the head coach and your hand-picked head coach, Darvin Ham? Is it for one of those 2 guys that time is ticking on?
Hey, nothing like putting that out there in the universe so everybody will talk about it, right? That's a team first sort of guy right there. That's way to go. That's something Nikola would never ever do. But you get him, Ronnie, and we're all rooting for you to play with your kid. I mean, the whole world just thinks that would be amazing. Hopefully something good can happen to you. All right, that being said.
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, I am just so excited for him to play with his son. I mean, that's what everybody wants. We all want that. Wouldn't that just be incredible? Hey, Peyton Watson thinks that Bronny's stats at USC are not good. So, I mean, listen, Bronny, have we all checked in with what he's doing there at USC? You realize what's going on there, right?
Like he's not even playing much, is he?
Right. Right. It's nothing. He's just a freshman. Scotty, guess what? Bronny's a freshman. He's a freshman in highly competitive basketball. It's just
he's a freshman who had a heart attack scare at 19, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm not wishing bad things on him. I'm just telling you he's just a freshman at that level. That's all he is. It's nothing special.
But let me ask you this: if he decides to come out, listen, Peyton Watson didn't play much last year, or his 1 year at UCLA, and we think he's got pretty good potential. Now, a team like Denver can absorb him because they've got such a good, starting 5 and everything else that you can bring a guy and say, listen, this guy, we saw him in high school. He's got a high ceiling. We can take a draft pick on him late in the first round and see if he develops into something. And you may have gotten something right out of Peyton Watson. I mean, it sure looks like it early on.
Yeah, but Peyton Watson has some physical tools that are way beyond Bronny. He has size and length that are just unusual. And Bronny just doesn't have that. Whatever with Bronny. I mean, whatever with LeBron James. I'm just laughing at the whole thing. Your team is
But
mediocre.
do you not believe that a team will take a shot if he were to come out and draft him just in hopes to bring LeBron for a year to get season tickets and everything?
I guess. What team are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Oh, well, listen, some of the bad teams are pretty good. You don't think Detroit would take him?
Okay, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Would LeBron, I know we got to take a break, but would LeBron do that? Would LeBron go somewhere lousy just so they would take a flyer on his kid for a year or two? Would LeBron go to Detroit with Detroit promising we will draft Bronny? Would he do that?
I don't know. Would another great player sign a 3-year max extension if they kept his brother on the team?
Two brothers on that team. We got brothers.
Well, one's kind of coaching.
We get the Bucks, and I'm looking at what does it feel like to be the other Lopez and the other Antetokounmpo? Do you think they're friends? Do you think the two of them just sit on the bench and they're buddies with each other?
I was watching Robin Lopez work out, which when he used to play a little bit in the league, you know what my nickname was for him?
No,
right?
what?
Sideshow Bob.
You know, it's crazy because they're in that commercial. They're only 1 minute apart. So it's so weird that two brothers who are they're literally the same person. One's so much better than the other, which is, I don't know how that works. All right.
And I think wasn't Robin the better player in college?
I can't remember. I don't. I'll take your word for it. It's been a minute for both those guys. But yes, you have another Lopez and another Antetokounmpo on the bench just hanging out with each other. I hope they're pals. We will talk to our guy, James Palmer. The poll is up. Would you trade Patrick Surtain to move up? Vote now. It's PhD on 92.5. DMAC for Mike Maroney Automotive. They've opened new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont, and they are spectacular. Be a smart shopper. Have choices, and you can find everything online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. But with new dealerships open, oh man, stopping in can't be beat. Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and as always, my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partners of CU Athletics. You can get their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Ford, and what selection they have. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're going to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. As always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. So tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. And check them out online, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. All right, Tyler's going to be along in just a little bit, taking care of some stuff, and Scotty's in Oklahoma City. Scotty, what's your ETA here? How long are you going to be here before you got to get on a bus?
Well, let me check the old schedule box. Oh, here we go. Nope, no one has showed me.
Okay. Well,
I have no idea.
All right.
I have no idea.
Oh,
Bus times 4:45, which is 3:45 here, so I'll be on the whole show.
dude, look at that. Looks like a beautiful day there in Oklahoma City as well.
Dude, I forgot to bring a coat because it was so beautiful in Denver yesterday, and it was like, 64 or
It's
whatever
unbelievable.
it was yesterday.
It's like that again today, yeah.
We got here in Oklahoma City, it was 67, 68.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about.
I told Sparky, the equipment manager, I said, dude, it feels like we're coming here in April and not January.
There you go.
Isn't that crazy?
Good for you, man. Enjoy it. It's like the Midwest Riviera, if there's any water there at all.
Haven't been outside yet.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. Well, theoretically, it's a good window watching.
I got a cool blue room, though.
We'll have James Palmer from NFL Network, and there's a critical question that I don't think anybody's asked James through all of his travels. And, Scotty, James is everywhere. I mean, James is just wherever the action is, James Palmer is in the middle of it. And we do have a poll up right now. Would you be willing to trade Patrick Surtain to trade up in the draft to get Williams, May, or Daniels? And it's a slim majority, but a majority of people are saying yes. James Palmer from NFL Network joins us. And James, do you think there may be any action to trade up for the Denver Broncos to get Williams, May, or Jaden Daniels? What do you think?
So wait a minute. Let me get this straight, D-Mac. A team desperate for a quarterback, and there's rumors that they'd like to move up for a quarterback in January. Oh, breaking news, guys.
Hey, or James, not. Or not.
Or not.
Or not.
Yeah, I don't know. This might just be buzz. But listen, of course, they're going to do everything they can to improve the position. It's what we're seeing. I've been with the Chiefs throughout this entire postseason. I'm about to head to Vegas with them. They have the best player on the planet, the best player we've ever seen. It makes your organization unbelievable when you are good at that position. And so, yes, Sean Payton and company are going to do everything they can to get better at the quarterback spot. And they're going to do everything in their power to get the best player that fits what they do. The problem is, as I bring up the Chiefs, and I brought it up for a reason, D-Mac, is why is the rest of the team really good? Because they have a lot of draft picks. Like, that defense is built through draft picks. All of those guys have been drafted by the Chiefs. From Trent McDuffie to L'Jarius Sneed to Chris Jones to Nick Bolton and then they fill in little pieces with middle-of-the-road type of free agents. That offensive line with Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith, two of the best interior guys in football, drafted by the team. I mean, from when do you think it is possible with the limited picks they've had over the last number of years to continue to just, I don't know, get rid of them and try to make something happen? It makes it more difficult to build your team.
You're almost saying, James, Scott Hastings here.
What's
You're
going on,
almost
buddy?
saying, good to hear from you. Almost saying, James, without saying, that if you didn't have a narcissist calling the shots, then maybe you make the quarterback that you have now work out for at least another year or two and replenish stores with your draft picks and not have to gamble or risk anything on a long shot this year, maybe even next. Kind of felt like that's what you were saying without saying.
I think those are your words, Scott.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like I said, it's interpretation. I'm a big interpretive dancer kind of guy.
Well, listen, what we do know is this: if and however you want to slice misses, if you miss at this position, whether it's in the draft or it's with a trade and a sign like the Russell Wilson deal. When you miss, it sets your organization back. And you need to find ways to really push the boulder back up the mountain. And the part of when I say misses, Scott, to kind of what you're saying, is you do have to rip the Band-Aid and determine at some point if the quarterback that you have right now is the quarterback that you're going to move forward with or not. I mean, it's really that simple. You have to make that decision
but it's
at
also
some
more
point, right?
simple if you. It's also more simple if you got 8, 9, 10, 11 draft picks and not 5.
Very good. Yeah, definitely true. Especially also if you make the decision and it puts you in an $80 million cap hole. I mean, when you make the decision is obviously up to the people within the building, whether, with it being George Paton and Sean Payton together and Greg Penner, and when you decide that this isn't who we can win with. I just think making that decision now, I do agree with you in that sense that they have put themselves in a very difficult position to compete in the immediate future.
Yeah.
D-Mac,
Yeah.
what James is saying,
Mhm.
again, without saying that he and I probably should be best friends. I mean,
Could
without
be.
saying it.
I just heard I've been called a cap hole about 12 times on the text line already today. So, I mean, that happens as well. All right, James, here's the big question everybody wants to know. We've seen now pictures of Patrick Mahomes with his shirt off. Who looks better with their shirt off, you or Patrick Mahomes?
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm doing dry January. I can't wait till midnight tonight. So JP is a little bit leaner than he usually is during the postseason.
Nice.
Because on the road, guys, it is usually, steaks in Manhattan as we're traveling nonstop. And right now, it is not that. And you know what? It's funny that stipend they give you per day.
Yeah.
Without the Manhattans, you can order like an appy and a dessert if you want. You can get like different things. It's wild how the money changes when the alcohol is no longer included. But listen, I will tell you this. It's funny. I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. And that is Patrick's build is kind of like a talking point around the league. But if you talk to anybody that is tackled Patrick Mahomes, waist down, he is about as strong of an individual as you can get. And his focus, I don't want to say, we always make the comparison to Brady, right? But his focus is muscle pliability. It is muscle elasticity. You remember that play? I was in Baltimore. That play last week where it looked like both his legs were about to be broken?
Yes.
And then he spun out of it and still wanted to run downfield.
Right.
Like, that's his build. That's what he focuses on in terms of getting out of, type of situations like that with his body being able to move in these things. So I don't think it's washboard abs.
Yeah.
But I don't have him either.
What you just said, James, without saying it, is an old term that we used to use called dime booty.
What?
And
What?
a dime booty is that his booty is so tight, so built that you could bounce a dime off of. He got a dime booty now.
Yeah, but
got a dime booty.
also his weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. He's got a, he's got a hang over the belt there too. I mean, he's got a dad bod like can't be beat. Well,
Be careful, he'll call soda and you'll be out of a job.
Well, listen, I could give him some advice. There's no doubt about it. I've seen it, but it's working for him. So I mean, kind of who cares?
You look
I
great,
suppose.
D-Mac.
Thank you, brother. I'm working on it. I'm doing the best I can. All right, James. Where are you with this Super Bowl, brother? Where are you at? I mean, you covered the Chiefs. And by the way, James is a Denver guy, so it's kind of. But you spend like you might as well have a small little apartment there in Kansas City. You're there so much, but.
I got more than that. I got a second family, D-Mac. We're all hanging out in Kansas City all the time. It's great. These kids in private school in 2 states.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought. Listen, it's funny because I did not expect myself to be with Kansas City in the postseason. I was like, okay, the way this season has gone, let's see. I'll probably be covering the Ravens in the Super Bowl. That's what I thought. I probably covered the AFC more than I covered the NFC. And here we are once again.
We are.
Unbelievable. I mean, it is. I'm not sure what you guys think, but I mean, being around them over the last several weeks, he's 28 years old. He's been to 6 straight AFC championship games as a starter for 6 straight seasons. He is tied with Peyton Manning already for postseason wins.
Amazing.
I think he's the greatest player we've ever seen. And the only reason I'll still say Tom Brady's the GOAT is Patrick's 28. And he's got a long way to go to get to the numbers Tom did. Until he does, I guess we'll still call Tom the GOAT, but I think he's the best player we've ever seen because they weren't very good this year. and here they are in the Super Bowl.
Remarkable.
And we joke and all that, but let's be honest. You just mentioned Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. It ain't like them dudes had Charles Atlas bodies either now. Come on.
No, exactly. See, this is the point. These other quarterbacks are working too hard, Scott. You gotta just have a little bit of a look to you, apparently. Patrick doesn't deny he likes a good Coors Light.
Nice to know that I'm built closer to Patrick Mahomes than I am to LeBron James.
That's no doubt about that, friend, as we've seen. All right, James, where's the NFL Network putting you in Vegas? Where do you get to stay there?
I think I'm staying at the Cosmo, I believe.
Oh, that's nice.
But I got a mighty commute because they are not putting, surprise, these teams anywhere near the Strip.
Where are they putting them?
They're like out by like Lake Mead.
Oh, no kidding. They are not. Yeah. Are you serious?
No, dead serious. Yeah.
Oh,
they're
wow.
Pretty far out there. They're about 35-minute drive outside of.
Do a report from the Hoover Dam.
Right. Well,
that's
right.
Smart play. Yeah. Or next to a body. Is the lake still real low? I don't know. I feel like all the mobsters in Vegas have been nervous over the last couple of years.
Call Joe Pesci and ask him where he dug that pit.
Yeah, some sort of cornfield. Apparently, it was. Yeah, so I'll be on the Chiefs side of things throughout this week, and then on the sideline for the Super Bowl. It should be a good one. Deja vu all over again. I guess.
Right. Well, we'll check in with you. We'll check in with you maybe next week if you're all right with that. All right.
We'll see if those rumors about the Broncos wanting to move up to the quarterback
or James or not.
Or not.
So yes or no. And now it's a story, and we're all going to pick up on the story because we're lazy-ass reporters, and nobody does really any work because that's what it is.
Really quickly. Why isn't anybody talking about bringing in a free agent at the quarterback position and kicking money down the road, which is much more of Sean Payton's style throughout the years?
Well, because I think everybody thinks they're hamstrung. We are talking about that a little bit. We're talking all right, real quick. What do you think it would cost to get Jameis Winston for a 2-year deal? You think you can get Jameis Winston 2 years? Well, I'm just asking. But do you think you can get Jameis Winston for 2 for 12? Something like that.
Yeah. You could probably get Gardner Minshew cheaper than that. I mean, he's driving his Winnebago.
Scotty, go ahead. Right now. Go ahead. Say your guy.
Carson Wentz. He's already had the pressure of failure. Let's go.
Yeah, that's Scott's guy.
Wow.
Like the world according to Garp, he's already disaster-proofed.
Yeah, that's
wow.
Scott's
okay.
guy.
Well, Sean likes quarterbacks that usually listen to him.
Okay.
So I think that rules Carson out.
Thank you, James. We'll talk to you later.
Yep.
Our guy. The dad bod on Patrick Mahomes is fantastic.
He had a little tummy. Did you look at the teardrop on the shoulder? His right shoulder got a little teardrop now. Come on now.
What do you mean by that? What is that supposed to mean?
Well, he got a little shoulder muscles, and where you throwing it, you're winging it a little bit, ain't you?
I've seen so many quarterbacks with crappy bodies. The worst body I've ever seen on a quarterback was Kyle Orton. I mean, it was like I said, he looked like a bunch of wet mashed potatoes, but he could throw a football. Yeah. And you know who was built like a Greek Adonis was Brady Quinn. How'd that work out? That guy had it didn't go well, and it was 0% body fat. Tebow was pretty good too in that department. Elway had a terrible body. Elway had a weird sort of. I mean, I'm not trying to bash, but
he had a big tank body. He had a big tank body. But all of those guys, Elway too. Elway's legs were.
That's right.
Tree trunks and massive. Peyton's body wasn't like
that's
something
right.
You're gonna ride home to. But you know what? Hey. Them legs, that lower body, Brady the same way. None of them guys.
Peyton had one of them like fat, skinny bodies. Like you can't call him fat, but for a skinny guy, it's like, what's going on there? It's like one of them things. I think there might be something to it.
Stink used to call our boy Alfred that.
Finny?
Shannon did. Shannon used to call him skinny fat.
Well, listen, I'll give you here's why, in my opinion. Here's why. Because, yes, they take care of the muscles they need to do their job. But they're not on, an elliptical for an hour a day, Scott. And they like drinking beers with the boys. So they like hanging out. I think it's a combination of that. They work out what they need to work out, and they can throw a damn football. All those guys that you just mentioned. But they're also one of the guys, too. And if you're one of the guys, especially with the offensive linemen, you're having a beer or two. And you know what you look like then? Patrick Mahomes, that's what you look like. And you can play football. Scotty, look at you, pal. You didn't have an overhang when you were playing, though. You were pretty skinny. I mean, you were strong, but you were pretty skinny back in the day.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. Well, I didn't have the Dunlap that I got now.
Right.
Yeah.
When did you develop that? Not when you were playing hoops, though. Not when you were a pro, did you?
Not like this. But to be honest with you, I'm probably stronger now than I was when I played.
I get it. I wouldn't want to arm wrestle you or get in a bar fight, or you'd be in big trouble. What would today's Scott Hastings do to playing day Scott Hastings? If you had to meet him?
I wouldn't throw no punch. Listen, the biggest knock on me when I played, in fact, I had Johnny Bach came in from Golden State. He goes, Scott, the knock on you right now is you're kind of a finesse player. That was the knock on me coming out of college. Well,
wow.
Guess what? A 6'10", 6'11" dude that can step back and shoot the basketball, people like them at all nowadays?
Mm-hmm.
Come on now.
I think you'd give Holmgren something to think about tonight if you were out there.
Well, now, if playing Scotty would fold him. College Scotty would drop 20 on him.
All right. We'll get to Jokic is not playing tonight. We'll get to that coming up. Kyle and Cowherd about Taylor Swift. This is crazy because I thought the Taylor Swift stuff was just a big goof. It seems to be a lot more serious, but Cowherd had a fascinating breakdown on it. No dumb questions and a chance to qualify as we roll the dice to take you to Las Vegas, all still to come. All right, you're going to have a chance to win a trip to go to Las Vegas with 2-night stay at Fontainebleau Las Vegas. Details in a little bit. Who are the Broncos going to roll the dice on? We're talking about pass rushers today. You know, Tyler and Scott, it's interesting to see all this Taylor Swift sort of deal. And, you know, I just wasn't taking it all that serious. But goodness gracious, are people making a big deal of things? So check out what Colin Cowherd had to say to everybody who's hating on Taylor Swift these days.
There's a lot of really weird, lonely, insecure men out there. The fact that a pop star, the world's biggest pop star, is dating a star tight end who had one of his greatest games ever, and a network puts them on the air briefly, that it bothers you, what does that say about your life? Judge people sometimes on the silly stuff that bothers them. It'll tell you a lot about them. When I hear this whole thing about Taylor Swift, I just want to watch football. Liar. You're lying. That's not true. A football telecast is not just football. In fact, the commercials for 4 hours before the Super Bowl will be widely watched. Did you know statistically in a 3.5-hour NFL playoff broadcast or regular season broadcast, just 18 minutes are actual football? And we have the data, we have the numbers. You don't turn away. There's coaches cutaways. They show fans in Buffalo on fire, commercials, reviews. 18 minutes of real football. For the record, about the length of 5 Taylor Swift songs. Listen to this. The New York Times measured how long she was actually on the broadcast. Do you know how long it is on average? 25 seconds in 3.5 hours. Against the Ravens, it was up to a whopping 32 seconds. It was 14 Chiefs and Raiders on Christmas, 12 Chiefs and Bengals, 24 seconds, Buffalo, Kansas City. She was on for a minute against the Dolphins, but it was an absolutely awful broadcast. They should have had a concert in the middle of it. That would have been more interesting. And why wouldn't CBS, which you know has the Grammys, cross-promote the world's biggest pop star?
All right, so it kind of goes from there. Listen, guys, I thought we were just having fun. It was goofy. I didn't realize people were truly getting upset about Taylor Swift. I didn't realize.
Yes, you did.
I swear to
Yes,
God,
you did.
I swear to God, I did not. It became I became aware of it much more yesterday, like how upset people really are. I just didn't think people would have such little to do in their lives to be genuinely upset about it. I thought it was just kind of all in fun. But I find it ridiculous.
There's a greater comment, or I heard last night because he adds humor in it also. But David Letterman did a put people on blast for the same type thing, but and it's David Letterman, right? So he's going to use humor. He goes, "What's wrong if Taylor Swift wants to date Kelsey Grammer? It's okay." He kept calling.
But the funny part about that one, Scott, was he wasn't making a joke out of it. He really didn't know his name. He was dead serious on that one.
Nah, he was joking. Because if you,
You
see
think?
at the very, he was joking. Plus, he's a huge sports guy.
Well, listen, man. Well said by Colin Cowherd. She's barely on any of these broadcasts, and I think it's silly, and I think it's going to be a fun part of the Super Bowl, not a negative part. I think it's going to be a riot, and I think Scotty, your T-shirt was a riot too, because your T-shirt was about her boyfriend and all that. And I think you're having fun with it, so it wasn't anti-Taylor Swift.
That was anti-Kelsey. No,
right.
In fact, I used Travis's, or you used Taylor's name. The Warden used. He goes, "I hope Taylor Swift's boyfriend loses the game."
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I wasn't anything against Taylor Swift. It's funny.
I think this is going to be the most viewed Super Bowl of all time.
That hurt people's feelings, but I could have worn a shirt that just said Kansas City sucks, and that's okay.
Same thing. I mean, for Denver.
The funny part of it all is people act like they're angry. I don't know if they're angry. I mean, I do think that there's certain people that are just annoyed by it. But the funny part about it all is it's like TMZ. Everybody acts like they don't want to see the TMZ stories, but they all look at TMZ.
Of course.
They all look at the headlines. I mean, when Taylor Swift gets put up there, you might act like it annoys you. But, man, I mean, you're watching it, and you're enjoying it, and you're making comments about it. Dude, this is honestly, as a football fan, and not that football needs any help because it's on top of the world, but as a football fan, it's doing nothing but help the sport. It really is. In the big picture, it's doing nothing but help the sport and gain more money. And for the players, seriously, dead serious, this is going to add to TV revenue. TV revenue goes to players' pockets. Yeah. Everybody should be all for this.
The women's numbers have doubled. The Kansas City game number, they had, God, what was it, a 25 or 30% or 40% viewership increase in women when Kansas City played towards the end of the year. You think the NFL's actually bothered that Taylor Swift is making opportunities to come to their games? Heck no.
Hell no. And there's not one person out there that's not watching football because of it. If you say you are, you're just a liar. You weren't watching in the first place.
Do you realize how lucky really the Kansas City Chiefs are? I mean, not just like they were on top of the world already. Do you know how much extra money they're going to make based off all the apparel and all the new Chiefs fans that are coming in just because they're Swifties? Dude, they hit the jackpot.
Now, you want to hear a cool story?
Yeah.
And I don't know if I sent this one to you or not, but Taylor had a cool jacket in that last game. You can tell it zipped up, but when it zipped up, it had it was Chiefs colors. It had 87. It was like a quilted winter jacket, da-da-da. The lady who designs them and makes them is the wife of the fullback for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, Kyle Juszczyk. Yeah, Kristen Juszczyk is her name.
Yeah, and she's designing this thing, and now I guess she's blowing up because Taylor wore one of her jackets.
Well, she actually got an official NFL licensing deal, which means she can actually put the team names. Before, she was just using team colors and all that.
Right.
But now she actually has an NFL licensing deal.
All right. That's enough with the Taylor Swift stuff. And now we can go back to just making fun of the situation, can't we? Can't we just make fun of it and have fun with it and not be so damn serious about it? That's all I got to say. Let's go to Vegas. Roll the dice. Who the Broncos going to pick up here?
Las Vegas.
Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, 2-night stay, dinner for two, $500 to get you there. You got.
The city gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire. Huh?
That wasn't bad.
Hey,
that actually wasn't too
bad. I mean, that's all right. How would you look in the Elvis suit there, Scotty?
I would probably look. I'd fare well in late Elvis.
Late Elvis, you'd be okay as late Elvis.
No, you know what? There were eras of Elvis. Scott's got a point.
I will say what though. Early Elvis, that dude was.
No.
He was a good-looking man.
Oh, hey, who's debating? He's Elvis.
Would I?
Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, a luxury resort, gaming, and meeting destination. The legacy of Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, built upon more than 70 years of sublime beauty, unparalleled service, and timeless design. Book now at FontainebleauLasVegas.com. All right, pass rushers, Dan. Who's our pass rusher of the hour?
Pass rusher of the hour is Florida State's Jared Verse. That is your keyword, Verse, V-E-R-S-E. Text in 303-504-0925. He was a stud at Florida State this season, 41 total tackles, 9 sacks, 1 forced fumble. He was lightly recruited out of high school. In fact, fellas, he was unranked in the 2019 recruiting class. And in high school, he not only played edge rusher, but he also played tight end, where he had 15 receptions for 385 yards. He also played basketball, so multi-sport athlete. And he ran track for his high school team, winning the state championship as part of the 4x400 relay team. So Jared Verse has been an option floated out for the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
Did you say he was unranked and he plays at Florida State?
He was unranked
out of high
in his
school,
2019 recruiting class.
Wow.
That's crazy. You mean teams develop players? God.
Well, that's ridiculous. We just buy them.
Was he? I wonder if he was walk-on. I mean, because he was unranked and made it to Florida State. That's insane.
Did he actually play in that Florida State game where they all tapped out? Everybody tapped, and nobody wanted to play in that game. They represented well. Bowl system works great.
They really shouldn't have played that game.
It was ridiculous. But that being said, the NCAA. There you go. Verse, you have 15 minutes. 303-504-0925. Text in Verse, and you're qualified for that 2-night stay. Roll the dice with PhD. Time for a good old no dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No dumb questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guy, I'll ask you two guys this right here. You got a draft. Just like this year, you got hot quarterbacks in there. Your choice between a USC, a North Carolina, and an LSU quarterback. Who do you got? Matt Leinart, Mitchell Trubisky, or Jamarcus Russell?
Wow.
So we know what we know now?
Yeah, and all of them were top picks, right?
All right, Matt Leinart,
somebody moved up to get him.
Jamarcus Russell. Was there 3? Was there 4th?
Yeah, well, Trubisky put in there. Trubisky, Leinart,
Jamarcus
Russell.
Jamarcus Russell. Right? 3.
Yep.
Am I missing something? Okay, all right.
USC,
Leinart,
North Carolina, and LSU, which is the kind of in order, boom, 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 boom. This year it will be a USC and LSU and North Carolina cover.
I'm kind of blacking out Matt Leinart's career here a little bit, but he had a decent little run in there, didn't he? Went down there with the Cardinals. He had a decent little run, right?
The issue with I don't even remember. I know Leinart because we've seen documentaries said he had a better life as a college player at USC than the guys on the Rams or something like that, or the Raiders. I don't know, LA athletes. Like at the time, USC was regarded so highly. They were being shown better service and favors as college players in Los Angeles than the pro players.
He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. 4 with Arizona, 1 with Houston, 1 with Oakland. His starting record as a quarterback, 8-10, 57 completion rating, 15 touchdowns, 21 picks.
Yeah, but he's a number one.
Wow.
That's a
He only
bust.
started 28 games. That's crazy.
Yeah, but nobody's a bigger bust. Nobody's a bigger bust than Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell's one of the biggest busts of all time.
Yeah, arguably the biggest bust, right?
Arguably,
the stories with that guy. What was the story? I think it was back when they had like VHS tapes, like when they would give us cut-ups on VHS tapes or something, and at the very end of the clip, they sent him a tape home, and they asked him if he watched it when he came back to work, and he said, "Yeah, I watched it." And then the tape was blank, so they asked him what was on it. And he starts breaking it down. They sent him home a blank tape, and he had no idea that it was a blank tape because he never watched it.
Jamarcus Russell's career, 3 years. Got paid now.
Hey, he beat the Broncos in Denver. I remember that game where he beat the Broncos in Denver. But go ahead.
52% completion rating, 7-18 record, 18 touchdowns, 23 picks.
All right, how about this one? Hindsight 2020, Broncos quarterbacks. You have to go forward with one of the previous Denver Broncos quarterbacks since Peyton Manning, okay? So we got Trevor Siemian. We got Drew Lock. We got Case Keenum. We got Teddy Bridgewater. Who am I missing? Keep going. I'm missing like 5, I know.
Oh, my God. I mean, you can keep going.
If you say our Missouri connection guy.
Okay, all right, you have to move forward for the next
3
3 years. With one of the former Denver Broncos quarterbacks. Who's it going to be?
Drew Lock.
I'm either going Teddy or Siemian.
Give me Trev Dog. Trevor Siemian. I think you can make a good case for Trevor. They're all boring. I mean, if you want to go for the least boring, Paxton Lynch is the least boring of them all. Drew Lock, I guess, is a tiny bit better, but
I think Drew. I think if they truly were committed to Drew and they really worked at it, I think he's a late bloomer, and I think you would have had a shot. But they gave up on him way too quick. You brought in a coach with Fangio who didn't believe in him whatsoever, and you didn't support the dude. And it is what it is. I don't think any of those guys are good.
Are you talking about Russell or who are you talking about?
Boy, it sounds the same. And we should get into that article in The Athletic about what happened in New York, because you want to see how not to put a team together. I can't wait. Maybe we can do that coming up, man. But what a disaster in terms of how to put a team together.
By the way, my first question, Trubisky, the only one of those 3 quarterbacks with the winning NFL record at 31-26.
Hey, would it surprise you, no dumb question, if Mitch Trubisky turns out to be a decent quarterback at some point in the NFL? Would it surprise you?
Yep. Yeah, very much.
Well, he's already been a decent quarterback.
It would not surprise me whatsoever. Somewhere, somehow, Mitch Trubisky is actually a pretty decent quarterback in the NFL. And Scotty? You're saying
decent. Like, are you saying there'd be an upkick, or like he could be who he already was?
Starting quarterback.
I guess by Scott's definition and your definition, yeah, I would say he's already been a decent quarterback. There's no upside from there, though.
I mean, as a high picked quarterback, yeah, okay, I'll give it to you. It ain't what it should have been. You know what quarterback always amazes me, guys? Vince Young. Like, if you look at Vince Young's numbers, they were actually pretty good. Like, Vince Young has kind of a very
Pro
good
bowler.
Yeah, and a very good win-loss record. And wasn't it Vince Young and Matt Leinart at one of the greatest college football games of all time for a national championship?
Yep.
Texas USC. And I still to this day don't really understand why Vince Young just sort of washed out of the NFL, because he had a good record. I don't really get it, but that's another one that's kind of interesting. I don't know, guys.
I know the story there. Not that anybody cares the lengthy story, but it's very similar to Russell Wilson in nature. He drove his coach insane. He didn't play by the system, and it drove the coach insane. And some coaches, they get to the point, whether you're good or not, they just won't want to deal with it because you're not playing football the way I want you to play football.
Hey, but wasn't that a hell of a game between Texas, USC?
Unbelievable game.
Vince Young and Leinart, the two quarterbacks.
Unbelievable.
I mean, of my era of growing up, like watching college national championships, by far the most memorable one in my lifetime.
Yep, just awesome, top to bottom. And I mean, just different in college than the pros, I suppose. Listen, I do want to.
By the way, Vince Young in 6 years was 31-19.
Told you, right? So. 31-19. 31-19. That's a bonkers record in the NFL as a starter.
He had tons of success, tons of it.
But only 57.9% completion rate.
All right, well, he drove your coaches nuts, and I guess the coaches just couldn't get over it because the coaches are in the NFL are beyond arrogant sometimes, and it's got to be their way. And God forbid.
Are we talking about?
Hey, I get you, dude. But hey,
we moved on.
Hey, you got to make a choice, right? Is it your quarterback or your coach? What's it going to be? And the Broncos chose their coach. So that's it. And now that coach is bringing in his own guys. So here we go.
Yeah. Hey, are you choosing quarterback or coach, or quarterback GM and coach, or just okay.
Well, we know now whatever quarterback, wherever they go, wherever the Broncos go, they'll, I guess, all be on the same page at this point.
Yep.
But boy, that is not the truth in New York. Wait till we give you some of the details of this article about the New York Jets and our guy Nathaniel Hackett coming up next.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here from my great friends at Revitalized Health, whom I've been working with for 7 years. Why would I work with them for 7 years? That's a long time. Because they made my body feel better. I'm looking better, I'm feeling better, I'm sleeping better than I have in a long, long time, and they're going to do that for you as well. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Those medical weight loss options are changing lives, so call Revitalized Health if you've gained a few pounds. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
We live in a glass house. We know that. We all live in different rooms. We all got a key for it. And it's one of those things that there's a code, there's a way things are done in that house. And, this past week, it's frustrating and it sucks, but we're all susceptible to it. There are things that you do, mistakes you make, and it costs you time on the field, costs you your job, all those things. And I own all that stuff. I mean, it's that fact. I got no excuses. That's how we live here at the New York Jets. That's how we've lived everywhere I've been. No excuses. So I own all those things, and it's unfortunate that had to happen, the comments that were made, but hey, they did.
It begs an interesting question, guys. Maybe a little bit of extension of No Dumb Questions.
Were the comments right? Was that the question?
Yeah, kind of. Did Sean Payton kind of nail it? And you look at this article in The Athletic about the dysfunction of the New York Jets, and all of a sudden the Broncos look like they got their act together last year compared to the Jets. What a disaster. And everything is hinging.
Who won that game here?
The Jets won that game. The Jets did win that game. Well, what are you trying to say?
Well, one man's dysfunction is another man's treasure.
Well,
at least that weekend.
It worked that weekend, and don't forget, the Broncos lost to the Commanders. What is the other one there that kind of stings?
I think Scott said something about the Raiders once or twice.
Right. That's right.
Raiders, Jets, Commanders, and Patriots.
Yeah.
But the article basically says, in a nutshell,
it's a train wreck.
It's a train wreck, and everything is because they're bending over backwards for Aaron Rodgers, basically. And even though he won most inspirational player, the relationship with Rodgers and Zach Wilson deteriorated, and just things were a disaster. And Hackett didn't spend the time working on film or really putting in the time or the effort that other players and coaches thought he should be. And Robert Saleh looks awful weak in this article too, as somebody who's just looking to save his bacon. So I'll just ask you just the bigger question is, in general, kowtowing and conceding to the star athletes a recipe for disaster?
It is a very similar question to what we always talk about with guys with off-the-field problems. Guys with off-the-field problems, when I actually had this conversation with my son last night because he was asking why somebody kept his job after a DUI. And I was like, well, dude, how good is he? I said, if I got a DUI when I was playing, they would have got rid of me. If Trent Williams got a DUI, he'd be starting the next weekend. That's just the way that it rolls, right? And I think it's very similar to that when it comes to empowering your star athletes. Generally speaking, I think it's a bad thing. Like, I don't like the NBA, how much power that players have. I think players in the NFL envy it for sure in terms of financial independence and security and all the stuff that goes with the contracts. But look, I mean, you get a guy like Aaron Rodgers. I think you'd be a fool to not give him power. I think you'd be a fool if he's at his peak. So the question is, who is Aaron Rodgers today? If Aaron Rodgers comes back from all this, or if he had played last year and he was no longer himself, yeah, they were fools. But if you got Aaron Rodgers at his peak, then, there's certain things you just got to give power to guys that want the power.
Well, the one thing that I took from the article, too, talking about Hackett, and we all liked him as the dude, right?
Yeah.
But we can judge him as for his job description, and he's failed at that
Mm-hmm.
in his last two stops so far. But just like, there was a lot of success, obviously, as the offensive coordinator with Rodgers as far as wins and yards and offense and stuff like that. But like he showed this year when Rodgers goes down, and now he has to formulate an offense around others that maybe, don't have the talent of Rodgers. And that's one of the biggest mistakes. Well, I've always struggled with great coach or great players becoming a head coach. They don't understand the struggles of
right.
a Tyler Columbus or a Scott Hastings. It didn't come natural to us. We had to find cheat codes and other things to do to get by and to make teams and so on and so forth. And I think a lot of coaches don't understand that. When you've got a guy that has it down, and listen, you cannot like Aaron Rodgers the person. Dude's been one hell of a quarterback, and he's going to go in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's just brilliant playing the position. But Hackett showed this year again, when you don't have that brilliance, he may be lost and the job, he's underqualified for the job he has, just like we learned Russell ain't Aaron Rodgers either, and he couldn't form an offense and get anything that looked semi-decent with Russell either.
Well, some of the stuff coming out of that article, and I've read a few different articles. It seems like they're all piling up right now on Nathaniel Hackett and the Jets. But one part of those articles that I read, sounds like Hackett's got a little bit of the same problems that Dion has. Like Hackett wasn't talking to his offensive staff. Like he would only talk to his offensive line coach,
two or
to his
three guys,
run game coordinator, and to his passing game coordinator. And then he would wait to the end of the week before he'd communicate anything else to his offensive assistants, right? Like, this is just simple communication. This is just like how are the guys going to know what you want unless you tell them what you want from them?
Do you think it would have worked out with Aaron Rodgers here in Denver with Hackett? Or is it just like – because the Jets appeared to have done the same thing the Broncos wanted to do. They brought in Hackett to lure Rodgers, and then they got other players. And they just try to make things as comfortable as possible for Rodgers. I mean, I guess we'll see next year if Rodgers can stay healthy. But, I mean, can that really work?
My philosophy or my feeling is this. Dysfunction has to be cleared out first before you turn things around. And if there was dysfunction in the Broncos locker room, whether you brought Hackett in or not, there's going to be dysfunction. So you got to bring a guy that, and if anything, if I give any credit at all to Peyton, I mean, it's his way or the highway, and I think he cleared some of the dysfunction as far as playing wise and understand what you got to do to play. Seem to have cleared that out. I still contend if had they hired Peyton, and the year we saw this year with Russell Wilson was Russell's first year here, we'd be in a whole different situation right now.
I think that what the Denver Broncos ended up doing with Russell Wilson is exactly what they would have done with Aaron Rodgers. And I do think it would have more or less worked. Would have led to a championship? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, would it have worked with the Jets if Aaron Rodgers is healthy? I bet they're going to be pretty good. I bet they're going to win a lot of ball games. You know, even with Nathaniel Hackett as an offensive coordinator, I bet they would have won a whole lot of ball games. The problem was, you had a vision for Aaron Rodgers that you're going to bring him in, and it's going to be his baby, and you're going to let him do his deal. And you know what? For Aaron Rodgers, I think that was a pretty safe bet. I think it's a pretty safe bet to let Aaron Rodgers come in and tell you what he wants to do offensively, the plays he wants to run, let him call the audibles out there on the field. And then it turned out it wasn't that simple with Russell Wilson because he had a style of football that was great for him, that he wanted to get away from, and he got away from him, and it didn't work, right?
Well,
but with
doesn't
Aaron,
it sound like
I don't think
Aaron Rodgers is a player coach. Like, I'm going to run the same because I know how it's going to do. Russell doesn't have that ability.
Yes.
You've got to conform. You got to conform to what Russell does best, and try to build around that. But Aaron is a player coach. Says, no, I need this guy here. I need this position guy here. I need this guy right here to make sure we cover up Micah Parsons. They talked about in that 20-0 beatdown or 30-0 beatdown they had against Dallas. You know, again, boom, boom, boom. We got to get. He's a coach on the field. So now you get the guy with the title. He just goes, okay, here. But yeah, do here. But now, Hackett, do it on your own. Well, I've only really known this and this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know.
Well, the crazy thing about the Jets is that all the disasters they've had, all the drama, they still won 7 games with one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. A guy that I feel bad for a little bit, I guess. With all the drama, with one of the worst quarterbacks in the game, they won 7 games. How many games do you think they win with Aaron Rodgers? He's easily good for another 3 or 4, right? So they win 10 or 11 games. Is that a bad year?
We have a interesting poll up about trading Surtain for better picks. Fascinating conversation in terms of really what could have been and what is next for the Broncos. Jeff Legwold is at the Senior Bowl. We'll talk to him next. It is DMAC for Mike Maroney Automotive. Love Mike Maroney. Been endorsing them for many, many years. Bought a car from Mike Maroney myself for my family. It's been a great experience. And now great news because you have more choices with Mike Maroney Automotive. They've opened new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont, and you can get their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Ford. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're going to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. You can't go wrong at Mike Maroney Automotive. So check them out today. Visit them at Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Online, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Jeff Legwald from ESPN, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Live from Mobile, Alabama. Nix and Penix on the field today. Jeff, what did you think of Nix and Penix and the quarterbacks?
Well, the quarterbacks have not had a great week here so far.
Okay.
So,
all right.
They're going to need to pick it up. I know that the Senior Bowl isn't the end-all, be-all in draft prep and whatnot, but it is a good chance for scouts and everybody to see these guys in sort of stressful situations with unfamiliar teammates and all those things. But Penix and Nix were a lot better yesterday. Today, really uneven, not very accurate. But the quarterbacks as a whole have sort of disappointed folks so far this week. So they're going to need to pick it up tomorrow and in the game if they're going to leave here with some favorable feelings from people.
Okay. Wow.
Jeff, I heard.
So you're saying some 5th and 6th rounders are going to be available?
Scotty, I've said that about this class the whole time. I think this notion the Broncos are going to get a quarterback at 12 is a pipe dream everybody needs to let go of. So, Nix and Penix may possibly, if Penix's medicals check out at the combine and Nix, picks it up a little bit if he throws at the combine or pro day and everything, maybe those two guys sneak in at the bottom of the first round, but there's no CJ Stroud on this board, and I keep saying it, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, I'm glad Scott asked that because that leads basically into what I was going to ask you. I saw an interesting story out of Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl, in charge of finding all the kids that are going to come there, doing the evaluations, picking the best of the best, right? And his opinion was, given the current state of college football with NIL and all the money that these guys are making, rounds 3 through 5, and I really hadn't even really thought about this, rounds 3 through 5, or maybe he said 4 through 7, I'm sorry, rounds 4 through 7 are done. It's over. Like, they're gone. More or less, like they're more or less worthless picks at this point. Is that? Would you agree with that?
They're not worthless, Tyler, but you're going to have to be really cognizant as a team of who fits what you do. You can still find players. There will be productive NFL players in rounds 4 through 7, but this will be a very thin draft in day 3. And what you'll see happen is a lot of teams will use those 7th rounders and the late 6s. To take guys they would have signed as undrafted rookies, but they don't want to compete for anybody else for them, so they'll just pick them late. But, yeah, this is going to be a thin board, and some of it is you're still working through a lot of the older COVID guys who've elected to stay or for whatever reason added another year to what they're doing. And NIL, it's, if you're – projection is you're going to be a late day 3 pick and you play in the SEC or you play at a Power 5 and you're even an offensive lineman, you can make more money in NIL. Now, the downside is you don't start your free agency clock, and if you're a young NFL player, you want to get to that second contract as soon as you can, because that's where the real money is if you survive. So,
it really just emphasizes how desperate the Broncos situation is this year. if you're not finding picks in the later rounds, what do they got?
No, they did this to themselves. I mean, they can thank themselves for this. I mean, if they honestly thought releasing Russell Wilson, I mean, they had 2 paths on the quarterback to take. Don't make the trade originally, or go all in to make sure the trade works. And they chose neither. They're trying to split the difference, and that ain't going to work. And I tried warning you guys, I tried warning everybody, this quarterback class, unless you get lucky or you're very good at evaluating and patient with the guy you pick, isn't going to provide a solution anytime soon.
Are you saying, Jeff? Are you saying that too about Williams, May, and Williams, May, and Daniels as well?
They're not getting those guys, D-Mac. there are 5 teams. There are 4 teams in the top 5 of the draft that need quarterbacks. There's only 3 of those guys. So, and they do not have the firepower to go get them unless they're going to surrender at least one future number one. I mean, to move up to get any of those guys, they would have to trade a player the caliber of Surtain and probably 2 ones. And or do you think that's a good future building move for the Broncos? I mean, I do not. But unless you can get all the way to 1, there's way too much data in the draft for teams that have failed because they only traded to 2 or 3. They didn't get to 1. And if you can't get to 1, it's not worth surrendering what you have to do to get there.
You know, it's funny. And the thought of a few weeks ago trading Surtain seems so ridiculous. And we put up a poll today. If you could get one of those guys, would you trade Surtain?
You're not getting them, though. It's just it's silly to talk about. You're not getting into the top 5 with just Surtain. You're going to have to trade.
What if the Bears trade number 1 though? What if they trade back to 3 or something? And I get it, you're not getting number 1, but maybe you could get to 3.
So you want the 3rd best quarterback in the class, and you hope that everybody in the building agrees that he's a starter and that they will invest. I mean, they've already shown they're not very patient with a 9-time Pro Bowler. How patient are they going to be with a rookie?
Jeff, would you want him just to keep Russell Wilson at this point? Seriously. I mean, they could.
No, they should have. They should have kept him for 1 more year. But if I'm Russ, I mean, if they keep him, they're going to want help on that contract. And if I'm Russell Wilson and his agent, and I have a chance to go to the Steelers or the Vikings, I would do that instead of helping the Broncos after they A, embarrassed you, B, basically pointed all the fingers of blame for their woes at you. I mean, he has no incentive to help them, and I don't think they would keep him, at least right now, from the information I have. I don't think they would keep him unless he gave them significant help on the contract.
Well, great stuff. I should ask if there's anything else going on there at the Senior Bowl that we should know about.
No, there's lots of good players the Broncos can get. It's just, will people be excited? I mean, there's tons of good, skilled, defensive players down here. There's the linemen are kicking ass on everybody, and nobody's going to talk about that, but they've been the stars of the show down here this week so far.
All right, really quick. If it's not a quarterback and there's a player there that still could be considered a 12, who would it be that you're putting your eyes on?
Well, I mean, the strength of the board, D-Max, going to be corner, linemen, or edge rushers. I'll tell you the name to watch, though. He's probably been my favorite player this week is the Toledo corner, Quinion Mitchell. That kid's been the best player here this week, and he is spectacular, and he would be well worth the 12th pick of the draft.
Okay. All right, Jeff. How's the gossip going on down there? How you guys doing? Everybody getting along? Everybody doing all right in that department?
Yeah. It's a special time.
hey, our boy Mike Sanford's down there. Try to hook him up and see if he can get in the league, would you?
Well, this is the spot for him to come. I mean, here in the combine, you can get in front of everybody.
Right. That's
hey,
what
Jeff,
we said.
but you got to stop keeping your mouth shut here a little bit because your reports about all those reports about the Broncos trading up to go get Caleb Williams. It's getting out of control, and I know that came from you.
Yeah, no, I look forward to the kind of deal they would have to construct to do that. Their number 1 picks.
It's all over the internet. What do you mean?
Yeah, Jeff, it's on the internet. It must be true. It's on the internet.
It is.
We know how great.
No, I always love reports when people say so and so would be willing. I mean, I'd be willing to win Powerball too, but I'm not sure that's happening.
I love reports that end at the end of the article. It says this, and at the end of the article it goes, or not.
Oh, was that literally the last words?
You got to read the article. It's like or not.
Or not.
Sometimes that's Latin for I actually spoke to no humans before I typed.
Right. All right, Jeff, we really appreciate it. Great take, great perspective as always, and enjoy the rest of the week there in Mobile, Alabama.
See you, fellas. Take care, man.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff is listen, man, if anybody has been clear, it's Jeff Legwold with how he feels about what's going on. Jeff thought the decision on Russ was terrible because of the pickle they put him in, and he's basically saying that there's just no chance. And then you're hearing about, hey, what if they moved up? And our poll shows, you know what's interesting about our poll, though? All of a sudden, Broncos fans, at least that are listening to this show, are a lot more willing now to consider the possibilities. But Jeff is unmitigatingly say,
what's the poll at right now?
What? It's at 56% yes and 44% no. And if we did this poll a year ago or even 2 months ago, it would be laughable how much the no's would be on if you would trade Surtain for Williams, May, or Daniels. So and a ton of votes too. So it's not like things haven't changed, at least in terms of public opinion. And guys, that's why weeks ago when we talked about this, we said it would have to take X, Y, and Z. And Leggy's saying it's like it's got to be even more than that. It's Surtain and then some to even get there.
It's Surtain this year's first round and next year's first round.
And I don't think it's impossible, but like I said, we've talked about this for weeks. You would have to have the Bears move back with Washington or the Patriots in the first place. You are not getting to number one no matter what.
What the real question is, because one's out of the question for sure, two is out of the question as well.
Yes, I agree.
The only real remote possibility would be three.
Yes.
If the Bears trade out.
Yes.
Okay? If they don't trade out, forget it.
Forget
it's all
it.
over.
Forget it.
So then the real question is, what does it take to get to three specifically? And I don't know. Was Jeff talking about for three? That's what it would cost.
Jeff is just yes. Jeff's been talking about any of it, but Jeff, you guys realize Jeff is apoplectic about what the Broncos have already done, right? You guys get that? Like he thinks it's idiotic what they've already done with Russ. They think he thinks it's stupid.
But I don't even think Jeff was saying that if you could trade Pat Surtain to go get the second best quarterback out the board, I think Jeff would do it. He just doesn't think you can do it.
He doesn't think you can do it.
I don't think he thinks he can do it, and I'm not sure he thinks he would do it.
I because you have to say, is Jaden Daniels worth it? Is the third guy off the board worth it? Yeah, I mean, Mike Sanford is in love with Michael Penix Jr. You guys realize that, right? Coach is in love with Penix.
Well, we should check in with them because Jeff's not alone on the reports about the quarterbacks having a bad couple days. That's all over the place. It's all from everybody out there. So we should check in with Mike and hear what his opinion is of Penix so far.
Yeah, Mike's been great, and we did talk to him earlier. We'll get to him definitely tomorrow, and I think he'll be on with Nate and Andy later this afternoon as well. So that's all still to come. We have another chance for you to roll the dice for a trip to Vegas. That comes up in 13 minutes. Also, Nikola Jokic, really quick, will not play tonight. We'll dig into what's going on with Jokic and what's happening with the Nuggets and OKC, with Scotty in Oklahoma City. All that's still on the way on PhD.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here, my great friends at Revitalized Health, whom I've been working with for 7 years. Why would I work with them for 7 years? That's a long time. Because they made my body feel better. I'm looking better, I'm feeling better, I'm sleeping better than I have in a long, long time, and they're going to do that for you as well. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Those medical weight loss options are changing lives, so call Revitalized Health if you've gained a few pounds. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
All right, Dan, that was funny.
right.
Yes. Colorado's most complete local appliance store. It is Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com in Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. Dan Bud Tanner, what's good?
All right, a couple of Broncos notes here, fellas. So CBS Sports yesterday identified each team's 2023 MVP. They selected Broncos wide receiver Courtland Sutton as this year's MVP for the Denver Broncos. Also, Scott sent us this, a cool moment, potential full circle moment. So Ed McCaffrey and Mike Shanahan won 3 Super Bowls together. Now their sons, Christian and Kyle, have a chance to win one together as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, if you're not rooting for the Niners and you're a Broncos fan, what's what? I mean, if you're a Swiftie, I mean, go for it. That's fine, with the Chiefs. But I have no idea why a Broncos fan would root for the Chiefs in this Super Bowl, fellas.
You better not be. Whether you're a huge Shanahan fan or not, you better not be rooting for the Chiefs in this game. It is pretty wild, dude. I think this story almost is like we're so numb to it, as Nuggets fans are to what Nikola Jokic does every single night. Like how rare that is, and how we should be just drooling with our jaws dropped every single night he goes out there. That's what this story really is. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? Mike Shanahan coached Ed McCaffrey in a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan was on the sideline holding Mike Shanahan's headset. and Christian was in the locker room, and now they're about to go try to win a Super Bowl themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about a Disney story.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. I didn't realize that obviously Ed was on those first 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos, but we forget he was a wide receiver when Mike was the OC in San Francisco that one year.
I do forget that all the time. Yeah,
and won a Super Bowl with San Francisco also. So Ed's got 3.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And good for Ed and Lisa. I hope they have a great time. It's been amazing watching Christian and Kyle's development as a coach. The thing about Kyle, Tyler, and if you say there's certain, and remember Jokic talked about it and Malone talked about it, sometimes you got to climb up, get knocked down a peg or two till you climb to the top. Do you think he's taken the right amount of knocks to overcome, and can he do that with Brock Purdy?
The criticism on Kyle is, I guess, more or less fair. I would have to admit. I think there's a lot of things he would do differently in a couple of those last appearances. There's probably a lot of things he would do differently. Does it make him a bad coach? No, just like I don't think Dan Campbell's a bad coach. Maybe Dan Campbell will do something differently next time, but he got there, and that meant something. Kyle's been there. That means something. So I think there is certainly a narrative with Kyle that he is as anxious as anybody else to get off his back. I know that much.
The next story, Dan.
Yeah, he's got to want to get that off. Think about this. He lost one when they had it in hand against Tom Brady, at the time outright GOAT, greatest of all time, when he was the offensive coordinator in Atlanta. Now he's the head coach, and for the second time right now he's going against, what some people are saying, maybe the greatest of all time again.
Well, listen, hey.
So is it really that big of a deal if you lose 2 of those games? I mean, come on. Is it that big of a deal if you lose to Tom Brady? Is it that big of a deal if you lose to Patrick Mahomes?
Well, when you're up 28, probably it is still in Atlanta. But
I think it was 21. I think it was 21. Don't be exaggerating.
It was 28-3. It was 25 points, and it all slipped away. But
so we both exaggerated. I exaggerated on the short side.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, we've got some beef going on between Patrick Mahomes and Ravens kicker Justin Tucker. So apparently, Patrick Mahomes has had the same warm-up routine on the field for his entire career, and Justin Tucker wouldn't get out of the way to let him do that. Here is Mahomes talking about the incident between he and Justin Tucker.
I've had 7 years of kind of doing that same warm-up routine, and there's only been, I think, 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't because you usually talk to the guys, so there had been a kicker that wasn't necessarily moving out the way, or you weren't kind of sharing the field in the right way, and I mean, it was in Baltimore all 3 times. So he does that little stuff, I think, to try to get under our skin. And I asked him to move his stuff, and he got up and moved it, I think, 2 inches, but didn't move it out of the way. And I was going to kind of let it slide, but Travis kind of got it and moved it for me, and then after that I wasn't going to let him put it back down. So it's something that we move on. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time, but at the same time, you got to have respect for each team, and we all share the field, and we try to do that in a respectful way.
Okay, so there was Patrick Mahomes on the incident. Now let's hear Justin Tucker's response being asked about the incident between he and Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Thought it was all just some gamesmanship, all in good fun, but they seem to be taking it a little bit more seriously, and I'm totally willing to let it all go, but I just wanted to explain that that's just what I've done for 12 years, and it's not like I'm out there trying to be problematic. I'm just trying to get ready for the football game, just like they are.
You didn't say
that's all I really got to say about it.
Okay, well,
just to be clear.
Well, you can't sit there and start their conversation out. It's all just gamesmanship, and then try to turn around. Well, I've been doing this for 12 years, and it's just how I get ready. Well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
You just
Justin Tucker.
your own statement.
Justin Tucker is the greatest kicker of all time. He is. That's what that dude is, and he knows exactly what he's doing. It's not even like when Mahomes and Kelsey were talking about this after the game. Kelsey on the podcast, they're like, there's unwritten rules about where you warm up. I wouldn't even say it's unwritten. Like you've got an end zone. You've got an end zone. Now it does get a tiny bit gray with the kickers and the punters because they kind of just fit in wherever they fit in. They kind of get on their own half. Sometimes they do share a little bit on the half of the opponents. But I mean, he's got away with that for 12 years. Is amazing. And I retweeted Patrick Mahomes. I didn't see in real time Kelsey doing it. I just saw on Twitter Mahomes doing it. And I retweeted it, and I thought it was hilarious. And I'm just like, dang, Mahomes, why you got to do things that make me laugh?
Well, Kelsey was hysterical because he hucked Tucker's helmet and like 3 or 4 footballs on the kicking stand. Mahomes just moved the kicking stand there a little bit, but Kelsey threw everything. I thought it was pretty funny, but
yeah,
hey.
Tucker went and readjusted, and Kelsey went and grabbed the helmet, threw it to the back of the end zone, kicked that little triangle T thing, and broke it into 3 pieces. His was we ain't playing this.
I'm not even sure why.
I love what Mahomes said. Listen, that's where I always am.
Yeah.
I've only had an issue 3 times. It was all 3 in Baltimore.
Next story, Dan Bud Tanner.
All right, and lastly, fellas, we've got a new hire for the Seattle Seahawks. They have hired Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald. He's now the youngest head coach in the NFL at 36 years old. But let's hear from new Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh on how difficult it was leaving Michigan to go coach Justin Herbert in the Chargers.
Yeah, it was tough. I was torn. My wife, kids. I love Michigan, but I love the NFL too. And there's no Lombardi Trophy in college football. And I got so many sands left in the hourglass, and I want to take a crack at that. And there's nowhere better to do it than with the Los Angeles Chargers. Susie Spanos, Dean Spanos, Ed McGuire, John Spanos, and this great quarterback.
Oh yeah, so have you talked to him?
I have, and I met him. And Derwin James, I mean, pros, these guys, Keenan Allen. But I was a little starstruck.
So
Justin.
Wow. Well, hey, man, good for Jim Harbaugh. The dude's a great coach, and it sucks for Broncos fans because I think the Chargers are going to get better, boys.
Yeah, I do think it'll work. I don't know why I think it'll work. I guess because he just won a championship. Because last year I didn't think it would work with Harbaugh. I really didn't. And for the same reason Scott doesn't like Sean Payton, I didn't want Harbaugh because I just thought he was an egomaniac. That personality was not going to work with professional football players. I guess you go win a national championship, and all of a sudden I give him the benefit of the doubt. I know he'd been to the Super Bowl before and had success. But it does make me worried, man. If somebody could figure out Justin Herbert, that's a dangerous situation.
Well, they're rolling the dice with Harbaugh. We're going to roll the dice right now. For a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas. Dinner for 2, $500 to get you there, and then to, whatever you want with what's left over. Fontainebleau Resort, Gaming, and Meeting Destination. The legacy of Fontainebleau, Las Vegas is built upon 70 years of sublime beauty, unparalleled service, and timeless design. Book now at FontainebleauLasVegas.com. Pass rushers, Dan Tanner. Who are we looking at right now?
All right, the last one we're looking at today is UCLA edge rusher Laiatu Latu, I think is how you say it.
That's better than I did, that's for sure.
The keyword is Latu, Latu. Text it into 303-504-0925, and you are in the running for the grand prize. We'll announce coming up on Friday. He had 49 total tackles this year at UCLA, 13 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. He's been described by Mel Kiper as the best pure edge rusher in this year's draft class. But an interesting note on Latu that could affect his draft status. In fact, I've seen the Broncos in a bunch of mock drafts selecting Latu. He did suffer a neck injury during the fall practices entering his sophomore year at Washington. Following the season, Washington's team doctors deemed that the injury had not recovered enough and that it would be too dangerous for him to continue playing football. He transfers to UCLA, gets medically cleared, and has a dynamite season for the Bruins, fellas.
Tyler, Latu, what do you think?
Cool. I don't know. Edge rushers, we've got some decent young edge rushers, right? I think we got a bunch of good edge rushers, matter of fact. But none of them are A-listers. You certainly could use an A-lister, I suppose.
Scotty, how you feeling about pass rushers, brother?
I think Kiper said the same thing about Benito. Best pure pass rusher in the draft this year. He dropped to the 3rd, didn't he?
He was the last pick of the 2nd round, to be specific.
I always laugh about guys that had to go to a new team, had to transfer schools because they couldn't get medically cleared. You can always find a doctor that is desperate enough for his job to get you medically cleared to make his team happy.
No
you
doubt
can always
about
find
that.
one.
Somebody
Didn't that happen to Schlereth in free agency?
Schlereth claims that if it wasn't for Mike, he wouldn't have passed a physical anywhere else except for Dr. Shanahan cleared him.
You always find somewhere.
It's when the head coach goes to the doctor and said, listen, we don't mind tingling down the left side.
Yeah, that's fine. Right side, that's too much. But left side, we're good on that.
Yes, Dr. Mike Shanahan. The office hours are open. All right, Latu, you got 15 minutes to text that in, 303-504-0925, and win that fabulous giveaway to Las Vegas. Scotty, we know that Jokic won't play tonight. That has been, he's ruled out. You know, I don't know about Holmgren and SGA. I don't know if there's been any other announcements there, although there was kind of some questions. Maybe you can check just in a little bit. But no Jokic tonight. So big deal, not a big deal. What do we see? What kind of adjustments get made?
Still got 30-some games. Well, you've won a big game on the road this year without Joker, so maybe you can do it twice.
Mm-hmm.
I think of the teams that you could get maybe, I don't want to say get away with, because I think listen, if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's balling, it don't matter who you got on the floor. They're dangerous. But of a team that's not giant and big and thick, you know, and you can maybe try to get by without a Joker tonight might be one of them.
Dan, what do you got? You got SGA and
SGA and Chet Holmgren are available tonight for the Thunder as well as Lou Dort.
Okay. So
yeah, according to the NBA injury report, they don't have either one of those guys even listed.
All right. We good with Jokic? More or less, the Nuggets saying, "Hey, big fella, it's cool. Just chill." You know, we got this home and home with Portland on Friday and Sunday. We're not, just checking here. We're not concerned about tiebreakers or anything else like that. No big deal.
It's a long year. I think it's a long year. The Nuggets just came off one hell of a grind. Came off in the Eastern Conference gauntlet on the road for what felt like a month. This feels like a very logical time to take a rest on a road trip, big fella. Take a rest on a road trip, and we'll recoup in a minute.
Make sense to you, Scotty?
Yeah, I think at this point of the season with so many games left, yeah, and you got a couple home games. You got 2 games that I think are real important to win Friday and Sunday against the same team. So I think this weekend's game is probably even bigger. I understand the ramifications of Tide and everything else. I mean, you got to try to project. You know, is Denver 3 and them 2? You're going to have to play them. You'll play them on the road. If Denver's, 1 and they're 2. They're going to be opposite each other. You know, I just want to be opposite of Minnesota for the first round.
Why?
I think they're one of the most dangerous teams in the Western Conference.
It seems hard that Oklahoma City would be at the same. I mean, I know they're playing great. I do. But could a team really be this good, this young, or do they just have another?
I thought they were dangerously good last year. I mean, they
Well, they didn't have Holmgren last year because the dude's a rookie. So, and he's been unbelievable.
They lost in Game 3 of the play-in, right, to Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, they were a very healthy basketball team last year.
I've been blown away. Is Holmgren the rookie of the year? You know, Wembanyama's numbers are better, Scott, overall. Overall, Wembanyama's numbers are better. But is Holmgren the rookie of the year?
Well, in my opinion, I would go with Holmgren because I understand Wemby's numbers are better. Holmgren's fighting for he's within a game and a half of first place in the Western Conference, his team. So who's had more impact on his team?
But okay, I love Holmgren, but he does have SGA. I mean, who else do the Spurs have with Wemby? Who is their other guy down there? I mean,
have no idea.
There ain't nobody like SGA, that's for damn sure.
No, that is true.
All right, well, good game tonight, and you guys have a 3-hour pregame. Is that right, Scott? Is that what you guys are working on?
Yeah, it feels like. Yeah, it could be. No, we go 7 o'clock tip here, which is 6 o'clock there, so 5 o'clock there will be our pregame.
I'm looking forward to it. And you can hear the game here on 92.5 as well. What does a dad bod really mean? And who has the best dad bod here on the staff? In tribute to Patrick Mahomes, we get to that critical question.
Just bought skinny jeans. Just throwing it
I
out
know,
there.
Tyler. I was going to get there. Midlife crisis Columbus in full effect. We got the skinny jeans.
Here I am.
We'll go to it next. All right, D-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive Group with 3 locations I want to tell you all about. It's Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder. Awesome. Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont. Spectacular. All my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, where I bought my car from, and I've been dealing with those fellas for such a long time. They're proud partners of CU Athletics. But it doesn't matter. Wherever you go with Mike Maroney Automotive, you're making the right choice. You got a lot of choices, and that's important when you want to get the best vehicle. You can count on their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Ford, and so easy to find, either at one of their incredible showrooms where they'll treat you like a king or a queen, however you need to be treated, or finally, you can just go online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. As always, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Again, online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Just had one of our wonderful salespeople, Jill, come on in, and we're talking about some stuff. And she goes, you're looking good. You're looking like you've lost some. And, man, I appreciate it. I hate to say it because it sounds, it's been relatively easy with soda weight loss. It's been relatively easy. You just lose fat, and I've lost more than 24 pounds of fat without losing the muscle, and soda's been terrific. I've got my nutritionist, Amanda, that we talk all the time and strategize on what we're doing, and you can lead a real life. I've been out and about. I cover all the games and have my weekends. Had date night with my wife last Saturday and still losing weight. It's working for me. I think it could work for you too. SOTAweightloss.com. 800-555-6521. That's 800-555-6521. SOTA Weight Loss, state of the art. One, two, three.
When we in scouting like to say, well, who does he remind you of? And we're not putting that pressure on Caleb saying, oh, you're going to be the next Mahomes. It's very good when you can say he's like this. Yeah. And so I brought it up yesterday on the show. I think he's a generational player now. I've seen 3 or 4 games, obviously not as much as I would if I was truly doing the evaluation. But at some point, especially with the relationship our league has in gaming now, at some point we're going to move to a lottery system in the NFL. This player, I think, is the type of player that we would look back on in 5 years and say, he's why the lottery exists now.
That's Sean Payton quite a ways ago. Was that like last year or something? That was at the Super Bowl last year, right? Before, yeah.
It was definitely last year. I don't know the timing, but yeah.
Yeah, it was last year. It's funny because...
By the way, don't you guys love Oasis?
Oh, Oasis is the best. They're amazing.
Yeah.
It's a great English band. Incredible.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, the brothers, they get along so well. Great song.
I know. I love Wonderwall.
The poll we have is, would you be willing to trade Patrick Surtain to trade up in the draft? And we got a ton of votes. Good poll result. Here we go with the poll that's pretty close. This wasn't a blowaway. But 56% say yes, 44% say no. Jeff Legwell literally was laughing at you for even considering this poll, but I thought it was pretty good. But that's what it's going to take. I mean, if you have a shot whatsoever. And it looks like Broncos fans are sort of realizing, okay, I guess that's what you'd have to do. And, here's Sean Payton saying Caleb Williams is that generational guy. So, fellas, what do you think? Do you think the Broncos will give it a legit shot? Or do you think they'll just agree with Leggy and be like, well, that sucks. Let's just take it.
I think the Broncos absolutely are trying to get a quarterback. So do I think that they will find all the angles? Will they do the research? Will they see is there a scenario in which they can move up? I promise you they're doing it. I promise you they're trying to figure out if there's something that they could do right this very second. To even, despite the reports that came out yesterday, I'm not saying any nonsense, but if they could figure out a way to get number one, I promise you they would like to get there. I tend to agree with Leggy on a lot of it, in that I don't think it's a feasible scenario. Now, here's what it comes down to for me, because I'm willing to fire, and I'm willing to give up Pat Surtain for the right guys. And, I'm not afraid to admit that this quarterback evaluation process, this is an evolving this is an evolving process for me, right? Like, I didn't watch every single snap of all these guys throughout the years. And early on, I didn't love Jaden Daniels. But, man, I'm doing a whole lot of research on him. And early on, Drake May felt like such a lock. And I do think he is this year's Mac Jones type of, like safest lock, right? I don't love Drake May that much, right? So for me, there's really only two guys that I'd be willing to make a desperation type of move for, and that would be Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels.
Okay, well, that's where it's at. Scotty, you want to chime in, or?
I think if you could redo the poll question, would you be willing to trade Patrick Surtain to move up as high as 8? Yeah. What do you think the answer would be?
No.
Oh, no way. No way. Zero.
Would you trade Patrick Surtain to move up to 5th?
No, probably not.
Probably no. Would you trade Patrick Surtain to get one or two? 1, 2, or 3?
I think it would be yes.
And even Leggy, his comments today, he didn't sound like 2 and 3 are going to be a lock.
That's for sure. So that's the situation you're in. That's the truth of but nothing's changed. We realize that, right? Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. This is what it was from the get-go, and this is what it's like today, and this is what it'll be like until the draft actually happens. So, but I do like Mike Sanford. I know Leggy's down on it, and he wasn't talking high on the quarterback. Sanford's completely different. Sanford is all over Penix in particular, and Nix as well, but we'll check in with Mike tomorrow.
Well, hold on. Is he all over him at the Senior Bowl?
Yeah.
Yes. Good performances?
What he said is 11 on 11, the quarterbacks did not look good, but he liked him on the one-on-one drills. He had him 18 of 24, but there was 3 drops, so in essence 21 of 24. He did not think that Nix was as accurate in the one-on-ones. He said on 11 on 11s, both quarterbacks looked horrible.
Well, guess what matters the most? 11 on 11.
Okay, well, we got tomorrow, too, and we got the game, and we'll see. I'm glad Mike's there, though. It's awesome talking to him, and he'll be on with Nate and Andy coming up in a little bit, and he'll be on with us tomorrow as well. Okay, dad bod talk. Patrick Mahomes' photo, big dad bod. We all see it. Everybody's talking about it. Fellas, best dad bod here on the radio station. Who you got? If we had the top dad bods to claim, who are you taking here at good old 92.5?
I don't have a dad bod, so I'm disqualified.
Well, this wasn't a chance to talk about yourself necessarily, Tyler. It was a chance to talk about others on the radio station.
Hey, hold on. Is your clock still say 12 to 3? I mean, hold on now. You want to do that over?
Dad bods? You got anybody? You want to rank the dad bods here at the station?
I got one. I got one and win.
You think you're the top dad bod?
No, Chris Dempsey.
Chris Dempsey does not
that is
have
not
a
a dad bod.
bod.
Dempsey, are you kidding me?
He's a
that's
dad
a
and he
workout
has
warrior.
a body.
No, he does, but that's not a
okay,
dad.
well, if you're asking who's the
Dad
best
has a
looking man,
body.
like who's got the most muscular body,
Yeah.
Demps wins.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think a dad bod is like the reasonably good looking dude, but with a bit of a belly on him.
All right, see, I think Vic does not have a dad bod at all. Just too skinny. I think Moj may be checking in at the best dad bod right now.
Guts all over the place. Brett Kane?
I think Brett's just in solid shape. I think Brett is just like a man's man sort of, I'm hanging out in my garage watching my Lions and Dan Campbell make bad decisions.
Then if I can't have Demps, I'm throwing my weight over to Andy Lindahl.
They got nothing but guts.
Hey, Andy definitely wins the most common dad bod in America.
Pure guts.
Wait, what does that mean?
You know what that means.
What does it mean?
He's gonna
You know darn well what that
come
means.
in that door and rip you in the next 5 minutes.
Good thing I'm not there right now.
All right. Yeah, see, Brett, no. I don't think Kreckman, no. Definitely not Chris Dempsey. And Raj, no. I mean, my God. We have there's Andy right there. I don't know if he can hear me or not.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's.
Raj isn't a dad, though.
No, but he doesn't have a dad bod either. If you have a 31-inch waist, you don't have a dad bod. I mean, you're out. If Tyler, if you're 6'8" and you can wear a large T-shirt, maybe longer.
What do you think? I just bought new jeans. What do you think my waist is right now?
36.
I'll say 34.
34. Yep.
That's
and
ridiculous.
they're a little bit loose.
That is insane. Scotty, you want to break out your waist size these days?
42.
42. What's the length?
If I were to get them custom, like 41.
Okay.
But if you have to buy off the shelf, what do you buy?
Well, I buy whichever's the longest.
I was always told that check this out, see if you agree with it. Maybe this is a no dumb question sort of thing. If your length is 6 inches.
Whoa.
Hello.
Well played, Dan.
If your
you were
length
ready for that.
is 6 inches shorter than your waist, you're a fat dude. Think about that for a second.
Hold on.
So I got
If it's 6 inches shorter than your waist.
Yeah.
Well, my length is
So in
longer
other words,
than my waist.
if I had a 44-36, I'd be a fat dude.
Exactly. But
I'm a 34-36.
no, so you're good. You're up and down. You're not even close.
Got it.
No, Scotty, you're good too by that measurement.
What is the T-Mac? We want to share measurements?
I'm a 20 right now. Today. I'm a 28 length. It's pathetic. 33 waist though. So I've
You're heading in the right direction. How much are you down? What are you down? Like 25 or something?
About that. Yes.
Yeah, good for you. You
Yeah.
look great.
Yeah. Well, that's recent.
I mean, great is relative.
All right. Well,
But the key is, can you curl 40 pounds?
There it is.
Scotty, we're getting there.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to debate myself on that.
We're getting there.
I'm getting a little too skinny.
All right, boys.
Muscles are going with it.
We'll watch you on TV tonight. You can, of course, hear the game right here on 925. Nate and Andy coming up next.
He got a dime booty now.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
I have got the player pool for the 2024 Panini Rising Stars Challenge at NBA All-Star Weekend. We got rookies, we got sophomores, they throw some G-Leaguers into this game as well. You ever watch the Rising Stars Challenge, by the way?
Yeah, sometimes if you're home and nothing's on a Friday night, right? All right.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
The NBA Rising Stars Challenge is about to start.
The meatloaf!
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, good Rising Stars Challenge discussion yesterday on the program. We don't spend enough time on the Rising Stars Challenge. I'm glad we were able to work it in.
Why don't? Well, never mind. I know why we don't.
Why don't we?
Why don't we talk more about, wait, I've seen it. Never mind.
Yes, it's not a particularly good sporting event on television.
So real quick, back in the day. And again, times have changed. We're the old guys that gripe about it now, I guess. Maybe not you, but I used to, like the dunk contest was a Saturday night must. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And this was also before I could go hit the bars. I don't think we missed a night at the bar to watch the dunk contest.
You cared more about the NBA slam dunk contest when you were 12 than you did when you were 23?
19.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 19 even feels like a bit of a stretch, but yeah.
What else you going to do? I was not in a college town rolling around with the Felsky or whatever you had. Wasn't that yours, the Felsky?
The Felsky. Yes.
I went to the Rising Stars Challenge.
Did you really?
In 03.
Well,
here in Denver, yeah.
look at you.
Melo won MVP. You got to see LeBron, Dwayne Wade. It was a good one. Really good one.
Was that game on Friday night?
Yes,
it was the weekend.
Friday.
So I did
then.
not go to the All-Star. I did not go to the Rising Stars Challenge. I did go to the dunk contest, 3-point contest night. One of the worst dunk contests ever, by the way. That was the one. That was before they put the time limit on it, and Birdman tried the same dunk like 17 times in a row. It was one of the most unpleasant and awkward viewing experiences of all time. And then I did go to the All-Star game itself, but I was not at the Rising Stars game. Although LeBron, Melo, I'm assuming Wade and Bosh.
Exactly, yeah.
That's a hot Rising Stars challenge right there.
Kirk Heinrich, the whole gang was there.
Kansas legend.
Kirk Heinrich.
Loved him in The Hobbit. Yes, Kirk Heinrich.
I think I've told you, maybe I see, Mark, back in the day, we used to do this thing called Hotel Bingo. You ever do Hotel Bingo for a big event?
Yeah.
Did it at the Super Bowl, did it at the Final Four in this case. And Hotel Bingo was where you guessed where they were staying, and then you bugged them in their hotel room. And Kirk Heinrich was one of the kids I actually got a hold of back when he was at Kansas playing during the Final Four.
Okay.
And I got all excited he answered his phone because I was not getting a lot of yeses. And Heinrich was like, no, I can't come on. You got to talk to my SID. And I was like, come on, kid. God almighty. Are you kidding me? You're a kid. You're a kid. There's no NIL deals. Heinrich, get on the damn phone with me. Screw your SID. He's not going to know we're in Denver, for God's sake. It's your problem.
They got them rules over there at KU. They don't mess around with that stuff,
Here
I
are the
suppose.
4 people I hit with Hotel Bingo.
Okay.
Heinrich, Dikembe Mutombo.
Nice.
This is when I was Scotty's intern, and he asked me to just give this a shot and told me hotel. I think it was the Teatro back in the day.
Ooh, the Hotel
And
Teatro.
I remember Dikembe got on with his half voice, and he goes, you tell Scotty I love him, but I need my nap. And so he didn't come on.
Okay.
Larry Bird picked up his phone, and I was dead shocked about it. I remember I just was like, I got like nervous. I got the nervous talk going where I was fast and a little fluttery because it's Larry freaking Bird. You come on with Scott Hastings. He really love to talk to you. It'd be really important. We're on KOA, the Broncos station. He goes, no.
I like how you dropped KOA, the Bronco station.
Yeah.
Like
he cares.
Like Larry Bird.
Yeah.
The hick from French
Hey.
Lick was going to be like, ooh.
Yeah, you got
no
that out
way.
in French Lick, Indiana, don't you, Larry? No.
The blowtorch, 50,000 watts.
Yeah. He didn't even give me a reason.
No.
Of course, Scotty was like, did he give a reason? I was like, No, he didn't. He just said no. And I go, all right, thanks. I didn't know what to say. And we hung up the phone. And then I got Elway. Man, I guess I probably shouldn't say what his. I got Elway under his alias. I called a hotel in this. It was a
Slappy
Super Bowl.
White. What was it? What was his alias?
I can't. I'll tell you. I'll tell you in the break.
I can't. It was 20 years ago. Who cares?
Because my luck, he's still staying under it.
Well, then that would be his fault if he's still staying under
All right,
it.
John, I'm sorry. It was the Duke. And so I called
the Duke?
The Duke. I called up
Duke, the
as in John Wayne. And so I called up this Atlanta hotel and I go, can I have the room with the Duke? And the guy just starts dog cussing me. I don't have time for this very busy week, and you guys think you're prank calling. I go, sir. Just please see if you have a guest there, and please connect me to the room if you do. All right, you little punk, I'll give it a... Hold on, please. He connects me to the room.
Wait a minute.
John came on for him.
So, like a hotel, like if he was
The
filling
concierge.
out the form,
Yeah.
like at the desk, under first name it would be the,
Yeah.
and under last name it would be Duke.
Yeah.
That's good. Did they call him Mr. Duke when he came
I have
downstairs?
no idea. I just was like, this isn't going to work. And then I did. And of course, then I get dog cussed by the concierge, only for him to then admit that, okay,
That's good.
Sorry, here you go.
That's good.
So anyway.
By the way, Kirk Heinrich, take a stab, Andy. Career earnings, Kirk Heinrich.
Kirk Heinrich.
Long NBA career.
20 mil?
72.
Holy cow.
You weren't
What?
even in the neighborhood.
Good God. How many contracts was that?
3? 15-year NBA career out of Kirk Heinrich. He was in Chicago, went to Atlanta, went back to Chicago, finished up apparently one more trip to Atlanta, and somewhere in the middle of all that, he was a Washington Wizard for 48 games. I would never have guessed that. I would have said that Kirk Heinrich's career was 8 years tops. 15-year NBA career. Not bad.
15.
Not
72 mil.
That is
You know
not
who he is
bad.
football-wise? Chase Daniel. Remember him?
I
He's
do.
been with the Chargers, been with the... He's just Mr. Backup, and I think we ought to look at... I promise you, he's got quite the healthy career earnings for like 3 starts.
Be a trustworthy NBA point guard or a trustworthy NFL backup quarterback, and the paycheck will roll in. That will do it for you right there. That's not a bad way to make a living. Nikola Jokic, he will not be under his alias at the team hotel. Joker is out tonight.
We worried?
In OKC. I don't think you're ever like, hey, it's awesome.
Yeah, cool. Our guy's got a sore back. Right on.
Yeah, there's
That won't be a
cool,
problem.
Carl. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Spring, you're you get 2 weeks detention for never dropping that in the George Carl segment yesterday. That was a missed opportunity
good
right
call.
there. Mhm.
But by the way, the 05, it was the 05 Rising Stars Challenge.
Listen,
05, not 03.
We're going to need you to write a paper. Now what you did in detention?
He's getting.
I'll just go stand in the corner.
You're gonna go just
Like it's
face towards the wall.
Like it's the Blair Witch Project. Just stare at the corner
Yes.
for a while,
Well,
okay?
to walk in and freak out. Have you seen the new Blair Witch? Did you know there was a remake of the Blair Witch?
I did not.
It's
no.
way freakier.
The first one freaked me
I
the
know,
hell
but
out.
the first one was because we all thought it was real for 5 minutes, and then we figured out it wasn't. Girl with the snot bubble in her nose and the
Well.
worst camera work ever.
The production value was a little high for some kid's student film out in the woods. So,
Come on, it was more fun when you thought it was real. After a while, you're just like, all right, I got to put up with this snot bubble for no good reason now. It's much better if this was a real story.
There's nothing scarier than mucus.
There's nothing scarier than me dying to wipe your nose. Can I get a different angle, please?
No, you must stare at my neon green snot bubble. No Jokic tonight, though. Going
None.
in Oklahoma City, none. He will not appear.
The brothers, Nicola,
Nope.
they're all gone.
Skipping-
Jokic babies at home.
Yes, just it doesn't seem as though anybody bothered to make this trip. The Nuggets going, Andy. Look, you always like to use past performance to dictate future outcomes.
Sure, lawyer.
They're 1-0. this year without Nikola Jokic on the floor.
See, yeah, that would give me some comfort, but I'm telling you, this Oklahoma City team is that gnat in your bonnet.
Hey,
that bee in your bonnet.
They beat the Clippers on the road.
Okay.
Now,
hey,
they
I'm
weren't
all-
the super Clippers quite
Yeah,
yet.
it's a different Clipper team.
But it's they still had Hall of Famers on the floor. Kawhi still played that night.
You want another reason to hate the Clippers?
Sure.
Or maybe a reason for you to hate the Clippers?
Okay. I never hated the Clippers.
Kendrick Perkins is all in on them. So there you
Yeah,
go. The ultimate bad guy, the
Andy,
ultimate foil here in Denver.
I could have told you that without you telling me that. I said it yesterday on the show. Like, this is the Clippers and the Suns are going to get all the flowers going into the playoffs.
No, but you and I both believe,
and the other team is the Knicks. That's the other one.
You and I both believe, and I will credit you for putting me on this path. I am legitimately concerned about the Clippers. I think Scotty's talked about it. You and Scotty have been on this brainwave for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we all wondered, would Harden ever give a darn again? Bobbing and weaving like a bat out of hell.
Like, honestly, and he's not playing like he did when he was the MVP in Houston or anything
Sure.
like that. What he is doing, though, is his usage rate is down at a level we haven't seen since he was in Oklahoma City with the height of Durant and Westbrook, when that was the big three that they had all drafted and put together down in Oklahoma City. And he fits very nicely into the concept of what they need him to be. He's only taking on average 8 3-pointers a game, which is way down from what it had been. He's not shooting as many free throws. He's not driving as much. He's playing efficiently. And really, like, the funny thing about it is, if Harden would have had this light bulb come on a couple of years ago, he could have been an even more effective player. It took him some time to get to that place. Kind of like remember late career Melo, you know, when he, especially like Portland Melo, where it was like,
actually a pretty good
hey,
teammate and player.
You're a really good off-ball player, and he kind of played a little bit like Olympics Melo, sort of what he did that role with that team. It wasn't like, you know, the weird stops that he had along the way before he got to that place. And it was like, oh, you fit beautifully into a team concept because, I don't know, you're one of the best offensive players that has ever lived. So Harden got to this place. It just took him way too long to get here. And now look at what a perfect compliment he is to that team. That team is good.
Well, and he's also playing some defense. Tim Legler had a great breakdown of his defense and their team defense. Now, Kawhi and Paul George, not totally surprised by that, especially Kawhi, because he clearly feels himself again. But they were showing Harden is actually getting up on guys and bothering them in their shot process.
Andy, really quick, I was texting earlier today with one of my buddies who is he's a big futures bet guy, and he turned me on to this, and I don't think he's wrong. All right, Jokic is down to -125 to win MVP today after the Embiid injury last night, which we will obviously discuss today here on the show. You want 2 long shots? I give you 2 long shots right now on MVP.
One of them's got to be Harden, judging by the discussion.
It's not.
Okay.
It's another Clipper.
Kawhi?
It's Kawhi Leonard.
Okay.
Kawhi Leonard and Jalen Brunson are both 150 to 1 as we sit here today to win the MVP award. Just 2 things to consider. We sit here in January where the narratives start to form. The 2 hottest teams in the NBA are the LA Clippers and the New York Knicks. What are the 2 biggest media markets in the sport? Los Angeles and New York, okay? Those guys will get an artificial bump right there. They're massive long shots. I'm not telling you to go 7 units on this bet or anything else like that. 150 to 1, just make a value bet and just sit there and look at it for a little while, because I'm telling you, both of those guys exist in a sphere where their case is going to continue to improve.
And I don't think Jokic wants to talk about it anymore.
Nope.
I don't think Jokic cares if he's ever in the top 5 in voting again.
Nope.
And if for some reason, let's hope not, but if he continues to have some back soreness, he too may drop out of this thing.
Let's go to Mobile, Alabama. We'll chat with our buddy Mike Sanford when we come back. We have a ton to do today here on this show. We're going to dunk on Nathaniel Hackett. We've got the NHL Players Survey.
It's glorious.
We got the Joel Embiid thing, plus his NBA scoring gotten out of control. And no, we're not talking about Andy's Hotel Bingo. They play a different kind. We'll take a break when we come back. Mike Sanford. Let's do what every kid wants to hear at vacation time. Let's go to Mobile, Alabama. Joining us right now, he is our good buddy. He is, how do we introduce him? Former Western Kentucky Hilltoppers head coach. I'll go with that one, that line on the resume there today. Son of Mike Sanford, Mike Sanford joins us on the show. How you doing, man?
Doing great. How you doing, Nate?
I'm doing okay. Were you okay with all of those those liners right there on the resume? That was cool. That one was all right.
Yeah, it was good, man. It was good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take anything I can get. You know.
Okay. Don't leave out a single line, okay? Former Utah State offensive coordinator Mike Sanford joins us here on the show. Okay, Mike, so you're at the Senior Bowl right now. You're taking a look at these players. You're watching them go through these drills. Before we even get sort of into the player specifics, like, where do you even start? And I know I'm asking you to sort of tell us like a lifetime of developing a football acumen, but where do you even start in evaluating a player and saying this guy is separating himself, this guy is popping? Like, what are you looking for?
Well, it's so specific when you're evaluating football because it's.
Okay, we're dealing with some Mobile, Alabama cell phone service right now.
Swallowed up.
We'll attempt to get
Mike,
this.
you there? I heard the breathing. Mike,
straightened down.
Nope.
It's like
Not
Blair Witch. He's just breathing over and over again.
Penix is over in the corner staring. No!
That was good, though. I liked the question. It was a little long.
I'm glad you liked the question.
I was waiting for Sean Payton.
Let's try again.
To interrupt me there for a moment. All right, let's try again. Hi, Mike.
Go ahead. Try that again, Mike, because pretty much none of your answer after, made the air.
Well, I was actually driving underneath the Mobile Bay. I was in a tunnel. Yeah, I was in a tunnel driving back from practice back to my hotel in Fairhope, Alabama, and great timing, just going under the Mobile Bay as I answer the first question. But anyway.
Okay, Fairhope. That's the term for your cell phone the rest of the way. Okay.
Fairhope. Let's do it.
Yes, let's try this. All right, but evaluation, Mike, tell us how you do it.
Yeah, it is so position specific because of all the different skill sets that each position asks for. So, like, I have a hard time, and I've done this for a long time, going to high school evaluation mega camps that Jim Harbaugh made so famous by going to every one of them while at Michigan, is that I like to just narrow my focus per practice. So today I narrowed my focus on quarterbacks. That's appropriate. And I wanted to watch the entirety of their day because at times, and I think at times media does kind of get things wrong. They see a throw and they anoint a player, or they see a missed throw and then it makes the rounds on social media. This guy's terrible. We got to watch the totality of the day. And I think the quarterback position today was a lot of really fun evaluation. In the first practice for the national team was Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. And second practice was Spencer Rattler, Joe Milton, Carter Bradley from South Alabama, and Michael Pratt from Tulane. And, I just wanted to see the consistency, accuracy. How does the ball jump out of their hand? What does their footwork look like? How do they handle being under center for the first time in their life? Do they make good decisions? Like, do they look natural in the pocket? And there's so many different things that you check off. And, it was interesting. Unfortunately, I came away with okay, there's like 4 dudes that I really like today. And the rest of them, I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. And I would just off one day's evaluation at the quarterback position, Michael Penix Jr. would be the leader in the clubhouse for me. And I know you're going to accuse me of bias.
No.
But the throws, the accuracy, I charted one-on-ones today. So I charted both practices. Michael Penix Jr., if you include 3 blatant drops, was 21 of 24. Bo Nix was 10 of 21 in one-on-ones today. Michael Pratt was extremely efficient. His completion percentage was like 93% in one-on-ones. And then the other guy that just caught my eye was Carter Bradley from South Alabama. I'm like, this might be the next Brock Purdy from this draft class. I think that I like to see consistency. I like to see ball placement, and I like to see decision making, and you can't see that until you get into the 11-on-11 scenarios.
Now, help me out. Is it Gus Bradley's kid? Is he the kid of a coach?
Yeah, so Gus Bradley is now the defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts, and it was obviously a pretty cool moment for Gus watching today with Shane Steichen next to him, but just to watch his son and doing it in the stadium that he played his college football games. It's pretty neat deal.
All right, now I wish I could figure out a new way to answer this because I've heard you answer this already today, but and as we all have you on, as you're out there, it's probably going to be some repeat. But for those that are hearing this for the first time, you're not a big Drake May fan, and that was maybe – I feel like you weren't a big Drake May fan before you went down there, Mike.
Hate the Drake.
What? The Drake. Oh, my God. I didn't even think about that. What are you hearing down there as you get into the rumor mill, the whatever you want to call it down there, just the buzz of the other coaches, maybe not rumors, but buzz. What are you hearing that has now added some new concerns for Drake for you?
Well, I had a couple conversations last night with multiple scouts throughout the league, and I just asked their honest evaluation. And I'm not going to cite teams, right? There's confidentiality in this day and age, but the big one is the positives are he passes the eyeball test. He's going to be phenomenal at the combine. Throws the ball incredibly well. He is that guy that he's going to be the best looking quarterback winning the Jim Short competition, right, at the combine. The Underwear Olympics. The downside of him is he played in a really simple system. He wasn't tasked with doing much at the line of scrimmage, post-snap even. Some of his read progressions were very simple. And then I think the biggest concern was once Tez Walker, superstar receiver for the UNC Tar Heels, got injured, his production fell off dramatically early on in that season for UNC, and a lot of people don't like the tape. So he had a good grade coming into this year for a lot of NFL teams, and that grade took a hit while they watched the entirety of his final campaign at UNC.
All right, this may be an unfair follow-up, but you've just triggered some PTSD for me. When you describe the system and you describe the simple reads, wasn't that one of the things we found out was a problem for Paxton Lynch as he tried to go pro? Wasn't that simple?
Bingo. You nailed it. Yeah, you're exactly right. You're right on with that. I think that Drake May, like the one thing that everybody said about him is he is a phenomenal human being, a great teammate, great leader. But it's just some of his film is going to be the big knock on him where, you can juxtapose it against Michael Penix Jr. and his biggest plus is his film. And I'm of the accord, call me old school. Like, what's the best way to evaluate a football player? When they play football, actual meaningful game football. And I think that's why I'm so high on Michael Penix Jr., and I think a lot of people are starting to trend in that direction. I'll say this, based off of what I saw today in person, there is no injury concerns in his current state. Now, when you get underneath the hood of the car a little bit, there might be some concerns with regards to not only his history, but possibly an arthritic knee condition. It just doesn't look that way when you watch him bounce around the field today here in Mobile.
Talking to Mike Sanford. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So, Mike, let's talk about fit a little bit. The first two names that you mentioned today were Michael Penix and Bo Nix. Both of their names end in X. Besides that, like what about them would you say jives with what Denver does? And perhaps what about those guys would you look at and say, okay, this would have to be a work in progress?
Yeah, what I was hoping to see out of Bo Nix today, and this is I'm going to evaluate him again tomorrow. But what I wanted to see, because I believe that he was the best system fit with Sean Payton, because he's a guy that will do exactly as asked. Mm-hmm. He's programmable, and then he can go perform what he's programmed by said coaching staff to do. But what I didn't see was consistent accuracy, and these weren't massive misses. He wasn't spraying the ball all over the yard. He just wasn't as accurate as I was hoping that he would be, particularly in those throws that were greater than 12 yards. Like when you get outside of that curl, hitch range, like it's left a little bit of desired, at least in what he did today. But I do think he's a good fit for Sean Payton. Ironically, the guy that I think seems programmable and accurate, it's Michael Pratt. And I just don't know if he's going to be physically. I don't think he has like the size, the wow factor to warrant anything near a first-round draft grade. I think he is a second, third type guy is probably his ceiling. But he's accurate. He takes the layups. He hits his layups. I think that he's got a lot going on for him that could be a fit for Sean Payton.
Well, plus, wouldn't it just fit into the theme of the offseason? Sean Payton is already bringing everybody from New Orleans to Denver. That would be perfect.
Don't think that didn't cross my mind when I saw that Tulane Green Wave helmet.
There you go.
Down there on that field there in South Alabama.
I am curious. So we talked to Leggy last Friday, and we were getting into how this first round in the draft could look. Leggy basically told us that you could get some good defensive gems probably early, but it's not going to be a deep defensive draft. And look, I don't know if it's this way, Mike. Educate me here. Usually the Senior Bowl, sometimes these guys made it to seniors for a reason. They weren't a hot commodity. They usually were second, third round picks, and if not later. What are you seeing defensively out there? Have any edge rushers or corners, two spots that have actually been more popular projected pick positions for that Broncos at 12 than quarterback? What does it look like from that group for you?
Yeah, I mean, today I didn't fixate my eyes as closely on the defense. And, of course, like during 11 on 11, I'm watching guys that pop. And to be honest, the best player on the field was the defensive tackle, the nose from Texas, Mr. Sweat. He is a ball player. I mean, but nobody, especially in the Broncos organization, would love to see a nose tackle drafted first with all the deficiencies on the offensive side of the ball and an offensive head coach that needs to score points this coming fall. There's an extremely talented corner from Toledo. I'm driving right now. I'd get his name, but he caught my eye as a guy that could be a tremendous he's a Pro Bowl body type, made plays, had 2 interceptions on the day. There wasn't any extreme standout player outside of the nose tackle from Texas.
Talking to Mike Sanford here as he is driving his way through Alabama right now after observing a day of Senior Bowl workouts that are going on out there. Mike, as you've evaluated the Broncos' needs going into this draft, and you do talk about offense and you talk about a pressure on a coach and he's got to score points, et cetera, like, when you look at and you're evaluating what a team needs to do going into a draft, is that sort of a way that you approach it as like, let me try and get into the head of what this team is going to do? Or do you look at it as, I think this is exactly what they should do?
I do, and I think the number one thing watching every game, every minute of every game, and watching some of them and rewinding them, fast forward, the whole thing, watching almost like game tape is just a lack of any type of explosive, exciting, like wow offensive skill players. And I think that this draft is pretty heavy on that. And so that was another thing that I made sure that my eyes stayed focused on throughout the day was a pass catching tight end, explosive playmakers at the receiver position. This is a good draft. This is a deep draft, I think, as it relates to the receiver position. A couple guys that caught my eye, earlier today, I talked about it. Was Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver, 6'1", 193-pound receiver from Florida. That dude would change the Broncos immediately. Extreme competitor, runs great routes, speed, physicality. And then another wild player that just continued his performance from the University of Michigan is Roman Wilson was phenomenal today. I mean, he's a dog. Like there's some Amon-Ra St. Brown in that young man. And then in the afternoon practice, it was a deep receiver crew. A couple guys that stood out. There's a receiver from South Carolina, Xavier Legette. 6'1", 223 pounds, played physical, ran great routes. I think that the need at receiver is real, and I do think this draft class is going to present opportunities for difference makers, just like the Lions had, the Packers had, that made them competitive. As you playing them as rookies. And I think these are the body types that I think the Broncos do need and the kind of playmakers they need.
All right, I'm going to go out on a limb here, but Nate and Mark and I all had a huge laugh last night because, a lot of people are down there and they're trying to put out something spicy, something a little sexy. And we saw this tweet that said the Broncos definitely want to trade to the top 3 Then as we read the thread, even the author of the original tweet said, yeah, it's really highly unlikely that they're going to be able to do that if they're even going to try. But you never know. Have you got any good little gossip as to who might want to trade, or do you not even deal with that when you're out there? Are you strictly worried about evaluation?
Well, Andy, I'll get to work on that tonight. I'll make sure. I'm going to do some intel. I'm going to put my spy glasses on, and we're going to go to work. I'm going to be the Connor Stallions of the Senior Bowl. What I do think is first of all, why would the Broncos do that?
Right.
Like you're going to potentially you're going to leverage your current assets, probably in the form of your best player, your best franchise player, in your star corner, PS2, and then you're going to hemorrhage draft picks that you've already done recently, so you can't surround that rookie talented rookie quarterback with any type of skill power around him. I don't see it being any type of likely scenario. It would be mind-blowing to me.
Talking to Mike Sanford here. Mike, I want to change gears really quickly, and I'd love to get your take on, because quite frankly, you're the only offensive play caller that we have lined up to come on the show this week.
Or in the city.
As far as we know here at the moment. The Dan Campbell discussion that happened after the NFC Championship game. It's very easy for any of us to sit on the outside and, once a fourth down fails, to say, well, this is what you should have done in that situation. But the truth is, toss-up decisions like that, almost damn near 50-50s, they got to be made in the course of a football game. When you're in that spot, whether as a play caller, when you're at Western Kentucky, when you're at CU, whatever it may be, when you're tasked with the 50-50 and you have numerical evidence on one side and momentum or feel or whatever it is that you're feeling in that moment on the other side that's tricky to quantify, what do you do when you're in that spot? Like, how did you handle those kind of toss-up calls?
Well, I always did my best in those situations to make the decision that I believe in my heart of hearts does two things. A, gives you the best chance to win the game, period.
Mm-hmm.
And B, makes it less about you as the play caller or head coach and more about your players being able to perform and execute. The thing I didn't like about Dan Campbell's decisions is because I think there's stat heads, analytics nerds that are coming to his defense.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play the analytics correctly to a T. And how do I know that? Because he actually said after the game in his press conference that if I'm not mistaken, his quote had something to do with along the lines of, I just wanted to continue. I wanted to give ourselves a chance to play from ahead rather than play from behind.
Mm-hmm.
So he was acknowledging momentum. He was acknowledging that, and if you're a true analytics stat head, you don't acknowledge momentum. It doesn't exist. And I think he was acknowledging momentum, and he made those decisions from his gut. Problem is, though, is when you've given up 17 and kept going 24 unanswered, you got to stop the bleeding. You have to give your own roster some hope, and you also have to reverse the pressure on the other team. All of a sudden, it's no, they actually put points on the board. They actually went ahead by 17 again, or they tied it. That changes the entire complexion of how even Brock Purdy feels going out and taking the next series, because a turnover makes it a completely different ballgame. Because now a field goal wins the game if you do go ahead and tie it. I just didn't like the fact that there were I think the two worlds are getting very convoluted in how Dan Campbell managed that game and then talked about it afterwards.
But don't you have to lean into both of the worlds to make the best decision? You do have to look at the statistical evidence in front of you, and then you do have to say, yeah, but this is what my team needs right now. And Campbell's team is a fourth down team. Isn't he looking at that situation and say, I trust my quarterback more. We're a fourth down team. Boom, we're going for it.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I've always been of the accord that I'm gonna go with the analytics until I just believe that this is the best thing for the group of players,
mm-hmm.
right? But I think Dan Campbell, I think in so many instances has followed what
at least most perceive to be what the analytics book says to do. I just don't think that he did it with true consistency, because I don't think there's an analytics book that would have said not to tie the game in an NFC championship when you haven't scored in felt like 27 minutes of real game clock. I don't see that, and I think you do have to have a balance of the two. But I think a lot of the people that are the pure analytics nerds are blindly supporting Dan Campbell's decision in every situation that he made the right decision without really doing the research on what did the actual analytics say about that situation.
Here's what's funny about it, though, is like according to win probability by Next Gen Stats, they said 4th and goal, end of the first half, go. Like
that's what I thought.
That's what win probability said right there. Like, go. Like, you try and score a touchdown right there, and he took the field goal, which was like, okay, put me up 3 scores going into the half. The 4th down and 2 that happened in the third quarter, that was a go situation. Again, Josh Reynolds catches the ball. We're not even having this conversation.
I was good on that one.
The fourth down and 3 that happened in the fourth quarter, that one right there, I was a full supporter of him going for it. And again, I would say that he had the numbers on his side, but I can acknowledge.
What did the stats say on that one? Do you know?
This was the biggest thing that I looked at right there, was on 4th downs of 1 to 3 yards this year, they converted 10 of 14. Meanwhile, 46 to 50-yard field goals for Michael Badgley in his career, he's 8 of 19.
Yep.
So in that situation, what I thought Campbell should be doing, and he did go for it, I hated his play call, but trust your quarterback over trusting your questionable kicker kicking in an outdoor situation. Like, I thought Campbell made the right call on that one right there. He got killed for it because you couldn't find him on Ross St. Brown.
But again, at that point in the game, your quarterback and your team is not performing it the way you might as well look at your kicker, because they're dropping passes left and right.
Yeah.
So
I don't
that's
think
another
you're
reason
wrong.
why I hate it. Okay, since we're going to relitigate this and we're tight, Mike, I coached high schoolers, right? So nobody cares. I get that. So as a guy that's had skin in the game and is coached with a million eyeballs watching your decisions, can you feel the emotion of your players? Because the reason why I came at it the way I did with Nate is I have made decisions where I've literally felt my players tighten up and the game changed. Have you ever had that happen? Or as Nate likes to push off, the hell with their emotion and their feelings, don't take that into account.
Make the
Have
winning
you ever
call.
dealt with that? Because that's where I'm coming from with this. I didn't feel they were confident. I felt they were tight, and that's why I would have been so gambly.
Yeah, I think you have to look your players in the eyes. You have to know the situation of the game, and you have to know the magnitude of the decision that you're making. And I think, like, from my perspective, when you make that decision and you leave 3 points on the board, which is a tie ball game, you have to realize this is the NFC Championship, a chance to go to the Super Bowl, not for Detroit, not for the city, for those players. I think you make that decision, controversial decision, to not tie the football game. Now they go and score again, which they've been doing all game, right? Now you're down 2 possessions and the clock is not on your side. I think that's my bigger issue, is that you look those players in the eyes and you have those relationships that go into the offseason. They go through the ups and downs of the season, the trials and tribulations. You're like, I need to make a decision that is less about me and more about giving them the best chance to win. And I believe that giving them the best chance to win was to stop the bleeding and put 3 points on the board. A given? No. A good likely outcome? I think so. I believe so. And I thought what I liked, too, is that throughout the course of that game, I thought Badgley was kicking the ball very well. And you can tell in the NFL now, like, PATs mean something. Like, you can see what type of game a kicker's going to have by how he strikes a PAT. Badgley looked good in the first half.
It is funny, though. Like, we're having this conversation, and we're talking about Dan Campbell.
Who I still love Dan Campbell.
Is it Dan Campbell who cries with his players?
Right. Well, dude.
Like, Dan Campbell who walks out of the stadium arm in arm with Teddy Bridgewater like they're about to be whisked off to Hawaii together on a romantic vacation. Like, Dan Campbell, ex-player Dan Campbell, longtime coach, beloved by his entire locker room.
Let's be honest,
If
a
there's-
bit of a meathead sort of
complete meatball,
right?
If there is a coach in the world that I would trust to say this guy's got the pulse of his sideline and his huddle, it's Dan freaking Campbell that we're talking about right here. And like that to me is where it's almost a misnomer. Like, I cite the numbers because I believe in the numbers, and I do think that Dan Campbell is looking at the numbers, but also I look at it and I say, I trust this guy to know what button to push on his team.
Because you think the numbers tell him that that's what he should push. I'm telling you, you can feel the game slipping away, which is why we're talking about get the damn thing tied.
And I
even
believe
the pressure on the team.
And I believe and I trust Dan Campbell to know that feeling is confronting him and say, this is what my team needs right now. My team's a fourth down team. I believe in Jared Goff. His teammates believe in Jared Goff. We're going for it with my guy. Like, of all coaches in the world, Dan freaking Campbell is the guy to believe in right there.
It's fine. It still was the wrong decision. Tie the damn game.
Well, yes, you can
tie
kill
the
him.
damn game.
Of course, like when it's a 50-50, kill the guy when they
Nate,
don't convert.
Nate, you just have to accept that most people don't agree with you.
And I
this is
think
the leggy
they're
fight all
wrong.
over again.
Like, at no point did you sit here and go, oh, the Ravens shouldn't have gone for it on fourth down on their touchdown drive.
Because you're facing a different deal.
Because you know exactly that they converted. We're litigating
Because
this
they're
thing
facing the
because
biggest
the outcome was
cold
poor.
killer in the NFL.
I'm
and
talking
Patrick
about
Mahomes.
the process to make the decision,
It's fine.
which was sound.
It's fine. We've gone an extra 10 minutes because you didn't like the answer. All right?
That's right.
Mike,
I didn't like
I
the
love
answer.
You. I love you, Mike.
You guys need to go see a marriage counselor.
No, Mike, you told us this was fun. This is what people get a kick out of. You know what's fun, though? Nate and I don't hate each other when it's done.
No.
So we don't have coffee for a couple days, but we don't hate each other.
I think a couple counseling sessions would go well for you. Just your communication.
No.
I think this is healthy communication.
Yes. Hey, you need tension. Rachel and Ross. Every good entertainment and relationship has some tension, Mike.
I can acknowledge that both of you guys make strong points. Just ultimately, I disagree with you and you're wrong.
But I will tell you, you're not right. But I think Mike and I both said the earlier one, I get it. It wasn't as... I hate not tying the game. I
like playing a win.
Well,
didn't work.
It's fine that you lost, but it's fine.
But one could argue that tying the game actually gets you closer to winning the game. Like those are points.
Because then we're dealing with equal pressure of the game on the line.
Yeah,
we got it.
But the Niners are again. The Niners are rolling. You can't stop them. Campbell knows his defense stinks. He wants a touchdown.
Listen. What are we going to have at the Super Bowl? Mike, you might have to come in and be third man after the Super Bowl if we get something like this. So anyway. And you know what we'll do? We'll get Nick Kosmider, and then we'll just have a big old brawl.
It'll be a
like
good
the
time.
Anchor brawl. How about that?
You know what? Hey, Andy, you know what's good is you and I kind of team anti-Dan Campbell. I have the opportunity tonight here in Mobile to go up to him and tell him that I don't think that you care about your players.
Wow. Yes. Okay.
And I'll tell him that my friend Andy Lindahl agrees with me.
Hey,
what do you got to say?
Yeah,
to that,
you
Dan?
tell him. Matter of fact, just lead with Andy Lindahl. That'll grab his attention. I'm sure he'll be like, whoa.
And
whoa.
you can tell him that Nate Kreckman says he wants to give you a hug, Dan. You made the right call.
And you know what he'll do? He'll send Kreckman one of those lattes with 19 shots in it so they can both be jacked up and
bite kneecaps and eat ice cream all night long.
Mike, you're the best.
Mike, we
Are
appreciate
you at your
it, buddy.
hotel, by the way? I heard you're staying at a gorgeous Gulfside resort.
The Fairhope.
It is unbelievable. In fact, I called Anne Marie and I told her, we're going to South Al. We're going to South Alabama for spring break, baby. Let's go.
That's what everyone wants to hear,
Do you
right?
have like what? Nice sandy beaches with needles possibly in it that you better watch where you step, or what do we got out there?
Well, I almost jumped in the Gulf this morning. I was going to go in. I'm like, I live in Denver. I don't have a chance to jump in an ocean very often. And I look down. There's a sign that says caution: stingrays, jellyfish, and alligators. I'm like, that's the holy trinity of things I don't necessarily want to support.
You know what, Joe? So I got a cousin that actually is a fishing guide out in the Gulf. You got hammerheads down there too. I would stay out of the golf, my friend. Just stay out of the golf. There's a lot of stuff looking to bite you.
Well, if I'm going with Dan Campbell's logic, I should just jump right in, man.
Hey, if you make good enough friends with Dan Campbell, if you get stung by a jellyfish, you can have him pee on it for you, okay?
Go full Friends episode.
Have one goal
I
for my
stepped
night.
up.
I got one goal for my night, and that's to share a nice PBR with Dan Campbell.
Well, maybe it's a Midwestern. What's your Olympia? Is that your Midwestern one?
Hams.
Hams.
Washington.
Old style, yeah.
All right, there you
Olympia.
go.
It's the water.
Hey,
Absolutely.
we're gonna get fired after this, but it's been great talking to you.
We
Mike.
appreciate it, Mike.
To Shiner Box with Dan Campbell. We'll see you, fellas.
All right, that's Mike Sanford
You know what?
joining
That
us
was-
right there.
hey, that was fun because you know what? You didn't hear that on any of the other interviews.
Damn
today,
right.
There's new content. Good for you.
That's
Nate
what
Crickman.
I'm saying right there.
Good for you, bud.
All hail Dan Campbell. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Have you got a new truck or 4x4 in your life? If so, and maybe you didn't get all the components on it, the accessories that you wanted, got to go see my friend Jerry and Wendy Jones over at Colorado Off-Road. I'm going to go down to the shop tomorrow, record some new spots with Jerry. I always love going out there. First off, I like watching his projects. They do a lot of great custom work out there. By the way, if you're a contractor, they can upfit you. They can help you with the plow situation if you need that. But they just do great work. And maybe if you're new to Colorado, and many of you are, and you don't quite know what the right accessory for your vehicle is, I'm telling you, Jerry will help you with suggestions. Everything on my truck, frankly, I just said, Jerry, whatever you think's best. And he's always guided me in the right direction. I've got a bed cover that folds up in quarters so I can still use the entire bed and keep things in it. I've got the step rails, the floor mats. The remote start's been huge. Thinking we're probably going to do the heated seats. He's always talking about the heated seats and how great those are. If you've had them before, you know. If you want to get down there and see what he can do for you, lighting, he loves doing lighting. Find him 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, just beyond Arapahoe Community College. And the website is cooffroad.com.
All right, it's hour number 2 of the show. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're rolling with you until 6. Actually, until 5:30. They kick us off at 5:30.
What's the deal?
Central Time
Can we
Zone.
just have our show?
Oklahoma City.
If Ross and Rachel were getting cut off 15 minutes early, she doesn't get off the plane, and you never know.
Couldn't have lived with that. We're going with you until 5:30, though. We got Nuggets and Thunder tonight. No Jokic. No Nikola Jokic.
It's a bummer.
Mm-hmm. Line jumped from Spring. I haven't looked at it in the last couple hours. I mean, that line jumped from it was like 1.5 to 6.5, like that. As soon as Katie Wingy put out the tweet that Jokic wasn't going tonight. Where are we at right now, Spring?
I'm seeing 6.
6. Okay,
So it's held steady.
yeah, probably settled in a little bit. I got it at 6.5, by the way, so I was very excited about that. I like Denver tonight. I like a situation like this, sort of along the lines of Philly having to go in and play without Joel Embiid when they came into Denver and they gave the Nuggets everything they can handle. Now, they didn't have Tobias Harris or Tyrese Maxey in that game, but this is a good opportunity. Like Jamal Murray, last opportunity to do, granted, all the ballots are already in, but make your last case for the All-Star game going up against SGA tonight. You get to do some funky things with the lineup here this evening. This team won a game in L.A. against the Clippers earlier this year when they were basically without all of their starters. I expect the Nuggets to go in and put up a pretty good fight tonight.
By the way, was Chet on the injury report? Or is Oklahoma?
But he's playing.
Okay.
SGA was on, but he's playing.
Okay.
By the way, 5.5.
5.5.
It went down.
Okay.
They like it like Nate. Let me ask you this: Do you slip Peyton Watson in the starting lineup?
I would, and I would move
put
AG at the
to
5.
center?
Yeah, you're going to be undersized going up against
Does
Chet.
AG break Holmgren though? Because AG is much thicker than Chet.
I mean, DJ's going to have to be able to play tonight, but that would be my move is I would put Peyton Watson in there. It's become clear, like, Peyton Watson is number 6 on this team.
Yeah, he's an athletic freak, man.
Yeah.
Just use it to your advantage.
And
you know
the
what I
coaching
mean?
staff has made it very, very clear that they trust him. And they're sort of rolling with him. So I expect the Nuggets to go and put up a fight tonight. I really do. Now, here's the other part of the MVP conversation we were having earlier. Joel Embiid is, what's the latest from Woj now,
Okay, so
Andy?
Woj says and again, guys, he's definitely hurt. So I don't want to turn this into let's take a shot at Embiid, but they're playing in Utah, again, at altitude, right?
Yep.
That helped with my geography again. Anyway, Utah Thursday night, Joel Embiid's not going to play. After that game, they're going to evaluate him again over the next 24 hours. Dude, you and I saw it. I think you sent us the video as soon as it happened on our little message board last night. He got fallen on. For a minute, I thought it was Draymond, and I'm like, oh boy, are we going to have another Draymond do this on purpose
No,
kind
it's
of thing?
Kuminga.
But it was Kuminga. He looked like at minimum he hyperextended the knee because Kuminga's rear end fell square on the knee, flattened the leg out. It didn't look good. They're going to have to shut him down for a little bit of time. And with the All-Star break coming up, right? You buy they could shut him down now, get him back after the All-Star break, and then you see where you're at with that knee.
Okay, so it's funny, Andy, because and this is a goofy conversation. And Nick Nurse said it after the game last night, and I believe him, is that the injury that was suffered last night when Kuminga fell on the leg, when they were all tangled up, was not related to the bruised knee that he suffered against Indiana last week when he knocked knees with Miles Turner, which then caused him to miss the Denver game. I think he's right. However, there's something else at play here. Joel Embiid went last night. It was a TNT game at Golden State, played at Oracle Arena in San Francisco. Andy, we watched him. He had no business being on that floor.
No, he couldn't move.
He should not have been in that game. And shame on the 76ers and their training staff and their coaching staff for not shutting that dude down after a quarter last night. He should not have been out on the floor. He couldn't move.
Let me ask you
this. He couldn't
this.
jump. He didn't trust his knee.
You and I have had the conversation, and I think we agree. I don't think the guy's terribly worried about MVP number 2. He's got what he needs for the contract escalators so he can get the most money possible, right? Who is pressuring the guy to play? Because he clearly is not right. Is it TV? Is it the NBA because of the TV deal?
Okay.
What do you think is at work here that this guy who has not been afraid to sit out in the past and seems ready to accept, I'm not going to hit the 65-game threshold for the MVP stuff, who's forcing him to play?
So this is what I believe to be at hand right now. And there was an interesting column that came out this afternoon on the Philadelphia Inquirer. And their columnist for the Philly Inquirer, I want to make sure I got his name right here, David Murphy. He makes the case that this is the NBA's fault. And the reason he makes that case is he believes that Embiid felt pressured to play last night at Golden State on a TNT game on a Tuesday night on national television because the NBA was investigating what happened on Saturday in Denver. Okay, point the finger at the league all you want, but why is the league investigating it? Because
of the injury report?
On Friday night, Ramona Shelburne reports Joel Embiid is not listed on the injury report. He will play tomorrow in Denver. That was reported by Ramona Shelburne. Somebody with the 76ers organization. I don't know who it was, okay? I'm assuming it comes from the coaching staff who get their information from the medical staff, said he's cleared. He's good to go. Then Saturday afternoon, when Tyrese Maxey and Tobias Harris can't go, suddenly Joel Embiid is unavailable. And the NBA is looking into this situation and going, what the hell is going on? Like, why are you sitting your guy? Are you sitting him because you don't have your other two-star players? This decreases your opportunity to be able to win. Thus, you're going to go and duck Denver on national television. This is an ABC game and rivalry week and everything else that is going on right there. And the NBA started looking into it. Michael Malone, for better or for worse, I would say for better, exacerbated the situation after the game when he came out and publicly said, hey, the league told us not to do this. They should probably go and investigate this situation right now. So I think that's a little bit of what is going on right here. I think there's a few things at play. Number one, this is on the Philadelphia medical staff for not shutting him down after a quarter last night, okay? He should not have been on the floor. Here's something else, and this, maybe I'll take some arrows for this one, but as we've proven, what do I care, okay? I'm going to defend Joel Embiid here for a moment. I think Joel Embiid wants to play. I think Joel Embiid is a great competitor. That's why he's one of the two best basketball players on the planet right now, is because he is an intense competitor and he wants to be out on the floor. I guarantee you Joel Embiid saw all of the critiques that went down over the last several days and was frustrated by that and said, TNT game, I want to show up for my team. I want to go and play. That's where it's, again, Andy, shame on the organization for not protecting the athlete from himself. That's their job. That's something they have to do right there, that medical staff. Now, look, is it possible that Embiid fibbed to the medical staff, to the training staff? I feel better than he actually does. It's very possible. But even if that's the case, after 5 minutes on the floor of watching this dude hobble around, you take him out of the game and you shut him down, and he can push and pout and do anything else that he wants to do. Your job is to go, shut the hell up, dude. You're a 9-figure investment for this organization. We don't win crap if you're not 100%. You sit on your butt tonight. Instead, they let him go, and then he suffers an even worse injury. Like, this is 100% on the Philadelphia 76ers.
And all they had to do was simply put him on the injury report Friday night.
All they had to do.
And you know what? None of this pressure's falling down on them.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA is laying off.
Yep.
Then his pregame workout is not such a big deal.
And here's the thing. I will also allow for the possibility, because I am not privy to these discussions, I will allow for the possibility that Embiid lied to his medical staff.
Maybe.
That's always a possibility. He would be the 9 gajillionth athlete to have ever done that.
Here would be my curiosity, and again, we could tweet out, and we're getting some people texting and going, look, he cries wolf. I think Adam is the latest one. And you're right, Adam. I get it. I get where you're coming from. When you watch him, Nate had a perfect clip pulled up last night where he goes to jump for a rebound and the knee buckles on him. It just gives out. There's no doubt that thing's not structurally sound right now. And this was before. What actually knocked him out of the game is, we'll repeat, Kuminga fell on him while he was on the ground. His butt hit the knee square, and the leg straightened out and like bent a bit. So it looked to me like he hyperextended it because a man fell on top of it,
Yeah.
which is why they're saying it's a new injury that caused him to leave the game.
Which it looks like a
not
new
whatever
injury.
he could have been dealing with before if it's something with the ligaments.
And maybe if his knee is feeling great, he doesn't fall.
Right.
I don't know.
But I guess my question again to you is what the heck could he have done in pregame warmup that looked better than what he did in Denver? You know what I mean? Like I can't.
I know.
He hadn't played for 2 games.
I agree.
So how this again is where you put it back on the metal. What did he do? Did he just tell you he was playing and you weren't going to play doctor and keep him out?
And again, it's national TV and it's Golden State and the league is pressuring and all of those things are going on. That's when it is on that coaching staff, that front office, that ownership group. You have to protect your player from whatever heat is coming down on him from the league. Like that is on those dudes. They screwed Joel Embiid over the last several days. I firmly believe that to be the case of what has gone on right here. And I'm not saying Embiid is blameless in all of this because I don't know what he said to that training staff, but anybody, I'm watching, it's on television. Like if you're on Twitter last night and the entire world is saying, the hell's this guy doing out there? What is going on? He has no business playing right now. And his team let him go out and do all that. And then he suffers an even worse injury. It sucks. It's really, really a shame what has gone down here over the last couple of days. But to me, the blame 100% goes on the Sixers. I get why the NBA is trying to correct this. We all get why the NBA is trying to correct this. Team has to protect the player. They did not do that. It's Crackman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
I mean, that's how this game is. As a coach, in every single thing we do, you can only control what you can control. And for me, I can control trying to get these guys in the best position to go beat the Denver Broncos.
Did you ever talk to him? Like at
No.
the time, he said he never.
Nope.
Did he reach out, or you didn't accept the call, or?
Nope.
Yes, remember when Sean Payton said that Nathaniel Hackett did the worst bleeping coaching job in the history of the NFL the season prior? And
That
then
rings a bell.
Nathaniel Hackett had to answer for that. He had apparently not gotten the call from Sean Payton. Because I don't think Sean Payton's opinion ever changed on all of that. And if anything, I would say here's where maybe, Andy, his opinion could change, is that it's possible that 2023 Nathaniel Hackett could challenge 2022 Nathaniel Hackett for dreadful jobs done while coaching a football team.
Let me ask you. You and I have never been afraid to stretch what a bit could be.
Sure.
Is this beef tweets? Do we have some beef tweets with Nathaniel Hackett?
I mean, this is a lot more than 140 characters.
Yeah. There's a few people had a few things to say. There's some opinions.
There's a lot of
that
beef
jumped
here.
in.
So today we get here's what's funny about this, okay? Hold on. So today we get this lengthy report out of The Athletic. Zach Rosenblatt, who covers the Jets, and Diana Rossini, who's the national NFL reporter. Headline, Aaron Rodgers, Robert Saleh, and how the Jets season fell apart. Quote, something has to change, close quote. Andy, last year at this exact same time, we were talking about these exact same reports about the Broncos and Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson. And a year later, and here's Nathaniel Hackett starring in yet another lengthy expose about how bad he is at his job.
When the quarterback was not Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
He got the job because of the friendship with Aaron Rodgers.
So, for a quick reminder, Hackett was hired basically exactly a year ago right now by the New York Jets, January 26th of last year, technically, okay? And he was hired long before the Jets had acquired Aaron Rodgers, and Rodgers was infamously, back-to-back MVPs, and then didn't win it in 22, but 23, it's done in Green Bay. He's out of there, and we know the Jets are hot to trot, and Woody Johnson wants to bring him in very, very badly. Hackett's fresh off of a disastrous tenure in Denver. But Robert Saleh throws him a lifeline. Again, he's connected with all that QB collective sort of coaching clique, fraternity, whatever you want to call it. So it's a good opportunity for Hackett to go and get a job. And also, he just so happens to be what? Aaron Rodgers' best pal in the world.
Who, the Jets, the worst kept secret,
Desperately
they're
wanted.
going after Rodgers.
Yes. So I want to read a few passages just from this piece right here.
I want music, but it doesn't need music. I don't know what the music would be, but go ahead. Please,
Yes.
These are great.
Over the summer, Aaron Rodgers collaborated with Nathaniel Hackett to construct the offense. Robert Saleh, as usual, was hands-off on that side of the ball. Rodgers and Hackett's relationship dynamic, more of frat brothers than player-coach. Interesting descriptor.
Well,
and Rodgers appreciates having the free will to operate the system as he sees fit. Both Rodgers and Hackett called the offense, quote, quarterback-friendly, but as the Jets learned in 2023, that might only apply to one quarterback. Yeah, I would say so.
What were the Wilson stats?
That's
all you need to know.
They were bad.
There they were.
That's what Aaron wants, was a common refrain from Hackett, as he told coaches what plays he wanted to run during camp. Often, Rodgers would hear Hackett's play call and want something else, so the entire offense would reset. To be fair to Nathaniel Hackett here, we heard the same story about Rodgers and Mike McCarthy.
Right.
This is a very Aaron Rodgers thing. He runs his own show, but you would have thought, best pal in the world, maybe this is going to work out a little bit better. I go back to the piece. Long before a litany of injuries along the offensive line, the Jets used 13 different starting combinations in 17 games. New York's talented defensive line consistently outplayed them in practice. Growing pains were expected in a new offense full of new personnel, but one coach said it was concerning how little urgency Hackett and his staff showed in trying to fix it, saying he'd never seen a team watch less practice tape in training camp than the Jets did with Hackett. That's funny because on Hard Knocks, weren't they watching Wayne's World?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
And touchdown celebrations.
Touchdown, wasn't that the dance?
That was a big part of it.
He was doing the... Yeah, there was the weird... Now, was that the whole offense or just the quarterbacks with him?
I think it was just the quarterbacks room, but wouldn't it make sense that apparently they weren't breaking down how to improve day to day?
We played that scene, if you remember.
Yes.
And we were annoyed by it.
Yes.
What was the damn movie they were watching? Do you remember?
Remember, they did watch the clip from Wayne's World, I think, because they were talking about the suck cut.
Okay.
It sucks as it cuts. Which is a great movie scene, but I don't know. Maybe don't watch it at work.
Yeah. Not...
Let's put it this way. I don't think that's what Mahomes and Andy Reid were doing.
Yeah, you need... okay, go ahead. Listen, this is further proof you didn't get this thing ready for Wilson to run, so please, go ahead.
When Rodgers went down with injury, the Jets reached out to some veteran quarterbacks, Chad Henne, Carson Wentz, Colt McCoy, but decided instead to roll with Zach Wilson until or if Rodgers returned. Joe Flacco, who was with the Jets for parts of 3 seasons, was available, but key decision makers inside the building didn't think Flacco would be an upgrade, according to league sources. Flacco signed with the Browns late in November and is a finalist for Comeback Player of the Year. I mean, I get why you didn't go get Joe Flacco.
Yeah, but again, they're when you know Rodgers is gone for the year, you and I were asking at the time, what's the deal with getting Aaron's friends to? Because remember, it was almost like he didn't want anybody that could possibly come in and then they maybe go, well, maybe we don't need you next year because you're hurt. I don't know.
Which I firmly believe to be the case. And we'll get more into the Rodgers and Zach Wilson dynamic, which was reported on heavily in this story. Hackett struggled to adjust the offense to the team's new reality. Multiple coaches and players described Hackett as lacking in attention to detail.
Oh, what a shock.
For most of the season, Hackett would meet with offensive line coach, running game coordinator Keith Carter, and passing game coordinator Todd Downing during the week, but would not get together with the rest of the offensive staff until the last minute of game prep. Not talking to your position coaches? It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Not ideally how you put a game plan together or try to get it coached up.
You sure wouldn't think so. Those guys make a good living. You might want to listen to them.
They're getting paid too.
During games, Hackett struggled to make adjustments against the Dallas Cowboys in Week 2. Carter asked Hackett to give left tackle Dwayne Brown more help blocking Cowboys star pass rusher Micah Parsons, according to multiple team sources. Hackett never adjusted. Parsons dominated. 2 sacks and 4 quarterback hits in a 30-10 loss. Nice job. That sounds like the dude that we watched.
Well, again, you need to get your tackle help, and you don't.
Yeah.
We've seen that. We've seen that from a couple OCs here in town.
In Week 6, Aaron Rodgers started flying in from California for games and was an active voice on the sideline headsets, offering opinions and ideas along with Hackett and the other offensive coaches before flying back to California the next day. The offense struggled nonetheless.
Yeah, because you're not playing. You're not playing. So... what was the game where Rodgers got caught? Was it the overtime call or whatever, 4th down call where he's just shaking his head?
Right.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm. According to reports, Hackett will return as the offensive coordinator in 2024, though team and league sources say Robert Saleh has explored adding to the offensive staff and creating a more collaborative play-calling process that would reduce Hackett's role, a clear indication the team has lost confidence in his ability to run the offense on his own. Rodgers has been involved in those discussions. Andy, do I got the guy for you?
Tell me.
This is let me tell you, okay? Andy, who do you call? Who's the guy you call when Nathaniel Hackett is struggling? Who's the guy you call?
Well,
when Nathaniel Hackett can't call a play in time and the crowd has to count down the play clock, who is the guy you call when Nathaniel Hackett thinks it's a good idea on a 4th down and 5 to attempt a 64-yard field goal and let 30 seconds drain off the clock at the end of a game on the road in Seattle? You call Coach, my friend.
Jerry Rosburg. You know what? I hardly remember his name because I always think of him as Coach now, but yeah. Yeah. Rosberg. Now he's going to sell you, what, a couple of hyperbaric chambers or whatever
I
he was
believe
doing?
so. Yeah, he's sitting on the end of a he's sitting on the end of a pier fishing at the moment.
Yeah.
But you get Coach in there, a guy who was literally hired to coach the coaches, and things could look a little bit better for Nathaniel Hackett there with the Jets.
But he requires one presser to peddle his wares.
Coach should go work with Lamar Jackson.
He should.
And sell that weird mobile gym thing.
The gym or whatever it was. It wasn't the total gym, but it was like,
what do you want when you don't want to go to the gym? You need a gym. It's the gym.
Yeah, it's Jim's gym.
Oh, this is so good. One other quick Broncos connection in here. There's a lot of stuff on Robert Saleh. Apparently, Robert Saleh really doesn't like the negative media attention the Jets garner. He thinks the Giants don't get the same scrutiny in that media market. Also, apparently, after the Rodgers injury, which we can all agree is terrible luck.
It was bad luck.
But Saleh would often wonder aloud if he was doomed to the same fate as Vic Fangio, a brilliant defensive coach cursed by misfortune at quarterback.
Wow.
Fangio was fired by the Broncos in 21 after 3 seasons and a 19-30 record. So far, Saleh's teams after 3 seasons are 18-33.
Yeah.
He's getting a 4th year.
He is. Man, there's all sorts of Denver ties that are just kicks in the gut.
They really are. Mm-hmm.
Hey, can I zag on you here for a second?
Please do.
So you bring up Vic Fangio and his bad quarterback luck.
Yeah.
D-Mac said something interesting. I can't remember if it was Monday or Friday that I almost came in at the end of the show to try to offer resistance to.
Okay.
D-Mac made the claim that the Broncos never during their time committed to Drew Lock. Of which 2020 in particular,
You got a full year to be the starter.
they brought in no competition.
Yeah.
They drafted every receiver they could find.
You got a full.
Yeah.
You got 5 games. You got a full off season, and you got a full season. Yeah.
Okay.
no.
So we agree that they did give him at least 1 year of being the total dude.
If he goes in 2020 and crushes it, he'd probably still be the Broncos starting
He would be.
quarterback. Yeah.
So, anyway,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. There was no
The
short
lock
shrift
people now can get on me. We
going
can just
on right
continue
there.
the hateful Wednesday.
Welcome to the club, man.
Yeah. By the way, it was Goldmember. Thank you to a couple of the texters.
There we go.
It was Goldmember. He was
a big
obsessed with.
Goldmember
I pulled up
guy.
a New York Post article that has said it was constant Goldmember stuff.
So, also apparently, Aaron Rodgers, according to this piece, Aaron Rodgers was very active in the mentorship of Zach Wilson.
Sure.
During training camp.
Right. We saw a little of that.
Then he tore his Achilles, disappeared, and according to multiple sources in this story, Zach Wilson never heard from the dude again.
But that was predictable, right?
Yes.
We all kind of figured, right?
Aaron is down to be cool with you if you are no threat to him. But if Aaron Rodgers helps Zach Wilson be good, then maybe the Jets would go, do we really need a 40-year-old quarterback coming off of a torn Achilles? We got this guy sitting right here.
Aaron and Joe Flacco are a little more alike than maybe we realized. Would you put it that way? I think Joe helps anybody that you just said right there. If you're not gunning for my job, sure, kid, let's talk.
I also think, I'm basing this only on like podium personalities, right?
Sure.
I bet you Joe Flacco's a way better time to hang out with than Aaron Rodgers.
Probably.
Yeah.
Although, again, Joe, I will give it to these guys that are older. You know, I'm not going to go Kelly Stafford here, but when they're older and got kids and the other dudes are 20-somethings like Zach.
I mean, Flacco literally
it's probably not a lot to have in common.
made
You know
the
what I
joke
mean?
of like, I could have been your dad. But still, it's like, he is a quarterback. He is in your offense.
Yeah.
You did design this offense in concert with the offensive coordinator. Isn't the good teammate there every single day? or in communication with you regularly, going over tape and everything else. Like, I understand you're in California with whatever, quack doctors you're working with, trying to get your Achilles fixed and everything like that. That's going to be a big part of your day. I understand all of that, but like when you walk in the door and you basically implement the offense yourself, it is incumbent upon you to help the guy that has moved into the starting role.
Yeah, this is your deal, dude.
That to me is not a typical starter and backup dynamic right there.
This is your deal.
Yeah.
This is your offense. Like, you want to know why I think Brock Osweiler looked better in 2015 than at any point prior? He was running the Kubiak system, not in the Manning system.
Mm-hmm.
And once Manning got hurt, and they did things as a partnership to make it work, but once Manning got hurt, it went back to the 100% full-on get under center and lean on the run game Kubiak system.
Yeah.
Same thing. You're right about now. Look, Zach Wilson. I'm not trying to defend Zach Wilson because it just doesn't look like maybe the kid has it, but who knows?
Yeah, I think he stinks.
But to your point, you're getting paid by the team. You tear the Achilles. Why don't you hang out in New York? New York's, I don't know, kind of a big deal city. I'm sure they got pretty world-renowned doctors there to try to help you move your Achilles along faster and help this kid learn they put all this in for you, and now you're like,
sure.
California's calling, my friends.
Yeah, it's a wild circumstance that went on right here. I mean, there is other stuff in this story. There was animosity and resentment towards Rodgers for the outsized attention that he received, both, I think, publicly and from inside the building, from Robert Saleh, who was of the belief, as long as I have Aaron Rodgers, everything else is going to work out. There was frustration from other players that are quoted in this story that are talking about the inability of the organization to adapt, to basically set the season on fire the moment that Rodgers got hurt, which I can appreciate that. Andy, this is what's so wild about it, okay? Even without Aaron Rodgers, that was still a good roster.
And a good run game.
They had arguably the best defense in football.
Right. I thought you were going defense first, sorry, but they had a good defense and a good run game.
Yes.
You just had to figure out a guy that could efficiently operate the offense.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we kept hearing, I remember Good Morning Football, Ian Rappaport was saying on Good Morning Football Daily the first part of the season, this isn't an error. They're going to go with Zach Wilson. And then when they started thinking they needed to bring some other people in, well, Rodgers would rather this or Rodgers. All right, guys, and look, Aaron may come back. They may be in the AFC Championship next year for all we know. I don't know.
Yes.
But are you again, the guy tore his Achilles and he's nearing 40. Are you positive? It just was a wild scenario. We may need to compare and contrast here ahead of this whole thing.
I would like to, because Andy, I have a question for you, and I want you to ponder this in the break, okay? Because we read this story today from The Athletic about the Jets. We read the exact same stuff. Not exact same. It's not exactly parallel, but we read the same story about the Broncos last year at the end of the season. And quite frankly, I'm waiting for The Athletic to write another one of these after the season that we just had. But that's neither here nor there. Knowing what we know today, if you could go back to that time, Russ or Rodgers, which one would you take? We'll discuss that next. It is Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. 5:30, we get the boot because the Nuggets are in Oklahoma City. Pregame coverage with Mark Bertinoli. Kaz has the call tipping off a little bit after 6 o'clock. No Jokic tonight against the mighty Oklahoma City Thunder, a game that the Nuggets need, by the way. One quick note, Andy. We remember before the Utah game, we sort of defined this as, whoa, look at this 11-game stretch that they have got coming up here. This was the Nuggets game on the road in Utah several weeks ago. A game, by the way, that they lost. That was the start of it.
What do we say, 8-3?
Well,
7-4?
They're 7-3 going into the 11th of the 11 games in this stretch that we highlighted.
It's pretty nice.
It is.
And they've been taken down. Now, that Utah game, you wish that Utah game would have went the other way.
Sure do.
Frankly, you're the better team than they are.
You lost in Philly in a game you played pretty well, just the Sixers closed better than you did, and you lost a game in New York that you didn't show up for.
At all.
You beat Boston on the road, which is a great victory. You won in Indiana, you won in Washington. No one's ever going to diss any road victory in the NBA. You beat a really good Bucks team. You beat a shorthanded Sixers team in a dangerous game. Like, it's gone pretty well for the Nuggets. They're at OKC tonight to close it out, but again, they don't have Nikola Jokic. All right, back to the question I asked before the break. We were going through a lot of the specifics that came out in this report today in The Athletic about the dysfunction of the Jets this season as led by Robert Saleh and Nathaniel Hackett and Aaron Rodgers. And it was a lot of stupidity that was going on right there. Okay, Andy, as we sit here today, knowing everything you know now, include all of it. Go back to the 2021 year where it's clear Rodgers is going to be done in Green Bay. He and Gutekunst are finished. They're done. Rodgers is going to be gone. George Payton hires his best pal, Nathaniel Hackett, to be the coach of the Broncos. How many times have we played, Andy? Get out of my dreams. Get into my huddle, man. Aaron Rodgers here in Denver. It doesn't work out. Rodgers stays in Green Bay one more year, finally, reunites with Hackett with the Jets. The Broncos trade everything that they trade for Russell Wilson, and they go, 11-19 in 2 years with Russ as the starting quarterback. That didn't go well either, and now they sit here today. Knowing everything you know now, Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, what would have been the better signing for the Denver Broncos?
Well, unfortunately, the only piece of information we don't have is, does Aaron take his magic everywhere? I believe Aaron is akin to Peyton Manning because Peyton showed up here. Didn't matter who the OC was. They ran his offense. We're finding out that's basically the only thing Hackett knows how to coach, as we just covered ad nauseum the last, the last segment. You still have to go Rodgers because what have we learned? I'll reiterate, despite the fact that I think the Broncos could make it work with Russ for another year and at least keep some momentum going and eat another year of the contract and try to put off some dead money, Russell Wilson, what I have learned that I didn't know before the trade, although I should have known by looking at his history, but we just wanted the QB carousel to stop. He drives OCs nuts.
Right.
And nothing's on schedule. And he just does his own thing. He's a master improviser.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Certainly didn't work. See, the thing about Sean Payton was Sean Payton did commit some extra help to the line, back to your point from the story earlier about not giving a tackle any help from a tight end blocking or a back or whatever. Payton was willing to do that so Russ could improvise. I think Russ was improvising where Payton did not want the improvisation to happen, and that's how we got where we are with these two. Hackett was going to go 5 blockers, and we talked about that all through 2022, and it just bit him time after, and Russ didn't have enough time to improvise anything.
Right.
So he looked career all-time bad.
And Russ just flat out does not have the football IQ of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, or the vision. He
Right.
can't see the middle of the field unless you can if you can create somehow a lane.
Mm-hmm.
He showed a little bit better at doing that this year, but it's still not consistent enough that any offensive coordinator is going to be terribly psyched about it. So at the end of the day, you'd have to say Rodgers, because I think Rodgers is still more, he's going to bring his own system and he's going to run it to perfection. the way that Manning did. And look, after all of this, I'll still say the Jets are probably, if Rodgers stays healthy, the Jets are probably lurking around this point of the season next year.
Yeah,
I don't know if they beat the Chiefs, but they're probably in the championship game or close to it.
Rodgers played 17 games in 2022, which is wild. Like, if George Payton had been able to get Rodgers here, he and Hackett were able to get Rodgers here in 22 the way that they wanted and didn't have to go and get Russell Wilson. Like, Rodgers played 17 full games that season. If that happens, Nathaniel Hackett is still the head coach of the Broncos.
Well, and another reason why I would still take that, knowing what we know now, I also now know you're not giving up 2 firsts, 3 firsts, and a second for the package of what you have now.
It is so wild, too, because Matt LaFleur, who, Andy, both you and I bang the drum. I think this is the most underrated coach in football. I think Matt LaFleur this guy's a great coach.
I would still put him up for coach of the year, even though he's out of the thing.
Did a marvelous job this season with Green Bay. That guy won a ton of. All he's done is win since he got there, and he's made a quarterback change, and he's still been able to do it. And Jordan Love got better as the season went on. I think this guy is really, really good, and I do think that Matt LaFleur, who was the play caller, I know Nathaniel Hackett designed the red zone offense that went on there in Green Bay, but Matt LaFleur covered up an awful lot of sins there. Nathaniel Hackett showed up here to Denver, and he was exposed as being unqualified to be an NFL head coach. We all saw it directly in front of our own faces. It was blatantly obvious. He goes to the Jets this year, and then you read these reports, and everybody inside the room is just looking at it going, the hell is this guy doing? He's not watching practice tape from training camp. Why isn't he doing that right now? Why isn't he making in-game adjustments? Because it turns out Nathaniel Hackett is not that good of a football coach.
And he knew Rodgers was going to do whatever he wanted.
Exactly.
He knew I don't need to coach this. It's up to that guy.
And was just sitting aside right there, and yet somehow this guy is being brought back as the offensive coordinator next year. We know why that's the case, because Rodgers is the one banging the drum for him, because Rodgers wants him around. He wants his best pal, his dude that will essentially go along with anything that he wants. And it doesn't feel to me like 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers coming off of a torn Achilles tendon is going to be able to win anything, much less win with that guy designing things.
Yeah, I have faith that Aaron, because he can still operate from the pocket, will be good. But, man, they got to improve that offensive line.
Yep.
But let me ask you this. You're not saying, though, that you would have signed up. You would not have kept things exactly the same here for the last 2 years, would you?
I would have gotten into my dreams and gotten into my car. I would have, I would have gone and gotten Aaron Rodgers. I would have. I would have. I don't think it would have worked out much better, though, quite frankly.
I do want to answer this from Ron, because this is funny.
Yeah.
So he said, I honestly don't remember. Were you guys happy when they hired Hackett? I was, when I read how innovative at teaching young guys he was, because I was not sure they're going to be able to make the trade. Leggy had been telling me from the get-go they're not going to get Rodgers, so quit worrying about this. Remember, that's when we called him the balloon popper.
Yeah.
That's where we gave him the nickname from. So, Ron, I will tell you, Nate was excited until the first press conference. And then when Rodgers was overly giddy, like a high school schoolgirl who had her first Starbucks and tasted caffeine for the first time, Nate couldn't take the guy anymore. The guy was just way too bubbly, bouncy. And I remember Nate in a break saying, I don't think I could deal with that guy all the time. And it turned out that's, and then you really were off his bandwagon after the long field goal decision against it. You actually said, just get rid of him now, after the very first game with the decision to kick the field goal in Seattle.
I disliked him tremendously the first time he opened his mouth. And then I hated him after I watched him coach one game here in Denver. And I went on every show that week, and I got yelled at by everybody. Yeah, you got to give him a chance.
Including me.
And nope, I said, after one game, I was like, this guy can't coach. Legitimately, I said fire him after one game.
I'm here to
Yeah.
back it up.
Yes.
He did. And I told him, I go, Nate, you're overreacting. We're okay.
So
it's
just-
one game. It's going to take a minute. When Nate keeps saying last year, you kept telling me that it's going to be okay. It was the first 6 weeks that I did say, it takes a minute to get this offense in. I've seen it a bunch. And then we got to November, and I'm like, what the hell is going in? Is anything getting better? What is happening?
Yeah, I was the hipster. I was the original hater of Nathaniel Hackett as the head coach of the Broncos.
He found sour beers first there, Ron.
I was there long before Sean Payton and his 2 lattes. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier. Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
With all we've been going through this year, this Valentine's is going to be a little more important.
So at Williams Jewelers, we've created our one-stop Valentine's package that makes telling your true love exactly how you feel. I'm Steve Williams.
And I'm Bruce
Oh, we got football news that we want to get to, and let's get right to it. Mark Springer ahead of Nuggets and Thunder coming up at 6 o'clock, pregame at 5:30. Go Spring!
Time for the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. And today, the Seattle Seahawks hired Ravens defensive coordinator, I suppose former DC, Mike Macdonald, who is 36 years old. That leaves the Washington Commanders as the only team without a head coach.
Yeah, so Mike Macdonald, who we knew was going to get a lot of looks given what the Baltimore defense did this year. Andy, I know you don't get a head coaching job, nor should you get a head coaching job based upon a single performance or anything like that. But if you're Seattle and you're taking a look at a potential head coach, you could do a hell of a lot worse than a guy that embarrassed the San Francisco 49ers on the road on Christmas Day. If you're looking at a coach that says you beat Sean McVay this year and you beat Kyle Shanahan this year, well, you're going to have to do that 4 times a year if you're coaching in our building.
Yeah, and the other reason why I'd probably feel pretty good about the hire, we'll see how it all plays out. Unfortunately, in Denver, we know all too well these things sometimes don't go the way they should. But remember, both Harbaugh brothers coveted him.
Mm-hmm.
He worked for both Jim and John, and they let him leave for Baltimore to get with John because they both knew he was head coach material, but he needed a pro DC nugget on his resume. He got it. If I were Seattle, I think I'd feel pretty good about the hire. I thought that this was their guy all along. I didn't ever read anything that said Ben Johnson was going to go there. That's why I think the only team that kind of got left out by the Ben Johnson news were the Commanders. I don't think Seattle was ever really – I never saw Ben Johnson heavily linked to Seattle.
One problem for Mike Macdonald when he goes to Seattle, Andy. No Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen, Kyle Hamilton, Justin Matabuke. You don't have any of those guys. So,
did he go walk into Memphis? Was that McDonald? Who was the McDonald with the big soul voice?
That was Michael McDonald.
Michael McDonald. Was he walking in Memphis? Have I got that right?
Yamo be there.
Because now that's kind of what so there's Mike McDonald and there's Michael McDonald.
Michael McDonald.
If you don't do something fun for his walkout music. Now what are you looking at there? You got the library pulled up?
It immediately harkens back to Office Space and Michael Bolton. Why do I have to change my name? He's the one who sucks.
High five. We have an update on some beef, or at least more context on it.
Ooh, wait a minute then. Hold on, Spring. You got to change the music then if we've got beef.
Why not?
Let's update the beef here.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well, let me just type in some letters.
See what
here.
this guy's made of in the meantime.
Yeah, move this here, that
We've got
there.
Slide that
fade
over.
this down.
Update.
There, all right.
To a beef tweet from yesterday. As always, beef tweets presented by our friends from GQ Barbecue. Get a free pulled pork sandwich at GQBBQ.com. Colorado's only championship barbecue. This harkens back to yesterday's beef tweet stuff going on between Justin Tucker, Patrick Mahomes, and Travis Kelce ahead of the AFC Championship game. Spring, give us the background on this.
Well, Travis Kelce and his brother Jason, they have their New Heights podcast, and Travis addressed Justin Tucker getting upset that Patrick and Travis moved the helmet that he placed on their own end zone on their side of the field. Here's Travis.
We're warming up, and we do our same warm-up every single time on our side of the field. For those of you that don't know what happens in pre-games, the Ravens have their side of the field, and the Chiefs have our side of the field. Now, specialists, because of like the wind factor and
they go to
where
both
you are,
sides
they get
in
a
warm-up.
chance to kick at both field goals and kind of punt from both sides of the field. But it's always if you're trying to go onto the other team's designated area, you kind of stay out of their way. You know, you don't interfere with what they have going on.
That is the unwritten rule.
That's the unwritten rule. If you want to be a about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up and they're dropping. Eyes are looking left and they got a helmet down by their feet.
It's actually kind of dangerous, really. But
like, if you're not going to pick that up, I'll happily move that for you. Justin came out and he said it was more of a joking gesture and kind of a fun competitive. And I get it. I mean, he was kind of winking at me like being a about it, like trying to get under the skin.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
I get it, but
he got under your skin a little bit.
Me and Pat, we've been having the same mentality for this game all week long, man.
Yeah.
And it was you got to go in there and have the right mind frame, have the right mindset, and we just weren't in a joking mood. We were ready to get after it, and so Justin, sorry if we took it to a level that you didn't think it'd get to that way, but if you're gonna be a I promise you, I can one up you every time.
Okay, there's two things that I appreciate in this, the entirety of this story. Number one, I appreciate Justin Tucker. Okay, I really do appreciate him because remember the part of the story, Andy, where it was like they asked him to move his helmet and tee?
I think that was just Patrick.
And he got up and moved it like a foot.
Yeah. Like a total 3-year-old.
So I love that move by Tucker. The other guy that I appreciate in this story is Jason Kelsey, the one who looks at his brother and goes, "It bothered you.
Yeah.
It clearly bothered you. You're touched."
Yeah.
I can tell you're upset about this whole thing. That is such a jerk older brother thing to say right there. And I'm so glad he said that to Travis Kelce.
Neither here nor there. I just happened to see. So there, apparently, Justin Timberlake. I didn't know this. Justin Timberlake was on Saturday Night Live or something, or maybe it was Kimmel, or not Kimmel. Who's the other one? Fallon.
Yeah.
He and Fallon were playing golf with Travis Kelce.
Okay.
And I guess Timberlake just badgered Fallon into shooting this shot out of the sand pit. Well, Fallon goes ahead and makes it, okay? And I guess Fallon has sucked the whole round. And so they all start running around and celebrating this great shot. Apparently, Travis Kelce goes up and wants to do the old, what you and I did, the jump in the air hip bump.
Sure.
And it went about the way it did for you. Timberlake goes up with Kelce. Kelce just gave him a little bit of a hip, and I mean, yard sails him to the ground. And Timberlake was like, my neck was out of whack for a week. I couldn't turn it to say hello to people because it's Travis Kelce.
Years ago, for the sake of a show bit,
Yes.
something we were putting on social media, you and I jumped up and did like the side bump into each other. Yeah. It's just that Andy's a load, and
I'm bringing the wood,
and I'm not
bringing the girth.
And the next day I was like, my shoulder hurts.
Yeah, you came back, you hurt me. And it was funny because I think both you and I thought, because it was not a thing when you and I were growing up, right?
Right.
I've done headbutting with my stupid helmet on or whatever, but there was none of that. That was not our deal. I guess I thought it was harmless since we were both in the air. Like, I thought that would take some of the force out of the equation. Now it did nothing.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, in midair, you're...
It's not like we had an Oklahoma drill out there. It seemed harmless.
You're still weighted in the midsection.
Yeah, it wasn't harmless.
Spring.
High five. Let's hear from another brother duo NFL podcast. This time the St. Browns. That is Equiminius and Amon-Ra St. Brown. They have their own podcast, the St. Brown Brothers podcast.
They do.
Ben Johnson, the Lions OC, did not take a head coaching job elsewhere. He will return to the Lions. Equiminius asked his brother Amon-Ra about it. Apparently there's some unfinished business for Ben Johnson.
OC Ben Johnson is staying. How'd you find out? I'm sleeping, then I hear my phone buzzing. I'm like, bro, who's calling me? Like, Ben Johnson's calling me. I'm like, gotta, wake up. I answer. I'm like, so what's up with you? Like, are you leaving? He's like, you know what? I'm on my way to the facility right now. He said he couldn't sleep last night. He was thinking about it, and he said there's unfinished business. He wants to stay. The guys in the team, he said me, Jared, Frank, Panay, Decker, all the guys. I mean, he said his heart is in Detroit. He wants to stay. So I found out like 9:30.
Yeah, nobody wanted to give him $15 million.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, because I do believe that Ben Johnson is committed to this group. I do believe he does feel like he has unfinished business. You think he just floated the price of, like I've heard a couple years ago, you couldn't find anybody to build a deck, I guess. I had friends ask me, who did yours? What's the guy's number? Because everybody's price is too much. Did Ben Johnson do that of, well, I'll leave for the most ridiculous price I can think of? Do you think that's what he told the Commanders? Like, I don't really want your job, but I'll take it if you'll give me this.
Second dick shot.
Well, for $18 million.
Very early on, it was knowing that Ben Johnson was the hottest candidate that was out there, like we read the ridiculous Josina Anderson tweet yesterday, but it was, like, I do think it was a send up the trial balloon thing. It was a, what's the market look like? You want me? How badly do you really want me? Because the thing about head coaching jobs, and this is where, like, I'll give Ben Johnson a little bit of credit right here, is he didn't just jump at the first opportunity that presented itself. And again, Seattle and the Manders were the only two jobs that were left. Now Seattle's been filled by Mike Macdonald. Like, when you make the jump to go be an NFL head coach, I don't think anyone else was trying to hire Dave Canales. Go take the Carolina job.
Right.
You got to go and take it. I don't think anybody else really wanted to hire Antonio Pierce, and your heart is in Vegas with the Raiders, so you got to go and you got to take that job right there. But if you're a guy that's like, I am one of the most highly coveted coordinators, highly regarded coordinators in the sport right now, I can hold my water and I can wait for the best opportunity to present itself, both for me financially and in terms of going into a situation where I can win. You know, like, I'm a firm believer in and I always yell about this, Andy. I think organizations fail quarterbacks way more than quarterbacks fail organizations. I'm not saying it's 100% of the time, but I believe that to be the case. And I think the same is true of coaches, really, a lot of the time. And quite frankly, I look back at the Vance Joseph era here in Denver. I don't think Vance Joseph was a great head coach or anything else like that. I'm not making that argument. But I also believe Vance Joseph was not set up to succeed here in Denver.
He never got to pick his staff.
Right.
The offensive staff was always thrust upon him.
He had terrible quarterback options
to
be able to work with.
He was basically told in 2017, you better make Paxton work until they all figured out it ain't going to work. We got to start the other guy.
Right, exactly. Like, there's so many of these tales. Ben Johnson's head coaching candidacy isn't going anywhere.
Well, that's just it. Not only I'm going to float it up this year, but I'll get hired next year too. My status isn't going down. Right?
Yeah.
So
he gets the best of both worlds. He gets to sound like a great guy who's fully committed to the Detroit Lions, and I'm sure that he is. I don't deny that part of it, but then he also gets to sit around and say, okay, next cycle, what is this all going to look like?
High five. Yesterday, Jerry Jones talked at the Senior Bowl. His first comments since we found out that he would not fire Mike McCarthy. He said that it was not a decision that he had to convince himself, that he had to second guess. He was also asked about Bill Belichick. He said, I personally like Bill Belichick, and there is no doubt in my mind we could work together. None. But let's hear the initial comments, Jerry Jones, on why he kept Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, it was just overwhelmingly, I thought, the best decision to have the continuity that Mike brings. When I look at the job he's done over the last 4 years, I can point to some real positives, not the least of which are his 12-win seasons. I think we certainly have made improvement in areas. I think Dak, for instance, right at a key spot there with Dak. Dak has improved since Mike has been here, and I think we can look forward to that improvement. There's more there to get in terms of Dak's improvement. Quote Mike, and the evidence points to that. And so with more to get there, more pluses on Dak, that impacts a lot of the other things we're doing right now with our decisions we're making. So it all made sense to have him back.
Get your damn act together.
The Dak Prescott situation, I think, is one of the most fascinating things to watch in the NFL right now, Andy. He is an unrestricted free agent at the end of next year. The Cowboys have no mechanism to control him from testing the open market. Dak could easily decide, I'll sign another extension, and I could stay here with Dallas. In the meantime, like, run it back with what you have in place. It's not the worst idea. Like, you had a really good team this year. You fell apart at the, most inopportune time of the season. What amazes me is when you look at Jerry, if you know what I mean, it's like, wow, man, you're really being patient with this whole thing.
Yeah, but it's interesting. By the way, I didn't realize this till you kind of started talking about the whole run it back thing. It looks like, yet again, their DC, Dan Quinn, may get shut out again.
Yeah.
I thought the Seattle job was, that was his best shot, and it didn't work out. So you can truly run it back again. For whatever reason, it feels like Jerry's sick of paying a lot of guys money not to do stuff.
Sure.
So I think that's because you pointed out, he kind of hinted at it right there. I better get an extra level out of Dak that gets me to the Super Bowl or whatever. And if I don't, then you and Dak are both gone next year, and we'll just start over.
I want to mention one more item really quickly here, as long as we're in the high five, because this is the kind of place where we throw out stories like this.
It's where you wish we would have high-fived instead of done the hip thing.
Yeah, well, exactly. It was very, very painful, man. I did not appreciate that part of it. But no, there was a press release that was sent out by the Broncos today.
Yes.
Columbine High School football head coach Andy Lowry named the AFC recipient of the NFL's 2023 Don Shula High School Coach of the Year Award. Andy, that's right, Andy Lowry, who led Columbine to a 14-0, or maybe it was 15-0 season. I probably know. I called the game. And a state championship victory over Cherry Creek up at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins. But congratulations to Andy Lowry, who is just an absolute first-class dude, as he is honored by the NFL. Again, the NFL's Don Shula High School Coach of the Year Award given to an AFC recipient. Andy Lowry getting that. That's cool.
It is cool. He's a Denver legend.
Yes,
He's a Denver high school legend. He and Dave Logan, I think, are the top of the tree here in town. So congratulations to him.
We got the Nuggets in OKC tonight. And
OKC?
A couple of notes that I want you to watch going into this game here tonight. Fewest turnovers per game in the Western Conference. Dallas is number 1. OKC and Denver tied at number 2 on that list. Only 12.5 turnovers per game. Both of these teams will take care of the basketball. Highest field goal percentage in the Western Conference. Oklahoma City, number 1, 50.2. Denver, number 2 at 49.6% from the field. The two best shooting teams in the Western Conference here tonight. That's what you're about to watch right here in this matchup. By the way, OKC enters tonight having lost 2 in a row. They have not lost 3 straight all season long.
But you kind of like Denver. Could be a sneaky good game for Denver even without Jokic.
This is a big Jamal Murray game tonight.
How much are you playing DJ?
Oh, this is a 28-minute night for DeAndre Jordan.
All right.
Yeah, he's going to see some minutes. Yeah, I would start Peyton Watson with AG at the 5, but this to me is a large DeAndre Jordan night. Nuggets need to go into the bag, but this would be a good victory to have for tiebreakers and everything else. That'll do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. Thanks to Mike Sanford. Thanks to all of you. For Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Have a good night. Birdo and the pregame are next.